Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And I do apologize for the late start today, but I teach the Constitution to high schoolers and middle schoolers at our local homeschool class. And you know, that is an obligation that is very important to me, and it's every so often on Thursday mornings. So I'm a little bit late because of that, and I hope you'll forgive me. What happened? Anything happened? Anything happened yet? Let's check. I got to pull up. I got to get the video going. I was a little bit behind getting home, so we are going to bring up this Kyle Rittenhouse live. We're gonna bring up this court video, see what's up. Oh, PBS has the very important thing. You know, I hate Law and Crime's feed because it's kind of crappy, but I'm gonna go with it instead. You know, anyway, because it's the one that's reliably actually focused on the court. So that's why we're gonna do that. Let me put on these headphones. Hopefully, some guests will be joining me at some point. And as a warning to you, lovely lot, I will have to step away from this show in 32 minutes for a little bit of time. That's why I'm hoping to have a couple guests come in, but 32 minutes from now, I will be making an appearance on the Glenn Beck program. So that is where I will be. I won't be by video, just by audio, but that is, well, the Glenn Beck radio show, I suppose. But yes, so I do need to step away for just a minute. They're looking for an update on Kyle Rittenhouse. But you see, I'm doing this for you guys, is what you have to understand, because the most likely time that we would get a ruling or a decision of some sort is going to be while I'm on an appearance somewhere else, right? Like that is the most likely outcome. So yes, I did the Glenn Beck program a couple, it was last week. I don't remember what day, or was it this week? It's fuzzy to me, but I will be going on to provide, I think, just an update in the case. So that'll be fun. It's kind of wild. Whew. But anyway, the court feed is nothing right now. There's nothing happening on the court feed. I'll pull it up just so everybody can see that the jury is not back and that the chat is a filthy, degenerate liar. I kid. But that is there. What else? What else is going on? Whew. Yesterday we saw fireworks with the whole situation involving the drone footage. I'm actually very thoroughly unimpressed right now with the judge. I'm not saying he's a bad judge. I'm not saying he's a bad judge for this case, but you know, everything comes with you know, imperfections. I think the judge has been very good throughout much of this trial. But the past few days, in particular, this drone footage has been very, very disheartening because I think it's prejudicial. I think it's obvious that the reasons that the state wants to have the drone footage in is to prejudice Kyle Rittenhouse. The foundations that they laid for bringing in the drone footage are tenuous at best. and their defense of it, and the subsequent multi-resolution fiasco, which the state is trying to blame the defense for receiving a file that is smaller than what the states wanted to send, is absolutely preposterous. And the fact that the judge is still allowing this type of conversation to go forward is the frustrating part. But half of that lies on the defense. The defense has to be the ones to raise this issue. And if they don't raise the issue, then there is not much for the judge to do. They've raised the issue, of course, but are they pressing the issue adequately? That I don't know. Let's see. Let me we are live. Over here. Letting people know. I think most people are aware. Hurrying up to wait for the verdict, which will never come. I know it's fun to watch me type things into my computer, but I trying to get everything going as fast as possible. Oh, but anyways, there's some super chats here that I can go ahead and read through. Happy to do so. Kyle Strain says prayers for Kyle to go home today. I agree. I think it's time for this case to end. It's time for this case to end, whether it be by mistrial from the jury, mistrial from the court, or by a not guilty verdict. A guilty verdict would be an absolute atrocity, and hopefully that is not what we will see. You will have a hard time convincing me that Kyle did anything other than what was necessary to save his life. In fact, Kyle would have been potentially justified in doing a lot more to save his own skin, and did not. It's amazing. Guys, I don't get phone calls except when I'm on the show. Of course, now I'm on the show a lot more, so that's part of it. Jack Stainback Jr. says, "Good morning from Racine, Wisconsin." Hey, Jack, I hope any fallout from this trial is confined to Kenosha and quickly put down by the National Guard or the police or whatever. Violence in cities is not the answer, but doubly hopeful it doesn't extend to your neighboring communities like Racine. So stay safe, and thank you for the warm greetings. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, "Hi Nick, do you think we'll get news on the Vic appeal tonight?" That would be very interesting. To the 40,000 people we have watching already, which is, you guys are insane. I love it, but man, it's consistently blowing my mind how many people are watching this trial and watching along. Oh, we've got a judge sighting. It's like a Yeti. But to the 40,000 people we have watching, I covered a trial or a case back in 2019. And that case is the case of a guy named Vic Mignogna. He's a voice actor in well, he was an anime voice actor. I guess he still is, but I've been following his trial, and we are waiting. We've been waiting 2 years now for the appellate court to actually reach a decision on his case. 2 years since it was filed, over a year since they took the issue, and the decision could come any Thursday at 9:30 p.m. Central. So I'm just waiting, and have been waiting for a while for that decision to come down. And if it comes down the way I hope it does, I'll be laughing at so many people. Legal Bites, welcome to the show.
Hi. Thanks for having me back again. I feel like I live here now.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm gonna have to start charging rent. I can't. I kid. The I'm glad to have you. I had to warn the chat. In approximately 25 minutes, I have to step away.
Oh.
Because I'm going to be appearing to update on the Glenn Beck show. So,
Oh, nice.
and that's the time that they had. So,
Okay.
but I will just step away. I mean, I'll stay in just muted, and my camera off while I take that call, and then I'll tell them I have to keep it short so we can get back to this. But anyway, so what's going on with you today?
Not too much. Not too much. Just keeping on with this crazy sleep schedule that I'm on because of my time zone. um, but yeah, yeah, just keeping on. I mean, I've been thinking a bit about the prospect of a mistrial without prejudice, and I don't. I mean, like I don't want Kyle to have to go through another trial or anyone to have to go through another trial
Right.
because that's a huge thing to go through. But as I was talking with some friends who are very well educated, very intelligent people, and having to explain to them, why the state of mind of these other individuals involved in the incident was not important and not relevant, and that was the thing that they were latching onto, it made me think that it might be even better if there's a second chance for the defense to put on a trial and really make that super clear. I don't know.
I'm inclined to agree that it could be better, but I really think Kyle needs new counsel,
Yeah,
or these attorneys need to change up their approach. This lackadaisical attitude towards evidence is
yes.
just something you cannot have in a capital murder trial.
I completely agree. Definitely agree. At one of those two options, I would be in favor of. I'm not necessarily super amped about the requirement that he get new counsel because I mean they could look at they could evaluate their performance throughout this trial. There's plenty of footage for them to evaluate, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like the incident itself. Um, but I think that could be beneficial for them, but definitely it would require some kind of a change of approach for sure.
Yeah, and maybe that change of approach is and again, I'm not for putting specific requirements on anything. So I think new counsel could easily be determined as these guys realize that this is a big thing and they might want to use some help.
Yeah.
They might either want to employ some help on their own or take the myriad offers that are out there of people to assist with the trial, just because it's so big. And
Yeah.
I somehow think they didn't grasp the scope of how this trial would be. I mean, I didn't grasp it. I didn't think that there'd be any chance. Ignoring my stream, I didn't think there'd be 100,000 people watching any live stream about Kyle Rittenhouse. And yesterday we had two, right? We had
Yeah.
ours. We had Crowder, who had even more. He had like 140 at one point. And so the fact that there's 250,000 people watching YouTube live streams dedicated to this trial is crazy. And by the way, we're being very rude. Welcome to the show, Joe
Oh, that's
Neerman. How's
okay.
it
We
going,
can we
buddy?
can be rude to Joe.
Oh, your mic is
You're
not
muted.
on.
Oh, too bad. We're gonna have to just keep talking without you.
Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say I've been talking this whole time, and
You
let me.
have not. You have not. I was watching your mouth. It didn't
Mm,
even move. What are you, a ventriloquist?
that's what she said. So, the first of all, I don't think that. I mean, just objectively, we all want this ordeal to end for him. In fact, I tweeted out some like video of him like in the police station the day after, and where he is like dry heaving while crying, like he's an emotional wreck there in the police station.
I can't believe you've been fooled by this white supremacist who's only sad that he got caught killing all of the
Of
black
course.
people.
Have you seen that video? Because have you seen the video that I'm referring to? It's just a 7-second clip.
Yeah.
Jimmy Dore even had it on. I mean, even Jimmy Dore had it on, which is Jimmy Dore for crying. So, so in that sense, everyone wants this ordeal to be over for the kid, and we definitely. But rather than the ordeal just being over, I'm very scared of the jury haggling and caving on giving in on aggravated assault or something like that, and the kid being stuck for 4 years in prison. I don't want that to happen. So, in that sense, I would far prefer a mistrial without prejudice to that. I don't want to see haggling. So, and I think that everyone, we were all
Tragedy inside.
Sorry. I was pulling up a news story that is relevant, and the autoplay on these websites is out of control.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
Joe.
So I just want to point out to everyone that we were all screaming at Sheriff Feasey, why are you accepting a mistrial without prejudice? Why would you start this all over again? Why? What are you doing? And we were all aggravated by it. And the more I've thought about it, last night I had Andrew Branca and Nate the lawyer on my live stream, and we were talking about it. And we all were coming to terms with the fact that at that point, when they're offering mistrial without prejudice, and even now going forward, I think that Kyle and most attorneys who are looking at Kyle's position recognize that a quick verdict is a great sign. If the jury comes out of the jury room before they read their verdict and they've only been deliberating for 4 hours, that's a great sign. That's a great sign that he's being acquitted on everything. They're like, there's nothing. They recognize that they're going by the law. They recognize under the law, there's nothing here. Let's send the kid home. We're all out of here. That's what it's reflective of. The longer you wait, the more likely it is that those Karens who are entrenched in the jury are successfully haggling to make sure that awful kid who shouldn't have been there and killed 2 people and maimed the 3rd one, that he gets some prison time for this and he doesn't get to just dance scot-free after he showed up there with that howitzer or whatever it is that he had, because the Karen can't even figure out what type of gun it was. So I think that there might be some haggling, and that's very disconcerting, which is why I can understand Kyle saying, you know what? I don't want to sit in jail for like 4 to 7 years because they're haggling. At this point, it's been this long. It was almost the end of day 2 of them deliberating. Let's offer a mistrial, start all over again. He has the financial proceeds. He's been, everyone's donating to this kid. So let's invest in making sure that he doesn't spend, several years in jail and start all over again. So the more I thought about it, the more it does start to make sense as time is going on. Does that make sense to you guys?
And I think that there's fewer opportunities for these kind of surprises from the prosecution, right? Because now the evidence has come out. Now they do have the HD footage of the drone video, and they, it's sort of like all of these tricks that have come out by the prosecution. Now we've seen them. Now, obviously, that in another trial there could be other opportunities for other tricks and other deceptions, I'm sure, but it seems like there would be less of a likelihood of that kind of a sting, partly because now everyone sort of, I think, expects it.
So, okay, but what would they do differently? If they knew everything that the DA was going to pull in this, what do you think they would have done differently? I mean, maybe they would have framed his own testimony a little differently. I'm not even sure how.
I think
we all like
maybe
to
for
think
one
that they
thing,
were
not putting him on the stand.
They might not put him on the stand, you think?
Maybe. It's. I mean, I don't know. I don't know for sure, because obviously we can't know that without talking to them and knowing exactly what their strategy, what their line of reasoning is.
That's true.
But that's a possibility.
The reason, at least I'm screaming about Sheriff Feasey proposing the dismissal without prejudice yesterday, is not because I think that wouldn't be a good result for Kyle, because I do think that's a better result than what we've got. I think refining their approach is probably better. The reason I'm screaming about it is because I think they've got a dismissal with prejudice sitting there waiting for them. If they just attack it, go after the judge, press on the judge, and really hammer on these issues. I mean, the thing with this judge that seems to me to be is he will flare up and then cool down, and then he will mitigate in his own mind what just happened. And they need to bring him back to that state and say, Judge, at what point has the state sufficiently prejudiced our client? At what point does the state get to keep making these mistakes that happen to be violations of our client's constitutional rights? At what point do we step in as a court and say, no, justice cannot be served in this case because justice has been tainted by the actions of the state?
I
That's
agree
why
with
I'm
you.
mad. Yeah.
I totally agree with you. I agree with you that most attorneys by now would have been pounding the table. We don't see pounding the table at all in any of these motions. There's never he showed the only time he showed outrage was when he was addressing the jury in the closing arguments. But we don't, when he's talking to Schroeder, we never see him once saying, what the hell is going on here? How many times are you going to allow the court be okay with my client's civil rights being stripped away? You don't want to say it aggressively at the judge and say, how many times are you going to let my client get, dicked over here? You never want to say that, but you want to convey that attitude towards the court without coming across as being disrespectful. And
yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think yesterday was the first time it took a while yesterday for I think Sheer Feasty to say, hey, look, this is my client's constitutional rights that are being violated here. And it took a while for him to get there. But I think that if he just stayed there and he kept bringing up the phrase constitutional rights, I think that is the kind of thing that the judge has obviously shown in the past that he's very, very concerned about. And it's the kind of thing that kind of triggers him, right? Like that was why that was the first time that he yelled at Binger in court, was because of Kyle's constitutional rights. And so, I mean, if he keeps bringing up the buzzword, I feel like that could find a way to sort of worm it into Judge Schroeder's head to say, like, this is not something that you can just like, mediate away. Because that's something that I was also thinking about too in this case, is that it seems like Judge Schroeder maybe wants to retire and become a mediator. And he would be a fantastic mediator, because that's exactly what you're supposed to do, is go back and forth to one room and to the other. You go into the plaintiff's room, the defendant's room, and then you kind of go back and forth and say, okay, where can we meet in the middle? Where can we find some sort of a happy balance, or at least the least unhappy balance for each party? And he would be great at that, I think. But right now, what he needs in this particular role is to be a little bit tougher and to be able to stand up and say, like, you know what, these constitutional rights are being violated, and enough is enough.
I agree with you. I think that he would be a great mediator, because he's a judge who doesn't like making a decision, which is kind of that's like being a pitcher who doesn't like throwing baseballs. I mean, that's what a judge is supposed to be, making decisions. That's the
or
whole
an umpire
point.
that doesn't like calling strikes.
No, it's not even. I mean, no.
That's more like it.
Yeah, I think so. I think umpire who doesn't like calling strikes, because
just stop it.
No,
I know you. Okay.
I think I know baseball better than Joe now.
He's happy as long as it's a ball, right? Someone misses the pitch. He's happy as long as it's hit.
Yeah, maybe it's a foul ball.
He doesn't want to tell someone they missed, right? Yeah. Like and they've missed, and at this point, I think they've struck out. I mean, sports analogies I hate in general, but no, it's apt.
It reminds you of childhood scars. It's not good.
Hey, I played t-ball. I got hit in the face with a baseball, and I will never ever. I haven't been able to look at a baseball diamond ever since without crying. Norn Iron John says the prosecution knew who Jump Kick Man was all along and lied. They knew the gun was legal. They lied. They sent the low-res video on purpose. Mistrial with prejudice. See, and that's the thing. I think they need to press on Jump Kick Man. I think they need to cite the media reports that they've seen and go after that and say, this is the guy. We need to know, did this guy approach the state? Because it kind of looks like this guy approached the state. Subpoena this guy. Get him in here. Ask him.
That and the handbrake software, right?
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, that's been seen by the whole world, right? It doesn't take some crazy investigator to really dig too far to see that, because people can just go to YouTube and take a screenshot.
I think I agree with the handbrake software. I think explaining handbrake and why it matters to the judge is going to be an uphill battle. And
Yeah.
I think that
I agree.
unfortunately, Richards, I don't know about Shirafisi, but Richards does not seem to be able to adequately explain the technical issues. And I know his like down home folksy attitude may resonate with the judge on the tech issues, but I think at some point you need someone to come in and say, Judge, I'm a certified, like bring in your IT guy from the firm. The judge, this is our
Wisco
IT
did
guy.
a good job yesterday. She
Yeah.
did a great job of explaining things.
But we have here defense counsel and a bench. None of them have cojones. That's really the problem. None of them have cojones. We have a judge who won't issue. He'll bark and bark and bark, and then there's no bite at all. He'll come all the way up and scream in someone's face and just close his mouth and just be like, okay, fine, like settle back down and just start like reassessing, like, who am I barking? Why am I barking? What was the whole topic we were talking about? I guess that's another way to look at it. And then we've got defense counsel. They can't ask for what it is they want. One of the reasons that at the end of every day, I come and I explain to the audience, I say, look, Nick here deserves every penny of what he gets. The other people on the channel here, all we're looking for is your subscription. That's the only compensation we get. The reason I do that is because if you cannot directly express what it is you're interested in, you'll never get it. Sometimes you need to just step up to the plate and say, look, okay, I'm sitting here in front of you guys for 8 hours a day. You want to know why? Because I'd like to get your subscription. And the reason that Legal Bites is sitting here for 8 hours a day is because she wants to get your subscription. If we don't directly ask, we're not going to get it, or it's like much, much less likely to get it. Similarly, defense counsel, when they step up to the plate.
This is why my husband loves you, by the way, Joe.
When they step up to the plate. But
he tells me this all the time.
You need to say, we deserve a mistrial with prejudice. Here's why. This is the standard under the law. This is the breaches that we saw of regular courtroom action and regular rules of ethics that the prosecutor is obligated to abide by in order to make sure that defendants' constitutional rights are not violated. My client's constitutional rights have been violated 6 times this trial. You need to say that, and because of that, he's entitled to mistrial with prejudice. This cannot be rectified with a new trial or saying, let the jury look at this. The only way this is rectified is a mistrial with prejudice. And you have to, but if you don't have the cojones to stand there in front of a judge, and you have a judge who, even when he sees it for himself, doesn't have the cojones to say, what the hell's going on here? I'm throwing this case out. Then how will it ever happen? So I'm asking you, Nick, tell me, how will that ever happen?
Well, I think it happens in the way that we're not seeing, and that is with the defense counsel asking. It's exactly what you're saying. The defense counsel, and I don't know, maybe Mr. Branca who's joining us has a slightly different opinion. I don't know, but I have seen the judge dangling the carrot in front of the defense counsel the entire time, and I feel like Judge Schrader is waiting for them to just press him and say, Judge, after all of this, you just have to dismiss this case. It has to go out because the state has irreparably damaged the rights of my client and irreparably prejudiced him. But welcome to the show, Andrew.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I am going to have to jump in and out over the course of the day, but happy to be here as much as I can. I will say, another name for a lawyer is an advocate. And I don't see these people advocating for their clients, fighting for their clients.
Right.
I mean, my perspective of the law is, if you're a criminal defense attorney, you're a fighter. You're a fighter for hire for that client. And to just sit there passively like you're at some kind of bureaucratic meeting where papers are going to be shuffled and some mediator is going to come to a decision when the kid's life is at stake. I mean, he's looking at life in prison without possibility of early release.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario. And by the way, even the lesser offenses, even if they only convict him on one of these lesser included, that's 10 years. That's 10 years in prison.
10 years and 10 years in a felony that follows you.
Plus 5 for the gun. So 15 years.
Right.
Is the minimum sentence he's looking at if he's convicted on anything.
And a felony that follows you into every job application, that follows you into every apartment you try to get. Your credit is, well, luckily, he probably won't have a lot of credit to destroy, so he would be building that back up. But a felony conviction with years and years of incarceration is life destroying. You are starting over when you get out, and he'd be starting over at almost 35 years old without ever having a chance to really get out there. He's been under this under the thumb of government since before he turned 18. So to have that change is,
and I hate to say it, but look at this kid. How do you think he's going to fare in prison?
Yeah,
not
Yeah.
well.
well, if they give him an AR, he'll do just fine.
yeah. But everyone thinks he's a racist. So unless he gets hooked up with literal racists in prison, you think he's not going to get like bullied or killed in prison?
I have to
But
step away.
to follow up on what Andrew said, by the way, what you said, it's not just that we're called advocates. The rules of professional ethics require you to zealously advocate on behalf of your clients, which is the one thing that we've seen being lacking here on behalf of the defense. There's just no zealousness. But I am curious, to get thoughts from both of you. Now, assuming that there is a mistrial without prejudice and he comes back through this thing all over again, what exactly do you think will go better the second time around, assuming that we're not going to see a change of counsel because of this guy who's such an influence on the Rittenhouse, and we're stuck watching Mark Richards and Sheriff Feasty go through this in this part 2. What do you think will go better now that they know the strategies of the states?
I think one thing that could go better, because I mean, obviously we can't tell what would go better, but what could go better is their ability to explain their case and to frame their case for the jury. Because as I mentioned before, I've come across some very intelligent people that are framing the case according to the prosecution, and that is by looking at the state of mind of Groskowitz, Huber, and Rosenbaum, not looking at it from the state of mind of Rittenhouse. So that's one thing that they could do much better.
I just saw that email. I wanted to chat with you about it before.
Oh, hey, you're not muted.
Oh, sorry guys.
Andrew.
No,
had a little bit of a
we
crisis here.
didn't want you to say something on the air.
Yeah, confidential.
I
appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
As lawyers, we're like, oh no, confidentiality.
Yeah, hot mic.
Sorry.
You gotta talk louder. Talk louder.
Yeah.
Drown it out. So, the problem is that I don't see how Mark Richards. I think you let Mark Richards try this case 10 times, and I don't know if he ever wins.
Well, so the reason why I want to, or why I say that, is because of the fact that, as we've been talking through things over live stream and covering things on our channels, there have been some strategic moves that have been made by the defense that seem to be because somebody is watching. Someone somehow has gotten word to them that this is a good idea to take a particular strategy, to take a particular line of argument, and that has kind of worked for them. So that's what leads me to believe that there's a possibility that they would be able to analyze what they did and analyze, what other people have seen, what other people have said, and to make modifications from there.
Yeah,
I don't know why they need to be urged to advocate aggressively for their client. I mean,
Fair.
that's kind of inherent to the job.
That's the rules of professional ethics, is that you must be zealously advocating.
I mean, it shouldn't take the internet to tell them that. I mean, these are experienced attorneys.
Agreed. But everybody can learn a lesson, right?
No, but
that's why it's a practice of law. This is one thing that very early on, one of my best bosses that I ever had said, it reminded the firm relatively often that, remember, this is a practice of law. Where nobody is perfect. Everyone is always working on their craft. It's just like any other football player or any other baseball player that is going into a game. They have practice on a regular basis where they get better at their craft. This is what we do every day when we go into the office or into our home office, and we're doing legal analysis. We're drafting up memos, we're drafting up filings, we're advocating in court. Those are all things that we are practicing at. And obviously now these are very experienced attorneys, so an argument can definitely be made that they should have gotten to this point in their practice. But
yeah, they're not second-year lawyers.
Of course.
I mean,
this is a capital murder case. It's a
I
capital
agree.
murder case where they can hire
agree.
anybody.
Yeah, you do the practice on DWIs and stuff like that. You don't do the practice on,
Yeah.
It would be really funny if that third attorney, the woman on the end, the one who what was her name? She was the one having the whole engagement with Krause about the video files.
Wisco.
Yeah, Wisco. It'd be really funny if Wisco was sitting there with like headphones listening to our show and just sort of like taking notes and like passing them over to them during the course of a trial, because she's not saying anything the whole time there anyway. It'd be really maybe that would help. I don't know. Maybe if
I
they
mean,
were listening to the advice of 7 attorneys.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had some kind of an associate or someone back at their firm that is like, hey, this is something that's going on.
I don't know, but I don't, and then this is another thing that we were talking about. I was talking about with Andrew last night, is the question as to whether the judge is just too overwhelmed, like he's too naive and innocent, and his expectations of what the jury is going to do, and his shock and surprise as to how the media has reacted to him. Everything here reflects an attitude of someone who is just is an old school judge, who, coming out of Mayberry, who's used to saying, hey, good morning to everyone, and what is always getting the respect. And all of a sudden now he's been thrown into a national spotlight where there's a lot of angry people, and they're all having expectations that judgment will be issued based on their emotions, not based on facts. And I don't think he's ready for that.
And that's probably all true. But defense counsel, they're just sitting there all day too, right? I mean, they have time now to think about this and think about if they've been too passive and if they need to be more aggressive. And the fact that it's still not happening is bewildering to me.
Hey, welcome to the show, Uncivil. Thanks for joining
Hello,
us.
friends. What have I missed today? Anything exciting? Has the world come to an end again?
We've seen Judge Schroeder's like 3/4 of his face a couple times, and that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Nick disappeared on us like 10 minutes ago, so
yeah, because he's got big media appearances.
Well, and he didn't invite
he's
us.
Too
How
good for
rude.
us.
Why don't they just invite the big media onto the panel? Lord.
I know, right? Share the wealth.
I'm communist today. I'll tell you that. What? He has more than us.
Kidding,
he needs
obviously.
to redistribute the wealth.
We've obviously all really benefited from being on this panel.
No.
So
Obviously, my tongue is firmly in cheek.
Yeah,
yes.
no, this is a phenomenal situation here.
Yeah. And we were before Nick left, we were also talking about how surprising it was that this kind of took off in this way.
Yeah.
That so many, not just this stream, but also Crowder's stream. The fact that yesterday there were over 200,000 people watching between the two streams.
Yeah.
And I mean I agree. It's funny because it's like I don't know if you guys have been getting these kind of messages, but people saying like oh, the only thing that'll be sad about this trial being over is the fact that you guys won't be doing this anymore. Or I hope you guys continue doing collaborations together. But it's funny because I mean, Andrew's a little bit of a newer face to our group, but like we've been, most of us have actually been live streaming together on and off in various groupings,
absolutely,
over various channels for months now.
Andrew, are you going to be one of the regulars now? Are you going to collab with us on the reg?
I mean, if I'm invited, sure. It's
all right.
I mean, I've been covering these kind of trials all the way back to Zimmerman. I'm not very internet savvy, so I don't know how to do all this stuff that you guys do. But certainly happy to be on. But listen, this is a growth industry.
Absolutely,
people don't stop shooting each other, and the trials are not going to become less politicized. So there'll be more. Trust me. There's too much money to be made and too much political capital to be made. If necessary, I mean, let's face it. This is basically a fabricated prosecution right here. This would never be brought under normal circumstances. So if necessary, the political actors, politically motivated prosecutors will fabricate cases like this that have essentially no legal merit, but they want the theater, and there's money to be made.
Mm-hmm. And the media keeps creating more and more theater of this. They try and stoke more and more division of black versus white and rich versus poor and all this other. And the more divisions you have, the more warring you have, the more likely you are to see situations like this where there is a powder keg in a little town that explodes and people are dead, and that leads to more trials. I mean, it's awful how we're all puppets. That's what it feels like. Right. Society is puppets.
So, I mean, if this goes sideways and Kenosha burns again, we get another Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah,
again?
that's right. That's right. This is a perpetually cycling thing, right?
It's a positively,
Kyle gets off,
positively
riot,
reinforcing
another
cycle.
self-defense. The wheel just keeps turning, man.
Right. And I mean, the little bit of irony of for us sitting in our seats now is that, I mean, we obviously have benefited from this as well. So it arguably would benefit us as well if there's if the same controversy continues. But I don't know about you guys, but I would like to see this case resolved and move on to something else, like the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, maybe, or
Yeah,
I'd like
or
to see justice
Jussie
done.
Smollett, maybe any of these other ones.
I've been pretty consistent throughout. I'd like to see justice done, and this has been a travesty
Yeah.
of justice in many different ways. And in many ways, at least in my opinion, because of the defense. I mean, the prosecution has pushed the envelope and gone beyond it in a lot of ways, but I still think, on balance, the defense is the ones that are totally out to lunch.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if no one's going to challenge them, the prosecutor just keeps pushing the envelope. Why not?
I'm brought back to what Jeremy from the quartering said, which is, at the end of the day, the video is the video. You can look at that video 400 times, it's not going to change. And the video there is so pristine, it's impossible to believe that anyone could look at that and come back with a guilty verdict. So, but by that logic, Binger can try this case 100 times. He's never going to convict Kyle. You know, so
yeah.
I mean, you hope that's true. That's why my biggest concern is those lesser included. Those lesser included terrify the bejesus out of me. I don't see.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. So, have we ever clarified for certain whether or not the defense has an absolute right to reject the lesser includeds in this state? That's what it sounded like when he asked Kyle. It sounded like Kyle has an absolute right to exclude him.
I would be very surprised. I mean, that's not been my experience anywhere else. Are you aware of states that do that?
No, I'm
because
not
normally
aware of any states.
It's they were if you're charged with the higher level offense, you're effectively put on notice.
Yes, I agree with you. Everywhere else, that's what. But there was this whole colloquy with the defendant, where asking, it's like, do you want these lesser includes or not? And at least to me, it implied that if he's like, no, I object to this, it implies that he has an absolute right to say no.
If not an absolute right to say no, then it'd be influential in something that happens, rather than him having zero control over it. Certainly, I
don't think the judge actually asked him, "Do you want these or not?" I think the judge said, "Do you have any objection?" I think the judge was just trying to clear away, wave away any possible future grounds for appeal where the defendant, where Kyle could say, "Well, I didn't know I was at jeopardy for that. Maybe my lawyers knew, but they never told me."
There does seem to be a court of appeals case on this point, exactly, and that's why they asked the question. But
I think we talked about it at some point during this trial, and I think that was the reasoning in Wisconsin, is that there was a history of that happening to someone, that the defendant basically didn't realize or didn't understand what was going on, and would have objected if they had known. So now at least, I don't know if it's just Judge Schroeder or if it's every judge in a criminal court in Wisconsin, but the modus operandi seems to be now to make sure through a direct communication with the defendant that they fully understand what's going on.
So on the underlying question of whether or not the defense should have objected to whether or not they have grounds or not, which I don't know that they do, but assuming they be successful in the objection, should they make the objection to the lesser includeds? My mind tentatively says yes, but that's a soft conclusion. I think because the case is so strong, why give some option for the compromise? But I'm open to massive.
But I mean, the compromise is not great. I mean, it's not like so you have a certain level of risk, right, with the charged offense. So first-degree reckless homicide, you're looking at whatever it is, or reckless endangerment. I think it's 12 years. Well, the second degree, which is the lesser included here, is 10 years.
Yes,
and both of those are +5 for the gun. So we're really looking at 17 years and 15 years. I mean, you're not getting. It's not like it's half the sentence.
Right.
If the jury compromises on the lesser included, it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I agree. At least as to the recklessness and even to the murder charges,
So if I could say no to a lesser included, that's only 2 years less out of 17 years, but doing that, I have to give up them finding utter disregard for human life beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not a good deal to me.
I wish we could understand more about the whole situation there with this controller. What's the name that Robert Barnes always references him? The one who's influencing and making all decisions for Kyle. And
the security guard, I forget the name.
David, I'm blank. He actually called me a couple weeks ago, and I'm blanking on his name, but it's David something.
But he
Um,
called you. If you don't, I don't know if you can say this, but is this in context of you potentially working to help Kyle?
You know, all he asked me is, would I be fine if they sent? They don't
David
want to talk to
Hancock
the
says
media, apparently. So he said, "Listen,
chat.
is it okay with you if we send media inquiries to you to talk about the case?" And I said, "Well, of course. Just keep in mind, I'm not speaking on behalf of you. I'm not speaking on behalf of Rittenhouse or the defense team. I only
Hancock.
give my own opinion. But if you want to tell newspapers to call me, it's okay with me." And that was the extent of the
chat
conversation.
saying David Hancock, and it's
Yeah.
very
That's it.
it's very disconcerting that's you look at who it is that he's hired and you start questioning whether Hancock has Kyle's best interest at heart or not. Because
I don't really know anything about these people, and I like Robert Barnes a lot, but I have no insight into these relationships. And obviously, people were a team, and now they're not a team, and there's lots of dynamics that kind of situation creates. And it's being just a pure outsider, it's impossible for me to have any informed view of any of that. I do find it a little odd that they would want to send media to me, because I told them explicitly, listen, you guys have been doing an okay job. I've not had much negative to say, but if something happens I think is negative, I'm going to talk about that. And sure enough, a couple days later, they had the closing and I didn't like it, and I wrote about that. So you'd think if you were going to have someone talk to the media that you would recommend the media talk to, it would be one of your own people, to make sure you keep control of that messaging. But
Yep.
I don't know.
That would require them to be competent, which
I mean, it just reflects again that they seem not to understand how the media coverage is influencing every dynamic of this case, including how the judge obviously is responding to the dynamics of this case.
Really unfortunate.
And they've just completely given up control over that. And I'm not the answer to that for them, because I don't work for them. So
no one's the answer to that for them, because no one works for them, it appears. Right? They have not employed even the free help that was offered. And I'm not saying they should have necessarily, but Legal Bites and I were talking early on in the show, and to me, that has been one of the critical misses of this is just how much the defense underestimated how big this case would be. And that is if they get another bite at the apple, right? That is something they need to fix, in my opinion.
But are you confident that they will? Are you confident that they will fix it? That Mark Richards will fix it? Or I think this is I think we're looking at a personality mindset of like, this is how I'm going to run things. The same way that Schroeder has his mindset, which makes him who he is. And we all have our own mindsets, which influence our personalities and how we like to operate professionally and personally and things of that nature. So I think in certain ways, we're looking at the mindset of Richards, that he likes to work, with him and maybe Sheriff Feasy, who's not, I think he's of counsel, but he's not going to be bringing in a lot of outsiders. He doesn't want to have outside help. He has his vision as to how he wants this trial to run.
But again, we have seen that they are able to listen when they've heard of a very good strategy, right? Because at least if what was said the other day is to be believed, it seems like someone is watching and listening.
I guess I would distinguish between strategy and tactics. So when there's a particular point that's brought to their attention, like Kyle had the gun at low ready, he wasn't actually pointing it at somebody, that kind of fact specific thing, they'll grab that to make sure that it's addressed. But that's a tactic. That's not their overall strategy. The strategy would be like, hey, we need a new way to deal with this judge, or we need a new way to deal with this media. Something broad and overarching over the case. And I don't see any changes like that. And look, if they were doing a great job, as close to perfect as you could reasonably expect, well, then you wouldn't expect any changes. But when they're falling short of where they could be, and then they're not making use of outside help, and it doesn't have to be people on the internet. There's people you hire to do communications and jury selection and all this other kind of stuff. Well, then you got to hire them. It's not like they don't have the resources.
Yeah.
I mean, this is terrible. They should have had a media person responding to every one of these news stories, characterizations, tweets that are out there that Kyle shot a bunch of black people or whatever the lie of the day was. To counter that narrative, call every single one of those reporters and say, do you know the actual facts are different? Because I can send you the actual facts. I can talk about, you can have a news report that's completely different from what your competitors are doing that provides genuine insight. But yeah, that's like a full-time job, right? Because news coverage is 24-hour news cycle. So
And
you need someone who's dedicated.
The importance of a PR team here with a potential mistrial without prejudice looming. The importance of PR here is paramount. I mean, it's so important because if you can start turning the tide, the only reason we're this far, the only reason this thing wasn't a directed verdict, or a jury come back in 20 minutes saying not guilty, is because of the media narrative that's been going on for 14 months. So, I mean, that's the only reason, because you have all these people who are sitting there thinking, oh my God, this kid went out there and he didn't belong here, and that he's provoking everything. And the only reason anyone died at all is because this kid was there, and he deserves punishment for that, because we have 2 dead bodies now because of him. So he deserves to be punished. And that's the media narrative that's been going on. Imagine if that was being countered with like, wow, kid with strong hometown feels enough strong hometown ties that he tries to save Kenosha from burning to the ground, and now the DA is trying to railroad him for it, and is trying to punish him after he survives a mob lynching, and the DA wants to put him away for surviving a mob lynching.
And think how different the jury pool would look like, right?
Exactly.
If they'd been exposed to that counter narrative for 14 months, right? Even if it just made them ambiguous, uncertain about which story was right, they show up much less biased, much more impartial. And when you're, and we all know that jury selection, it's not really selection, right? It's deselection. So you have a limited ability to deselect the worst of the prospective jurors that come on. And the less of the pool that's tainted in that way, the much more likely you are to end up with a jury that's amenable to actually applying the law to the facts, to the evidence in an impartial way.
And that's been the frustrating thing is twofold. It's exactly what you're talking about. There was no media representative for Kyle for so long, and I think that was supposed to be the job of one man who at the time was a hot button lightning rod in American political discourse, which is Lin Wood. He was the guy who was supposed to be managing the public perception of Kyle Rittenhouse. And he got wrapped up in election coverage and all of that stuff, which completely crippled anything he was doing on behalf of Kyle Rittenhouse at the time. And once they finally got Lin Wood out, and again, this is regardless of your opinions of Lin Wood, he clearly focused on the election over the case of Kyle Rittenhouse. But then they got Robert Barnes in there, and he was running the public perception of Kyle for a while. And then that relationship ended up fraying due to, it appears, some disagreements about how the trial would take place. But it was at that point, it was almost already too late. Like where was Lin Wood out advocating for Kyle every single day? Where was he responding to these media? To the media, I frankly never saw him. I saw him raise funds and do very well, and he did a great service to Kyle Rittenhouse organizing that $2 million bail. How many people out there would have the opportunity to get $2 million in bail money? Basically no one. Kyle certainly didn't, but it's the other aspect of it. And the media has been tainting this case for 18 months, exactly as you were saying.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I mean, they had Robert working with them on their team doing a bunch of this stuff. And, maybe the personalities didn't match up. I mean, you have a bunch of people with all type A personalities. There can be conflict there. If you decide if you're lead counsel, you decide you don't want Robert on your team anymore. Okay. I mean, that's your decision to make, but you don't replace him with nobody. Right. That function still has to be served.
Yeah. And that's been, Robert has said his piece about a guy named David Hancock, who appears to be somewhat supposed to be in charge of that. But all I've seen from that is the Free Kyle USA Twitter page and web page. And again, that's not sufficient. I mean, you need to hire someone who can pop into a news show, someone who the corporate media will allow to pop into a news show and can answer some of these questions. And again, you had a guy like Barnes who appears on some, corporate media from time to time, but there are plenty of other people they could have replaced him with. And frankly, ideally, they never would have had to hire Barnes in the first place, right? Because they would have had someone from 18 months ago doing this and making those appearances and showing up, and they just didn't do it. And the money's there, plenty of money is there.
Yeah. So while you were away, I mentioned that David Hancock had called me a couple of weeks ago, not for any legal services. There's no privilege attached to the conversation. He simply wanted to know if it was okay with me if they sent media inquiries to me to talk to the media.
Oh,
and I said, well, of course, I don't care if you want to send media to talk to me. That's fine. Just keep in mind, I'm speaking for me. I'm not speaking for you, for the defense of Kyle Rittenhouse. And if I have something negative to say, I'm not going to hesitate to say it. And of course, 2 days later, sure enough, they did their closing, and I thought it was not great, and I wrote that. But the fact that they're reaching out to somebody like me, who's not representing them, not involved in their defense, feels just as free to say negative things as positive things, to represent, I don't know, what their view of things to the media. That's crazy, because they have no control over me. They have no control over their messaging then. Right.
It's one of the advantages of hiring a lawyer who develops an attorney-client relationship with the person they're representing as a media representative, is that they're bound to advocate on behalf of their client, right? Like the lawyer is bound to do that through the attorney-client relationship and their ethical obligations. So you're hiring an advocate. And that is a big part of our role that doesn't really get talked about. But advocacy in and out of the courtroom is part of what we do. So when you hire someone who is bound like that, they are going to go out there and be positive in the face of everything. And sometimes it comes across hollow, right? Like there's Gloria Allreds of the world who do stuff like this. Or Benjamin Crump, who he represents some interesting characters from time to time, but it doesn't matter. That's their job, and they go out and do it. And so to reach out and say, hey, can we send random people to you who we have no relationship with is borderline absurd. I'm surprised they would even do. Actually, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Are you? Yeah, that's what I said.
Hey guys, I apologize. I'm going to have to duck out completely just for a couple of minutes. I got to do a sound check for something else, but I'll come back in 3 or 4 minutes.
Sounds great.
Good.
Okay, thanks.
By the way, Kurt, how's it going, man?
I'm good. I heard you had some media this morning. Anything you can tell us about?
Yeah, I just did an appearance on the Glenn Beck show. He was asking
another one. Good for you.
Yep, he brought me back to talk about the mistrial discussion from yesterday, and explain and break down the drone footage issue before the court. And I did get the opportunity to tell the entire world that I thought the defense was being far too passive on this stuff. So
hey, I mean, you're not bought by anyone, right? You can say whatever the hell you want.
Exactly. And I think it's a message that needs to be heard, because if the defense isn't going to hear it from me, maybe they'll hear it from the Glenn Beck show. Maybe they'll hear it from the people listening. Maybe, why aren't you guys ready? Maybe that'll come at dinner time, Thanksgiving, when we're still deliberating. But Glenn brought up an interesting point right before I was on, though. The OJ trial had 4 hours of deliberation.
It was absurdly short.
Yeah, and I think he mentioned the trial was 8 months long, which
wasn't the jury in sequester for that period too?
I think it was. That may be why it was so short.
Yeah,
because they were like, "Get me out of here."
I think it's also part of the reason sequestering is disfavored now.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, it's this whole thing is going on a long time. It shows how polarized the jury room seems to be. Because it doesn't matter. Like I don't see how you have reasonable people disagreeing on the facts. Like in all honesty, I think you either go, here are the facts. They've been presented to us. This kid's either guilty or not guilty. And I don't see much disagreement there. I think the polarization and the taint that has happened is what's feeding the disagreement, in my opinion. But I don't know. I think I'm biased.
I think one of two things is going to happen today. We're going to get a jury verdict, or we're going to get a note saying that they're deadlocked. I think one of those two things is going to happen today.
I hope so. Because this needs to stop being a sort of Damocles over Kyle's head for a little bit, the trial and the jury part of it. Because if they're not there after 3 days of deliberation, like this is 24 hours. 24
Especially after
hours.
yesterday when they had the opportunity to get the video and unlimited video with both the laptop and the TV. So whatever they're trying to convince, who's ever trying to convince whoever that they did or did not see something.
If
It's
they're
like,
not
what else
by
is there really
now.
left to do, right?
I'm actually really torqued off by the fact that they came into the courtroom to watch the drone footage. Because
As opposed to
think,
bringing the footage to them.
yes, I think the inconsistency between those two things, between those two acts, paints a light one way or another on the footage as special
Significance.
evidence.
Yes.
And so I this is another thing I mentioned on Beck. First, they asked for the videos the first time. They got them relatively quickly. They asked for the drone video, and then it's like, oh wait, we need to talk about that. That is significant. The second level of significance is the fact that we're gonna, we gave you all this footage to watch up here. We're gonna bring you down into the courtroom, clear everybody and the entire media out, have the bailiffs sweep everything. The judge and the attorneys are going to leave, and you're going to have a new deliberation room just while you watch this video. And they've got to be thinking, but we just watched video. We just watched video on this laptop. What the hell's wrong with the laptop?
Yeah. Bringing special emphasis to a video the judge said the word queasy on many, many times. Fun.
And getting even more queasy.
Yes.
And that's exactly why. That is exactly why the defense needs to go, judge, if you're queasy about this evidence, we've got two options. You can determine that the state went too far and mistry this with prejudice. That's what we would prefer. But the only other option, Your Honor, is to determine that the taint of how this evidence is and the queasiness that you're displaying from it shows that we need to mistry this and have them have another chance to introduce it properly, because they didn't do it this time. And that's the queasiness you're experiencing. And Judge, that means that we need to have a mistrial either with prejudice or without, and it needs to happen before we waste any more of the jury's time and before we get any more confusing incidents where the jury is asking questions about video they've already seen.
Yeah, how you're not there every day on motion practice. Can we have it now? Can we have it now?
Yeah.
It's like,
Judge, what new things do we have to learn tomorrow for you to disable this today? And why they, if they have not supplemented their motion with jump kick man allegations right now, and like, I don't think they can confidently say, we know jump kick man went to approach the attorney's office with this request. I don't think they can confidently do that, but there are media reports that this guy's been identified, that put him under oath. Ask him the questions, right? Like, did you?
You can at least put in a paper asking the court to inquire.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to necessarily accuse them of anything. This seems to be public information out there. We'd like the court to simply ask the opposing side whether or not there's any validity to this, and or whether they lied to the court blatantly.
Exactly. Or get ask the reporters, right? You don't always be careful subpoenaing a journalist, but you can ask the journalist, hey, do you want to give us some insight in how you verified the information about him approaching the district attorney? You don't have to name sources, but then if they give you insight, maybe you do subpoena them. I don't know. Maybe you get someone to say, here's how we verified this story, right? That is a possibility.
I just asked the judge to ask the question flat out and see if they want to just blatantly double down on lies even more.
Krause is good at it. He can sit there and he can lie for several minutes at a time about things that he claims 2 minutes later to not understand. That blew me away. The fact that he would say, I don't understand how any of this works, and then go on to explain exactly how this problem happened in his mind is
in every which way except for the correct way.
Yeah, that's right. I don't understand how it happened. Here's 14 ways it happened. Yeah.
How did the wrong evidence get to the defense counsel? Wrong answers only.
That's right. Well, you don't want to give the right answer. You want to give every other answer.
Attorney Tom, I'm sending you the link. I thought you were in the group. I apologize.
Attorney Tom is in the group.
He's not?
Attorney
I
Tom,
just,
Nick
You-
just wanted to
being
keep
dissed.
you out because he's jealous.
Sorry,
being
I
dissed.
this was not supposed to go this
We can see
long.
how much Attorney Tom wants to lose his mind today.
I mean, I realized that. So today we started late because I teach at our homeschool co-op, and that has happened 2 weeks ago, and the trial was already going then. I didn't think that we would be here this long. I genuinely thought we would have everything wrapped up by Friday, and then maybe even a
Was,
decision on Friday.
Was today's homeschool co-op in any way inspired by this case? Maybe a harsh lesson about some truths that's finally
Let me
time
explain
that
to you
children
guys the law of
confront.
self-defense.
I did.
Maybe
I
some truths about reality and how it's not always a
To-
Hollywood picture.
No, today was Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. The
Oh,
powers
good. Powers of Congress. Fun.
powers of Congress. That's what we were talking about. Although I did mention, I did briefly mention the Rittenhouse case, and because one of my students asked what a riot was, and so we had to talk about what riots can create, and then what could create a riot, right? Like not guilty verdict might create a little riot in Kenosha, but yeah. So it was. It's always interesting.
Was
to
this all
see-
just so that you could advertise your live stream to these kids so that you could get a
Yes.
few more views?
It's like
indoctrinating
No.
young.
no,
Wow.
I always
Continuing
tell the
grift.
kids. Whenever it comes up, I say, because the kid will say, "Wait, don't you have a YouTube channel?" I say, "Yes, and you are not allowed to watch it ever. You should never watch it. That is not a show for children or people." So, but no, it's
That is having been on your show, on your like normal show once, I completely agree.
it never has been a show for kids, and it never will be. So,
That
but
isn't
no,
what
it's-
YouTube said. That's what they said the other day.
I think that was just entrapment.
Yeah, but the
Digital entrapment.
this whole thing is interesting. And again, the last time I taught, I was teaching the homeschool class was during the impeachment of Donald Trump, which was phenomenal time to be teaching that. But this year, if I would have known the Rittenhouse trial would have gone like this, I would have done a whole class on it. Oh
what's
my
going
God,
on, guys?
I got to turn you down. You're way loud. Sorry,
Ooh.
it's your fault, but it's mine.
I have a loud voice. I've been told my whole life.
Me too,
Hey,
man.
buddy.
Me too.
Welcome to the show.
What's going on, y'all?
We're just waiting
Just
for a
waiting.
jury.
Did you guys hear about this police update? Anything? Should I read it from Twitter?
Sure.
Sure.
Apparently, from the Kenosha Police Department, they said last night a person who is alleging to be affiliated with a national media outlet was briefly taken into custody and issued several traffic-related citations. Police suspect this person was trying to photograph jurors. This incident is being investigated much further.
I've seen a bunch of people talking about someone following the jury bus. So that sounds like that person.
Probably.
From the media. I wonder what a media person even means anymore in a police report
Yeah.
now, though.
Right.
Yeah, that used to be the local NBC affiliate, but now it could just be some,
YouTuber.
It was
Yeah.
me. I did it.
Kurt's out there with the phone running behind the bus. Who are you? Who are you? How are things down in the Lone Star State there, Attorney Tom?
Things are great. It's a very hectic week actually practicing law, but everything is good. I was
Why?
in my,
What's in the news that might impact you in some way?
yeah, I don't know.
What kind of lawsuits could you have possibly filed recently against a certain entertainer?
Mhm.
Can you disclose how many of those lawsuits you filed? If you don't want to, it's fine.
No, probably 36 or so. I don't know the exact number
Okay.
right now,
It's a lot.
but
Wow.
probably close to 36.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because I did see that you posted on YouTube that you're not going to do any videos because of the specific elements that you may be privy to through work product and
Yeah,
privilege.
we were the first ones to file. I mean, I think I filed within 24 hours and we got a TRO. I mean, we spent all that last week well, not all last week, but we spent 3 or 4 days on site with experts inspecting. And by the time I got around to where I could make a video, I knew too much information that the public doesn't know. And I didn't want to say something and, let some work product slip. So
Fair.
we just
Absolutely.
passed on that. But what I can't tell you is public news. We have amended our petition. We are now suing Apple Music as well, or Apple,
Ooh.
I should say.
Really?
Ooh.
Any what is the general
Tell us
theory there,
more.
if you don't mind?
I mean, we just they were filming the event, and
Okay.
they were, we believe, very much in charge of why it was designed the way it was, and
Oh.
There you go.
probably have a lot of footage that we don't have access to at this moment, regarding internal communications, and a big part of this case is going to be who knew what when.
Mhm.
And when you have a top-notch production service like presumably Apple Music or Apple Streaming is, you would think that they probably knew a whole lot. And
Well, and if they
we'll
don't,
find out.
if they don't, they can exonerate themselves through discovery.
Yes,
Exactly. Exactly. But that discovery, just managing that discovery, I can only imagine is going to take a lot.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, and
You're going to have a busy Christmas.
right? And it's certainly not only my group. There's hundreds of lawsuits filed at this point. So it's gonna be a
Question:
whole ordeal.
At any deposition, will you say "you shut your mouth, fat boy"? Will you do that? Will you channel Joe Jamail?
Probably not. Probably not. I have some good Joe Jamail stories though. My
I'm sure.
mentors were like in that same lineage. The Joe Jamail, John O'Quinn, who were the two powerhouses who absolutely hated each other but semi-respected each other. There are some good stories that I probably can't tell on stream, but I
Tell us
Excellent.
backstage.
yeah, we'll tell you backstage.
So actually, we were talking about David Hancock. Someone just sent me a news report from Mediaite, whatever that is, and apparently David Hancock was on Fox and Friends yesterday to
Very good.
dispute the claim being pushed by Tucker Carlson that jurors are being intimidated into guilty verdict, is what the headline says.
He's there to dispute that claim.
So they're well ahead of the news cycle there. So
Okay.
Why would he do that?
I don't know.
I mean, it's one of the reasons they're asking for a mistrial, right?
Hey, folks,
Yeah.
what have I missed?
Well, we just got some
Confusion.
breaking news about David Hancock being on Fox and Friends yesterday. David Hancock is, I believe, if I get a detail wrong, please, for it's harmless error, but I believe he is in charge of Free Kyle USA, the Twitter account and the webpage, and he is kind of involved in managing that public side of it. But so he was on Fox and Friends yesterday to dispute the Tucker Carlson claim that the jury is, or that people are trying to intimidate the jury into a guilty verdict.
So Nick, I just put the link to that story in the chat. I don't know how this all
Perfect.
works, but if you can access that, if you're interested, I
Oh,
haven't
yeah.
fully read it myself, but
I'm
Who
pulling
is
it
this
up right
guy?
now.
What are his credentials, man? We should go investigate this guy.
Well, now you're asking for foundation?
Yeah.
So here is the I'll blow up the window. So this is from Mediaite. Now, to be fair, I'm not a big fan of Mediaite, full disclosure in general. But that doesn't mean that their reporting is accurate or not accurate. I'm just not a huge fan. So Rittenhouse spokesman dismisses claim pushed by Tucker Carlson that jurors are being intimidated into guilty verdict. David Hancock appeared on Fox and Friends. Let's see. Hancock denied that the family was worried about the verdict as deliberations stretch on, says that means that the jury is actually looking at the 37 pages of jury instructions and they are paying attention, Hancock said. So no, our position is he was clearly defending himself. There's no doubt about that. And on top of that, that's what I'm confident. That's what the jury
Is that
verdict will
R
be.
referring to the family? Is he a representative of the family? Is that his claim?
Yes, I believe there is validity to that claim.
Okay.
In some stretch. And again, Robert Barnes has said specific things about David Hancock. I don't know anything about that. That is for Robert Barnes to tell you. But my understanding is that he is representing the family in some way. But I don't know that he's I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's a lawyer or whoever.
no, he's not a lawyer. He's told me
Okay.
he's not a lawyer.
Gotcha. Okay, so then Steve Ducey then turned to the pro Rittenhouse and anti Rittenhouse crowds gathering in Kenosha in anticipation of the verdict. Wait, are there pro Rittenhouse crowds? Have we seen evidence of pro Rittenhouse crowds outside the verdict?
I've
Jury?
seen at least one person protesting pro Rittenhouse, and she was getting beaten up by a guy on the opposite side.
There was some news story where the tone of which was the anti and pro sides were sharing a pizza or something to that effect, which I don't know the merits of that, but
I did hear about that too.
There have been a few. The chat says there's been a few, and believe me, I'm not asking that question in a nefarious way. I genuinely don't know because I've been focused on what's going on inside the courtroom. But I just figured the pro Rittenhouse crowd outside the courtroom might be the National Guard. That's what I thought. But that was a joke. It wasn't a good one though. So the question was, are you worried that the anti-Kyle protesters might be influencing the jury to try to get a guilty conviction? Okay, so Hancock's, they sure are trying, but apparently they are fighting amongst all of themselves more than they are anybody else. There's a lot of people out there who are curious why they are even there. Has nothing to do with race. This has nothing to do with race at all, period, full stop. So they're trying, but I don't believe the jury is going to let that actually take effect on their decision. That's a weird answer.
Yep.
I mean, I just don't bring the question about race wasn't asked or doesn't appear to be asked. So I don't know why you bring that in.
I mean, maybe because it's been brought up elsewhere. There's still, I mean, you can still find people who think that Kyle Rittenhouse shot a person of color, or at least one person of color, multiple people of color.
I'd also say when summarizing an interview like this, there might be an antecedent race reference.
Yeah, there could be. There could be. And I'm not going to go verify.
You're giving the benefit of the doubt.
No, I'm actually criticizing the reporting. Whenever you see kind of quotes plucked out like this, I'm not sure that there isn't a longer preface to that question. So
I understand not trusting the news media.
Yeah,
Just who do I not trust more today? The news media or the guy being interviewed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not a big fan of Mediaites publication in general from what I've seen. And so it's very possible that they have a sloppily written article there. But well, by the way, welcome to the show, Richard. How's it going, man?
Hey, yeah, no, I thanks for having me. I was just getting a video up because Activision Blizzard keeps giving me content every single day this week.
And
So
Richard and Law of
Cards.
Self-Defense. I don't think I've met y'all before. How's it going?
Oh,
We have not met, you and I. I'm very glad to meet you now.
What Law of Self-Defense? What's your name?
Andrew.
Hey,
Andrew Branca.
I'm Tom. And hi, Richard.
Tom.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Tom, I also go by Hogue or whatever pronunciation Viva wants to put on it when he shows up. I don't know if you saw that clip, Nick. I think I'm Hogg's Law.
No, I did not see it, but that's fantastic.
It is.
So
I'm totally fine with it.
So I
did
was
you
interviewed by the
go ahead.
AP for this Rittenhouse story for like half an hour. I was talking solid for how I don't see legal merit to this prosecution at all. And then at the end, I said, yeah, but, innocent people get convicted, despite the legal merits of the case. And that's the quote they used.
That's the sentence.
And if you read that alone, it sounds like I was suggesting there was legal merit to the case.
Right.
I'm always intrigued by how interviews wind up popping out in print. It's you have to be so careful and talk so specifically.
I mean, I literally said because I record all these, as you might imagine. I literally said innocent people get convicted despite the legal merits, or rather the lack of legal merits. And they cut that second part out of the quote.
Unimportant. They're just making it easier, right? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Richard, did you see the thumbnail I put on the video clip of us talking?
No, what'd you put?
Well, I'll show it on stream just a second. I tagged you in it, so I thought you might have had the opportunity. But
I have been running around this morning.
Let me get it pulled up here. Sorry, it made me laugh. There it is. Sorry, I stole your logo.
Can someone explain the astronaut thing to me? Because I'm a little confused by it.
It's a
that's a
meme
gun.
format.
This is what we call a meme, Joe. I know
Okay.
people of a
Walk me-
certain generation may not understand what
Right, yeah.
memes are, but mimetic communication has been around far longer than the internet itself. This is just the way that we do mimetic communication through the internet is with memes.
Right. No, I know the left thinks they can meme also. So you're in good company. I'm
So
just
that
wondering.
was the thumbnail when we broke down the minor in possession law.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So no, but I am curious if someone explained the joke to me on the whole astronaut behind the astronaut.
You mean the
thing.
underlying meme?
Okay, so the underlying meme is two astronauts are up in space, and the one looks back at the Earth, for the first time from space, and then finds out it's all whatever, like it's all Ohio, for example, might be the meme, and then there's just the entire globe is the state of Ohio, and then the other astronaut has a gun to the back of his head, and it always has been, right? Like, sorry, kid.
Explaining memes to 80,000 people.
Hey,
So
you gotta fill
now
time.
you're in on the secret. Now we have to
It has to be changed.
I replaced the gun with my logo, right? But there's normally a gun there because he's about to shoot the guy because he learned the secret. So
No, I like it. I
God.
like it. Thanks. I'm sorry I missed the tag. I've been running.
oh,
around.
how dare you have busyness that you miss my YouTube notification?
It's probably blocking your YouTube notifications to me anyway. I've got nothing but messages about people being unsubscribed to me this week. I don't know if that's association with you. I don't know what's happening.
Most likely.
Ooh, we got something happening here.
That's exciting.
Judge looks like he's got a cough drop.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll be feeling a little better.
I hope
Should
so.
be.
I have
needs-
mine right
his-
here, so we're ready
I
to
felt
go.
like my voice was going today.
Yeah.
I don't know how Attorney Tom is willing to associate with us because he's so apolitical. He might be a guilt by association here.
Oh, is it turn into one of those deals?
Oh, totally.
No.
Oh wow.
Well,
This
who
is
gets
the
that
politics
political
of
either?
self-defense.
Let's be real.
Oh yeah,
Thank
you're
you,
right.
Google
Yeah,
Bite.
yeah.
Before
I
the
was
judge-
going to mention. I was like, I'm pretty known
You're
for my
welcome.
politicalness, but it's fine.
This
So
case is not that kind of political. This case
It
is
isn't. It isn't.
I
Yeah,
have
that's right.
interacted on Twitter the most I ever have, probably ever. I probably look at Twitter once a month or every other month. And because of this, because of we've been messaging each other, I've consumed more Twitter in my life. That is an echo chamber. I can see why everybody hates each other. Because if you look at just Twitter, it's a bunch of people just circle jerking each other. I mean, it's like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you can't just jump in and take a big leap in helping at Twitter. You gotta work up a tolerance.
Yep. So the question is, what are we in court for now? Are we? Do we have
They might
motion
be
practice?
talking about that juror, or the guy that was trying to take photos of the jury. Because apparently
There's a
that's
person
what.
in the courtroom taking photos.
No,
No,
there's
they
a-
were apparently following the bus.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I've
they
actually
were
been engaging
apparently
in
arrested.
TikTok more recently, and to develop my ADD, and my ADD is better than ever now. So
I
and my
unfortunately feel like
motivation
I
there has
don't
been
need any
Attorney
help with
Tom.
that.
I
because I need
can't. I can't do TikTok.
can't.
I get into a rage very quickly. Just watching that content makes me want to die.
For me, it's hard enough managing YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, locals, Patreon. Like that's a lot. That's a
yeah.
lot for anyone to be managing. And I don't manage all of them with the same amount of time either.
Do you find any
obviously.
difficulty in running both Patreon and locals with overlap issues or otherwise? Because
I
I've been
mean,
looking into doing both.
To be totally honest, like those are the ones that I'm kind of like, I guess, newest on. And so
Okay.
I'm much less one would think I'd be incentivized to be on those the most because that's where you can get financial support. But but those I'm still kind of getting caught up on what to do with.
So I had a Patreon
someone-
page for
can
a number of years, and at one point they actually labeled my Patreon channel, or whatever you call it, adult-only content.
Me too.
Adults only.
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
is there something you're not telling us?
Yeah, right. Well,
What's up, Emily?
that stuff's on my OnlyFans page. You got to
Sure.
go there.
Lawoffeetpics.com.
So we actually dumped Patreon and built out our own membership type service thing on our website
Sure.
for our own purposes.
Nice.
But amazingly enough, we still get, I don't know, $150 a month from Patreon contributors. And even
Just
though
sitting
we,
there,
we
Mitchell.
post on there, clearly we're not putting any more content here. So save your
Yeah,
money or join our own membership page, but I guess people
I did-
forget.
I did the same thing to direct them to locals. Emily, we cannot hear you.
I came for the memes.
Nice.
Oh.
Stayed for the OnlyFans.
Nice.
Um,
I'll walk you through them. I'll explain
Joe?
them to you.
Joe, knowyourmeme.com is going to be your new best friend. It's kind of like Urban Dictionary for the meme challenged.
Oh, thank
And
you.
I know it's authority because it was filed in the Toddy Westbrook defamation suit, and the court was asked to take judicial notice of Know Your Meme.
State against.
That's awesome.
It
Thank
was
you so
ridiculous.
much,
It was
Emily.
great. You're welcome.
Kyle
morning,
Rittenhouse.
everyone.
Oh, my mic is here.
No.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey,
Hey,
Viva.
everybody. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Emily. Hey, Viva.
Tom, nice to meet you. I think
Questions. There's been conversation around this morning. We had asked the media coordinator to determine possible whereabouts of certain persons
That's vague.
because we received a report this morning from the Kenosha Police Department that last evening, well, and let me just set this background here.
Oh, dear.
The jury in this case is being transported from a different location in a bus with the windows covered so that they don't have to look at aren't exposed to any signs by one side or another or interest in the case. And
Take pictures of them.
so I'm going to call it a sealed bus. And that's been done every day. And then they're brought here to this building. And last evening, a person who identified himself as James G. Morrison and who claimed that he was a producer with NBC News, employed for MSNBC, and under the supervision of a person, what's going on? Oh, okay. Under the supervision of someone named Irene Bayan in New York for MSNBC. The police, when they stopped him because he was following at a distance of about a block and went through a red light, pulled him over and inquired of him what was going on, and he gave that information and stated that he had been instructed by Ms. Bayan,
What's he
New
talking
York,
about?
to
Following the jury, I
follow
think.
the jury bus.
I
The
believe
matter
told me that
is
that's what this was gonna be
on
about.
further investigation at this point. And the media has asked questions about it. That's the latest I have. And he was ticketed for violating a traffic control signal. He's not here today from what I'm told. And I have instructed that no one from MSNBC News will be permitted in this building for the duration of this trial.
Nice.
This is a very serious matter, and I don't
Finally,
know
a
what the
decision.
ultimate truth of it is, but absolutely it would go without much thinking that someone who is following the jury bus, that is a it's extremely serious matter, and will be referred to the proper authorities for
Oh, this prosecutor's office? Good.
further action. Thank you.
wreaking havoc.
You know what, though? What he said was,
That's it.
yeah, apparently that's it. But that, we're going to try to get to the truth of the matter. But he said the person was pulled over and said they were told by their supervisor to follow the jury bus. I don't know what else you need to get to the truth of the matter. It seems like we have all of the facts.
Well,
They ran a red
purportedly
light following the jury bus.
purportedly MSNBC was denying that anybody worked for them. So apparently that may be the truth of the matter. Was he misrepresenting who he worked for, or is MSNBC running for cover and being like, "What? We don't know who that is."
What they've disavowed on
You know what we
knowledge, like
need?
this is freaking Mission
Look at this.
Impossible.
You
will
know
be
we need-
in
disavowed.
social media.
Come on, Irene. Get down here and
Twitter,
testify.
you know the name.
That name is getting. I'm sure that name is getting Googled right now because I mean, what's the likelihood? I mean, maybe
chat.
the guy was making it up, but
That's you know, that's a
It depends on how
specific.
publicly available it is, right? Like
It's
if it was a legitimate operation and they wanted to just use the cover, he might have been prepped with that.
yeah,
But
I mean, if I'm not going to say I know people that would pull that kind of thing, but maybe I know people would pull that kind of thing, and they would use that kind of cover story. If pulled over, here's the boop boop boop. Here's who the
Yeah.
and you get a real name of a real producer.
yeah, you go to a
and
LinkedIn
Which
profile.
isn't
yeah.
hard to go on LinkedIn and get
No.
that.
Not at all.
True.
And usually that your Ray Donovan types have those kind of backstories ready to roll.
Well, as do your hackers when they do social engineering to get to things they shouldn't be getting to. I mean, it's not unheard of. However, I tend to just the jury intimidation and jury tampering is so dark. Like this jury's already having a hard time coming to a decision. It's clear by how long this has taken. Messing with that just pisses me off so much. I'm stammering over my words.
Can somebody educate me as to what we think the current strategy is for the defense? Are they waiting for a verdict, and then if there's a conviction, are they going to ask for a mistrial at this point, or have they already asked for a mistrial? I mean, I'm sorry,
They've asked for a mistrial, both with prejudice and without.
And so the judge is deferring, making a decision until we get a result.
Yes,
Right.
that's what it appears to
So I
be.
can see everybody's face.
Yeah. I was just making sure there wasn't them coming right back.
I made my prediction of the day. Everyone tell me if you think it's going to happen, that at some point Kraus is going to try and accept the request from Shirafisi for a mistrial without prejudice. And then Shirafisi is going to try to revoke his oral motion for mistrial without prejudice.
Then they're going to argue
and then
the
we're going to have a
opposite.
debate. We're going to have a debate on whether or not there was an agreement on the acceptance of the offer to mistrial. without
I
prejudice.
agree with all of you. When you were yesterday, I was re-dyeing my hair purple because I have things
very
coming
nice.
up that I need it to be very purple for. But I was watching
Who
what
doesn't?
was going on. I mean, exactly, Joe. I was watching what was going on, and I was shocked that they filed that written motion with prejudice and then walked it in court. I was like, why are you walking back your ask? Just go for the higher ask. And if the judge wants to compromise, let the judge compromise. Don't argue against yourself. Like, don't we learn this at the beginning? Don't negotiate against yourself as a lawyer ever. You stick to your position and then say to the other side, what do you have now?
I
never
think
negotiate with yourself.
Law of Self-Defense had a good, Andrew Bronco had a good explanation on Good Logic show last night, where he said that he thought that might be coming from Kyle. That, in other words, that Kyle's like, you promised me a verdict in 2 hours. It's now more than 2 days. I'm losing confidence in all of this. Maybe I need a whole new trial approach. I mean, this was the precise debate I had with the defense team leading, and which Kyle was aware of in the week building up to the 2 weeks prior to trial. Was, hey, here's our risk. If these kind of jurors get on, apparently the exact kind of jurors that are problematic, according from other courtroom observers, at least, again, we're reading tea leaves. You don't know for sure, but it looks like the foreperson of the jury is a hostile juror to Kyle. That's a real problem for holdouts, because the foreman is the one trying to force everybody to go along with the conviction. You may have 8, 9 for acquittal in there, but the foreman is saying no. They're going to say, let's look at more evidence. Let's look at more jury instructions. Let's look at more evidence. Let's look at more jury instructions. And
My
apparently
longest hang,
maybe a
was
professor.
11-1 with a 4-person.
How
Say
long?
it again.
Really?
Absolutely right. My longest hang was 11-1 for guilt. The 4-person was not, and refused, because the 4-person, to totally cut Robert off in an ADD fashion, but the 4-person is the one who isn't going to reach out to the bailiff and say, we're done, somebody's not cooperating, because they're the one not cooperating. And it really absolutely can prolong the entire process. And I think you're exactly right.
And for people who don't know, jurors almost invariably, they're supposed to select the 4-person before they know which way they want to vote. So, and if I'm right, like the bad juror for Kyle was part of the old establishment, the old Yankee and Scandinavian establishment in Kenosha. Because Kenosha is mostly a working middle-class ethnic immigrant community, mixed of Irish, Italian, Polish, Mexican, and Germans. But there's but the first wave of immigrants there, who established disproportionate political and economic and cultural capital long after they lost the voting power, were first Yankee populations from upstate New York and that migration pattern, and then Scandinavians. And the problem is they have always been politically hostile and adverse to the ethnic working middle class majority. Kyle has the wrong last name that's from literally the wrong side of the tracks, not just the wrong side of the border for that community. And they're your virtue signaling community. They're the community that they're eager to prove. Yes, they're like the Upper West Side that Wolf describes in the electric Kool-Aid test. About Leonard Bernstein holding his little party for the Black Panthers, and then their
Robert?
solution to black service was
Wait,
white.
wait, hold on one second. Before what the heck is Attorney Tom doing upstairs?
I don't know.
I feel like I'm Alice from the Brady Bunch. I'm in the middle. I got
What
a
you
bat.
got? What's the baseball bat though, man?
Oh,
I have baseball bats. I have golf clubs. I'm at my law firm right now, so
Right.
I just stand.
Of
and
course,
walk
we
around.
all
So
use
that's-
baseball bats and golf clubs at our law
I'm
firms.
also at my
Yeah,
work.
exactly.
I'm a weird
That's
guy.
not a
I'm
Randy
not
Quaid imitation from what movie was it? Randy Quaid brings a baseball bat to the meeting. He's the attorney. Gets up, jumps up on the table, and he goes, "Here's what I don't know. Any of you guys remember that movie or no?"
I don't remember that
I'm
movie.
getting
I
all
can
blanks,
vouch
yeah.
for
I'm just
Yeah.
wondering more about Attorney Tom's client intake process at this point.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
look,
I
he
got-
needs
I got-
personal
I got-
injury victims.
I got
So
7
he's got the
people down the
bat.
hall. There's
He's like,
With
I'll
baseball
fight for
bats?
you, and I'll
Yeah,
show you
baseball
how I'll
bats.
fight for you with a bat.
I just
my
wanna-
mentor.
I
He
wanted
used
to
to swing a
follow
golf
up
club
here
around
on
like
what-
a ninja.
I wanted to follow up here on what Robert was saying, and also what Viva was speculating about what's going to happen going forward with respect to them turning tables. So that's correct. Andrew Branca, when he was on my channel last night, he did mention what Robert said, and we also follow up with the following point that I think is undeniable to all of us: that the longer this goes, the more likely it is that you think that Kyle's not going to get an acquittal, because a 4-hour verdict almost certainly would have been an acquittal. The longer we go, the less likely he's going to be getting acquittal, which is why Kyle could be getting antsy about the fact that, look, yesterday's 2 days, today we're on day 3. How much longer before we worry that that whoever is the holdout here might turn towards conviction? So maybe let's start all over with a mistrial, and that'll be better. I will point this out though. If the think about the personality of someone who leaps to the front and says, "I want to be the foreman," that tends to be a Karen type. If a Karen is sitting there in the jury, they're not going to sit in the background and say, "Oh, okay, let me let some other person." No, they're going to step up and say, "Hey, I think that I'm in a good position. I understand a lot about this case and how to run things, and I'll be foreman." And so, if he thinks that the next time that he goes, if he does have a mistrial without prejudice, has to have a new trial, that the next time, if there's any Karens there, they're likely to try and grab that foreman role. So unfortunately, this is why we see that Robert's so spot on, that you must have great jury selection to make sure that you can't get people like that in there, because they're likely to be the holdup. And round 2, God forbid, if he ends up having to go through that whole thing again.
And especially if you
I will
enhance that.
say, I had 2 women save. Well, I was the prosecutor on the case, but I did have 2 women hang a case for guilt on our second retrial that ended up being a third retrial, homicide, murder of a witness case. And they were unwavering, and it didn't matter what anyone else on that jury said. They held firm, which from my perspective is great. The person we convicted murdered a witness and then the witness's mother so that they wouldn't come to court and testify. Those are the convictions that you want. But there were others who had other biases about the prosecution that wanted to compromise the verdict, and they wouldn't compromise for a lower charge than the special circumstances murder. But that is, when you look at the type, it was 2 middle-aged white women from Brentwood in Los Angeles, very wealthy area. Sounds very similar to what you're talking about, Barnes. And they were completely unmovable. And the more that the jury kind of pushed back on them, the more they were unmovable. And so that ended up being like a week and a half before it hung. So it wouldn't surprise me. However, I think a hang in that circumstance is better than a compromise verdict. If you have people who are pushing for guilt, I think the hang is preferable to a compromise in this case.
Yeah, and I
Totally
and
agree
I think
with that.
that's I think that's why it may be coming from Kyle to shift to a mistrial without just get a mistrial, period. I'm not going to gamble anymore on the jury that these guys selected. And when you add to that, particularly if they're seeing what I predicted, then it would enhance this response, because my biggest concern was someone that was from the professional class older woman from the professional class who has Yankee or Scandinavian ancestry, because that group is used to culturally dominating Kenosha, even though politically they shouldn't. And frankly, kind of looking down at the other parts on Kenosha. So if Kyle had a different last name, they would see him differently, even with the politics of the case. It's that kind of dynamic, long history of it. You're talking a century plus of history of it. I mean, the political infighting between these groups has been ruthless. You have someone who goes in who feels entitled to that position of power, and you put an entitled Karen with the ancestry and political and social standing for that to become the foreperson. Then you get it would logically explain exactly what we're witnessing now, including Kyle hitting an emergency button saying it's time to opt out of this, and I think they should have raised, if that's what Kyle wants, they should be making every motion for mistrial. Say, Judge, now we got jurors being followed by media or by whomever. They're being intimidated. They're being harassed. We got these protests right outside where the jury can hear them screaming, "You better acquit." The schools near the courthouse got shut down today. So parents were told their children need to stay home for remote learning because the violence is coming unless the Rittenhouse verdict goes a certain way. Plus, you have the National Guard. There's
So
no
if
way
any of
we
those
can get an
jurors have
impartial
school
jury.
kids, if any of those jurors have school kids, they got that call today.
Yes, and then to my knowledge, several of them did.
You know,
But
I
Robert-
Barnes, knowing because you obviously did the ops research in the area, and if this is too inside baseball and you can't tell me, I know you'll just say I can't tell you. But did the defense team consider having female defense attorneys on the team to try to negate and relate to that aspect of the jury?
They had Wisco, but Wisco was at the table the whole time, but didn't speak. And the thing
Right.
is, both of these guys are kind of older school guys. So, I mean, my proposal was to bring in a whole team, even if I wasn't challenging Richard's authority yet. That was probably going to come, and maybe it was right to figure that was coming. But but I wasn't doing that out of the gate, because I felt we could. The guy I recommend for the digital, who's fantastic at digital presentation of evidence, also would have caught the fact that it wasn't that there was a gap between the two earlier. He's African American. His whole team is African American, and so that has an added utility. He's been in and out of courts, state and federal, across the country. He knows how to present himself, all the rest. But it would be good to have a multiracial men and women at the table in this kind of case. I have I have two women attorneys, but one primary one I was going to bring in, who was actually there. The other one of my other jury consultants, who was also the press person, is a woman. So we were going to have a much bigger, better team, and then the substance would have been handled in part by people like Andrew Branca in terms of consultation, and then a combination of me and some other people. Ideally, I mean that was the best defense. They had agreed to this back in March.
Yep. This is what goes on when doing these cases, from not just the defense perspective, but also from the DA's office perspective. When DA's offices, or at least larger DA's offices, because I only worked in, LA County, which is a huge office, you have these conversations about who the prosecutors are going to be and how they're going to be perceived to the jury, which aspects of the jury you need attorneys to connect with, who the defendant is, who the victims are, what the charges are, what the community makeup is like. And these are all conversations that go on in trying these cases, which is why, defense firms that have more diverse and deeper kind of teams of attorneys can really pick and choose how to present to the jury, because all jurors come in with bias, and you try to lean into that so they can, if they can't relate to the defendant, at least they can relate to one of the attorneys. And it really does matter.
Completely. And I wanted to reach out to black pastors in Kenosha. I have connections to a good number of them in Milwaukee, because I've worked on some high-profile civil rights cases, done several of them, done most of them for free. So the connections were there, and Richards just put a squash on. Well, had said yes and then said no 2 weeks before trial. He had undermined certain things leading up to that point, but had promised, don't worry, you'll have jury selection. And I was like, well, as long as we have jury selection, everything will be okay. By the way, somebody asked why Kyle is leaving. I think it was Runkle the Bailey. Why Kyle's leaving through the back. He's not in custody. It's solely because, for security purposes, he is both coming in and leaving in the back. He's not going through the front door of the courthouse. He's coming through the judge's chamber.
Yeah, can't.
Makes
and
sense.
shouldn't be in the public hallways either. I would.
Correct. He's not.
imagine.
He's not.
So
Everything is
question
through
here.
the judge's chambers.
question here, given what's going on, what's alleged to have gone on with the jury members being tailed by the press or whatever, if there's a mistrial at this point, I mean, coupled with everything else that has gone on, is it not a mistrial with prejudice because it will not be any less of a circus the next time around? It won't be any easier to sequester the jurors to prevent them from the outside intimidation that we see. Like, is that
Well,
a
I would
grounds
think.
for...
No, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that was it. Is it a grounds? Is it more of a grounds for mistrial?
Those
with prejudice?
issues you identify would be grounds to transfer venue. They wouldn't be grounds for mistrial with prejudice. Now, he can still grant mistrial with prejudice, but and what it is, you could say, look, we have a combination of issues. 2/3 of issues mistrial without prejudice, 1/3 mistrial with prejudice. There's enough for with prejudice to grant it with prejudice. And I agree, tactically, I would have stuck with the mistrial with prejudice. I wouldn't have given the judge a lesser option, make him do it, unless Kyle told me, you just get a
True.
mistrial. I don't care what happens. You beg for a
Yeah.
mistrial. I'm out of here. You guys were
Yeah.
wrong about what happened in the jury process.
Yeah.
So I think, what the information we gave them before trial was that 80% of Canotians said they didn't want to be on the jury and were worried about participating in the jury. And Richards refused to use that information at all. So
I want to go briefly back to Wisco because and presentation and all of that. And maybe Wisco, I thought, did one of the most thorough breakdowns that we've seen so far in this trial. She did excellently, tearing apart the basically the testimony of Krause, and but I got the impression that she is not, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I got the impression that she is not typically a lawyer who does a lot of speaking and presentation. She seemed
correct.
a little nervous.
She's the discovery lawyer. She managed all the discovery, all the rest. Now, I don't know why it is she didn't participate much at all in trial, because she was very
great.
quick and very efficient right there on her feet going up against the prosecutor in front of the judge. So that suggested to me she had, can you get worse than Richards? Let's be honest. So, given that, I think they would have been wise to use her more.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was getting to, is my statements about her appearing nervous is that she should not appear nervous, or she should not be nervous, because she did fantastic. And anyone would have been happy to have her giving that level of argument at any point of the case. And they should consider utilizing her a lot more.
See, maybe
difference we've seen from that side.
I'm wondering if maybe part of it is just her experience level, that maybe she doesn't have enough trials under her belt for any one of them to have felt comfortable with her taking on a more significant role in this kind of a case.
Well, Richards didn't want anybody to help, period, other than Corey. So and I don't know if you noticed, but the body language between the two of them was, but at least by Corey towards Richards, was, people interpreted as negative through large parts of the trial. Now, maybe that's just Corey being Corey. He doesn't quite hide his. I don't get these lawyers that don't know how to mask.
He had a line, actually, at one point in the trial where he said, if I were doing the jury questions, we would have done, or I've done this way. It felt like a little bit of a little poke across the table.
Being second chair is really, really hard when you disagree with the lead counsel, and you have to A, mask it for the jury, and B, wait and then pick your battles outside the presence of the jury. I imagine that's different in private practice than it is at the DA's office, because at the DA's office, the worst that's going to happen is a boss is going to get mad at you, and you're going to get transferred somewhere where you don't have to work with that person anymore anyway, and you're going to have to drive a lot. But in private practice, it's a whole different thing with how your job is kind of tied to your income. So I imagine that's a much different calculus on how you disagree with first chair when you are in disagreement.
Yes. And I think that, I don't understand why they didn't utilize more people in general, but that was their default on everything. So jury selection, witness preparation, video experts, independent experts, as Andrew's mentioned, use of force experts. Because I wanted to bring Andrew in from the very get-go as a consultant through the case. And the whole team, there was 12 people that said yes. People with wide-ranging experiences, specific to self-defense, as in Andrew's case, which is very rare, because nobody is, Andrew's explained, you, as a lawyer, it's not economically practical for very many lawyers to have a specialty in self-defense because there's not enough cases that can pay the bills that fit that within your local jurisdiction. It's a rarity. So when you have those kind of people, you use them. I mean, when someone like Andrew's done this for a quarter century, you use them. It's insane not to use them. And I said some stuff before trial just to try to during trial try to influence Richards and the defense. But now I'm free because the case is closed up. I mean, these were just core mistakes that now we're seeing the consequences of. And a kid, an innocent kid, completely innocent kid, one of the most innocent kids I've ever seen in any case through American history, is at risk because his lawyers decided to play ego games.
Well, chances are they're going to get another crack at it because I really don't have confidence this judge is going to do a mistrial with prejudice, because the more that the attorneys talk, the more that this judge walks himself back off of a position, and the prosecution leans into it. They know this judge, right? They take getting screamed at. The prosecution's the one that's taken their beatings in this whole thing. They take their beatings and then they just keep talking, and then the judge kind of about faces his position. Why the defense didn't pick up on that is or maybe they just chose that that's not how they did, but if you're the defense, you have more leeway than the prosecutors. You should be the one continuing to talk. You should be the one getting loud. You're the one whose client can go to prison, not the prosecutors.
They would.
go
I
home
think
with the
if I was
right.
at that table, they would have to drag me out of that courtroom
Screaming.
before I stopped talking. I
Well,
mean,
I think
that's
you can
just
imagine a scenario.
my fundamental responsibility as an advocate for the client. I'm not going to. Certainly, if the state is doing it, absolutely. But even if they weren't, I'm going to. Obviously, this judge responds to that, right? You take 3 talking points and you repeat them 20 times, so you have 60 apparent talking points.
In different
And
ways,
he's, oh, look at that volume of argument. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, I guess I'll go your way. I can
This
do
is a
that
skill
too.
as a prosecutor. Anyone who watches my videos knows that I restate a point 7 times. This is just this has been beaten into the way I do things.
But you're entirely right. You can imagine a scenario where the judge has done this a number of times, where you can see he thinks through the whole process. He talks about Days of Reckoning, House of Cards. I forewarned you. He's getting up to maybe I should do this with prejudice, and you can see in your head today or tomorrow or any other day, Krause talks for 25 minutes until he's like, yeah, all right, mistrial without prejudice.
How do you walk a judge back from Day of Reckoning? I've never heard a judge use such strong language. And I can't imagine any defense counsel in his brain not being like, this is where you slam both hands on the table, pop out of your seat and say, the Day of Reckoning is here.
Hey, maybe the defense
you know
could
what?
start
You know what
talking about the founding fathers.
Yes.
Right?
Well, yeah, that's
right? And the Constitution and stuff
like
that this judge actually takes seriously, right? I mean, you got.
I like it.
You have to approach people from their perspective, and this is obviously his perspective. So go there. Justice, Constitution, civil rights, founding fathers. Why we have
Spartans
these
pushed over the
place.
cliff. That's what
Or
you need to say.
you could go in the other direction
Spartans.
and
We've been pushed over the cliff by Persia.
snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Constantly
I'm going to get that
over and
phrase
over
right
again.
in a snappy way.
They've never been, the defense has never been close to snatching defeat from the jaws of victory because that requires you to snatch at anything. They're not doing it. They won't do it.
Do you guys want another update on this whole juror media situation?
Sure.
I've been waiting to say it, but you go for it. Yes.
The plot thickens. So apparently,
It was Rachel Maddow. It was
about
Maddow.
10 minutes ago, Jack Posobiec on Twitter said that Judge Schroeder says the reporter who was taken into custody was James J. Morrison, and he claimed to be working for Irene Beyond of NBC in New York. On LinkedIn, there's an Irene Beyond who lists herself as an NBC producer in New York, and apparently she also had a Twitter, which has been nuked within the last 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she got a lot of heat really fast.
So under her control,
there might be some legitimacy to that claim.
That sounds like it.
You don't nuke your Twitter if there's not legitimate. Is she a blue check on Twitter?
I don't
had to
know.
be right, an MSNBC producer. I think
probably.
But
MSNBC's got a contract with Twitter, right? Where they just say, "Here's our list of people. Please blue check them."
Yeah.
But for the internet sleuths out there, when you nuke your channel or you nuke your handle, whatever, you can still get the old tweets in archive, or does it nuke them as well?
Yes, you can. You have 30
and
days.
you can bring it back. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I find it more.
Oh no, I mean not the individual. Can the general public still retrieve?
If it's been
tweets?
archived, yes, but generally people have to go in and there are some internet personalities that are very controversial. So people have a bot that copies every single tweet into a Discord. So
Okay.
if something like that was set up, or if it was way backed, but generally you have to point someone to crawl it on the way back.
That happens
It's
to
an-
controversial people. Oh damn.
Well, the collective
I
powers of the
wasn't
internet.
talking about you.
But it's an interesting move because it does lend legitimacy to it. If that's her account and she has it under control.
Oh no, Hogue. What
No,
they're
in
gonna
the-
say is they're
In
gonna
the
say she's getting
mitigating
targeted.
lawyer way, right? In the mitigating
No,
lawyer way, no, she was caught unawares by the level of harassment that she immediately received from
you go.
people due to the false report about her being involved in this, and she was forced to delete her Twitter, even though she could have put it in protected mode. But
And
She
not
was
just that,
doxxed in court by the judge by saying her name and her occupation.
the
she'll-
racist judge.
she'll also say that people were creating fake accounts with her profile, so she had to formally and publicly take hers down so that anyone you see is a fake
Okay.
account. What case did we see that in? That was the individual who said, "Oh, that was in the Coomer deposition where he said he had to, when he said that the tweets were not coming from me, he was referring to impersonating accounts who started creating tweets with his face on it."
Well,
But
it is
no, the-
interesting. It's interesting that the judge moved as quickly as he did, insofar as he says, "We don't know the truth of this. We're going to look into it. Also, MSNBC is out." It's like, wait, what? I'm not sure you can do all those at once, but it's preemptive. I mean, the judge can do what he likes.
I wonder if if the judge has been reading what MSNBC has been saying about him, right? Like,
Well, we know
I
he's been
wonder
reading
if
a lot,
always
too
possible.
much.
I wonder if
Didn't-
that's that's a
judge say
product of
yesterday?
this.
Yesterday, can somebody refresh? The judge yesterday talked about the media at the beginning of
Oh
the
yes,
day.
he had a
Yeah.
10-minute aside.
He's talked about it
About how
about
he
three
was
or
being
3 or
unfairly
4
treated.
times.
it's
That's how
quite
you
clear
got the-
he's reading the media consistently, and he's not liking what they have said about him now that they do not view him as an ally in the pursuit of mob justice against Kyle Rittenhouse.
He was
So it-
clearly very upset about articles impugning his bingo policy. Like that was the last straw before his aside yesterday, where the defendant picks his jurors.
It's a bad
and so-
idea. I mean, his his judicial assistant or clerk should, or his bailiff can monitor the media for threats, but he shouldn't be reading the media about him while he's in trial. It's just never
Total
good.
agreement.
Like, don't read the comments when you're angry, hungry.
Well, this aside was in
Halt.
front of the pending
Hungry,
jury
angry, lonely,
request
tired.
and the drone issue. Like he took this 15 minutes in the middle of an important sequence of events. It was wild.
yeah.
No, and because anyways, for anybody who had not seen it previously, he got angry with some reporting from Tubin, who said his decisions didn't make sense. So he's reading.
Wait, they're letting
non-such
Tubin
as-
report again?
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, he's been
Only
back for a
on
little bit.
Zoom.
He,
We need
he
to
had
send-
he had a whole mea culpa thing.
We
on
need to send
TV at one
Judge
point,
Schroeder a link to our.
where they were
stream
like,
here. That's
"Well,
basically
this
what
is a
we
little
need.
awkward."
Oh,
Okay.
his
And then he
mea
continued.
culpa was hilarious. That
I'll
should
have
be
to go find
required
it.
viewing in
His-
every college class.
In his apology, he said he was so angry with himself that he spanked himself. I just thought of that.
That was
All right,
quick
that's the
and
dirty joke for the day.
Well,
Nick,
welcome,
I'll tell you one thing, Nick, I had a
Runkle from the
dream.
airport.
Hey,
Oh,
sorry.
Airport version.
The airport
Airport
version
version.
is an avatar. I had a dream last night about live streaming. I mean, this is how all
Here.
invasive the last week to have
I'll be right back.
become.
Oh, now we're without a leader.
yes, Viva Fry turned YouTuber. You had a dream about live streaming.
No, I had a dream about live streaming this particular trial. Then I had the dream about what's invariably gonna happen. What's his face? Krause is going to come and say, we've decided to accept the offer for mistrial without prejudice. And then Shirafisi is going to have to walk it back. Then it's going to be a
Wait, do
question
you
as to
mean-
whether or not
Your prediction
what?
was a dream state? Is that what you're saying?
it came to me in a dream. Yeah,
It was a vision.
And I just have to, it was a vision. No, and then what's going to happen is there will be an argument as to whether or not Shirafisi's verbal motion supersedes the written motion, and now they no longer have a motion with prejudice for a mistrial.
That sounds
that-
plausible.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Dual
well, how do you do something like that, and then say, oh, we just want you to consider both? But he had the consideration for both in the first one, regardless.
I do
Well, Tom's
think it
question
is
calls to
fair.
mind. I think we need an answer on this. Is this sort of the equivalent to the defendant?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's it.
Joe-
You're
Joe dropped
you're
off.
up, but-
Joe, you're muted.
Joe, nobody hears
Joe
you.
is muted. All right. Well, Joe,
Let's see how long it
Joe's,
goes.
while Joe's pretending to talk,
Let's just.
I can talk a little bit about the Ahmaud Arbery trial because I was watching the cross-examination of that this morning, and I just want to say that was actually some good lawyering. Their DA knows how to actually do a
The
cross-examination.
DA
It
on
was-
that case has been
Nice.
fantastic.
She was very, very good, and the defendant and getting the defendant to just admit to all kinds of things. She knows exactly where it is in the transcripts. She just hands him a copy of the police statement at the very start, and so he's literally holding the weight of his words. And it's just like, did you say this? Oh, you don't remember that? That's okay. Let me help you out on that.
Page 6.
You don't remember that Facebook post? No problem. Let me help you give you that too.
Yeah,
So-
that case has some very unfortunate facts for the defendant. But in the chat, people, if people say I know that I don't know American law, but if what I'm saying is procedurally untenable or not able to be argued in the states, someone in our panel let
There's
me know.
a lot of us.
So,
yeah,
does anyone, can those arguments be made now?
Yeah, I
yeah,
think they're
the point of
tenable.
the panel isn't that we know everything. That's not how lawyers operate.
We definitely know everything.
I think the problem is that with this judge, the one who argues the longest can be persuaded. So if the judge
Yes.
allows it, it's allowable. And it might be appealed later, but if the judge allows it at the moment, it's allowable. And this prosecution knows how to talk this judge around in circles and get him to do what they want.
And you know, it's almost like it was in a movie where they were talking about like being in war, and when you kill your first person, it's the worst. And then sometimes people go on to commit more atrocities to dilute the ones that they've already committed. But when you're talking about committing wrongs, it's almost at the point now where the prosecution has committed so many, they've diluted the significance of all the individual overreaches that they have committed. So the more they keep doing it, the more it gets diluted and the less serious it becomes. And it just like floats out in the ether, as opposed to each and every one of them being hammered to the judge as standalone sufficient for mistrial with prejudice.
It's like in politics, right? You see, what a politician doesn't want is like 3 horrible things happening at once. They either want none or they want 50, because if there's 50, it's such a storm of problems that no one's focused on any one in particular, and it dilutes the intensity of the scrutiny.
And we've seen
I
that
think that's
throughout this
right.
trial with the admission of evidence, that it's like, okay, we'll let this go, we'll let this go. Now that we're letting all these different things go, it's like that's why I said this. It feels like there are cows they're going to walk through the well of the courtroom. Not a reference to Midwest or anything. I'm just saying the whole place is a farm, and it's just everything is so it's been havoc. It's been havoc with regular rules of evidence that I've ever seen in any courtroom I've ever been in.
When do you ever airdrop a video from some random person in a lobby and then that's sufficient foundation? Like the way that
I've got
the tech
security
has gone down in
questions.
this trial has just
Yes.
blown my mind. It's been so lax in legal procedure. And for, law students that are out there watching this that are like, why do I bother going to evidence class? It's because this is not
Right.
how this normally works.
Yes.
Foundation matters. Tech foundation is very significant. This prosecution said they didn't have their tech on a separate laptop. They didn't have things on a CD drive. Like, what is happening? It's so
And
bad.
Well,
It's
what's
important
happening is
to
that they're accepting downloads of random files onto apparently their secured phones. That's
Or their
and it-
personal phones.
Yeah,
It's got its
or,
own
yeah,
problems.
using their personal email to email evidence around. Like, how,
And
So bad.
oh my gosh.
Can we go back to a critical issue that seems to have been glossed by the defense on this drone thing eventually? Mark Richards says we now know that it was Mr. Beeman who gave over the footage. The reason that he had to say that we now know that it was Mr. Beeman is because the prosecution represented to the court that they did not know who turned over the drone footage. And then Krause goes on and says that Mr. Beeman comes in and delivers the footage, however he delivers it to the detective, who then airdrops it to him. And it's like, wait a minute, you accepted. Everybody was under the impression that this came taped up in a nondescript cardboard bag. They got a thumb drive that has some crusty note attached to it or whatever. It says, I've been watching you. Here's some evidence. And like,
It's all in
Who- but
Do
newspaper
not
clippings.
open until mid-trial.
right.
Nick,
Yeah.
remind everybody, who is Beeman as an individual,
Okay.
like work person?
Brandon,
Beam-
no less.
Brandon? Yeah.
Beeman.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Brandon.
Brandon Beeman.
Yes.
He's allegedly an employee of this. What's it called? It's something up in
Urban
the air.
Air,
Ur-
right?
Urban Air, which people have been confused on this. I've seen a couple different things. some people think Urban Air, oh, it's a drone, an aerial footage or aerial photography service. But there is also an Urban Air that is one of those indoor trampoline places.
Oh,
So
yes.
we don't know what Urban Air this might be from, but
And we do know that that name was known because it was on that Tucker Carlson video that you showed. So that name was
Right.
out there. So in
There's
terms of
actually
whoever delivered it,
So if the
sorry-
name
I'm
was
sorry,
out there,
Richard.
why
I
couldn't the
didn't mean to cut you
prosecution
off.
just go find it? They can find
This
people.
is-
They're the state.
this is the one of the worst things that happened yesterday that the defense again didn't capitalize on. The judge asked Krause, wait, if you knew it was on Tucker Carlson, did you ask Tucker Carlson or Fox for the video? And Krause equivocated. He did not
Yeah.
answer the question. He instead said, we asked the owner of the company, and he said that they did not have it anymore. And it's like, that's not the question, because the judge's point was, you've had a year. You could have
Yeah.
subpoenaed Tucker Carlson, you could have subpoenaed Fox News, and they didn't do it.
So
Yeah, magically it
I've heard
appears.
video speculation that
Magically.
that the prosecution actually took the Fox footage and is using that, and that they edited out. They edited out like the what do they call it? The Chrono. What's
the
Chrono?
Chiron.
Is that
That's
what-
how you get the weird.
Chrono?
That's how you get the weird resolutions.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's why it's been sort of like enlarged from that to sort of fill the screen into a 16:9, I guess, or something. I'm not sure,
Okay.
but that's why certain
Yeah,
parts are cut off from that.
But also,
That's
Nick, there was, and people correct me if I'm wrong, the company, whether or not it's Urban Aired, whatever, that company apparently went belly up or shut down a few weeks after August 25th, from what I understand,
That's what the defense said. Yes.
which
Yes.
which is itself particularly bizarre. Like, on the one hand, if it was someone who's just a total drone hobbyist, sees there's a riot, not knowing that it's still illegal to fly a drone under areas of emergency, decides to do it, okay. If they were mandated to go out there and film and just happen to take off at literally the moment that this kerfuffle occurs at the right corner, how many other people were mandated? Why were they there? What did they do with the footage afterwards? What was that company up to for the 3 years prior? It being an existing company means nothing. You can buy a shelf company that has existed for years and change the name and then get operational. So, yeah, when you're talking about the provenance of the evidence, does not necessarily only mean has it been modified, has it been digitally altered, which is still kind of relevant for evidence, but rather circumstances as a whole. Because there's a lot of questions that remain unanswered about how and why. And
That company had
Is there-
incriminating evidence on Hillary, and
well,
Did
that
the-
I mean,
later.
it's
the
even
defense-
possible that this Brandon Beeman was somehow coordinating. I mean, we already suspect that Zeminski was coordinating with Rosenbaum, right? And if you ever see these videos on the internet of the knockout game that sometimes kids play, they pick some victim and knock them out. Their friends are all recording it, right? So
Yep.
they can watch the video later. So is it possible that Brandon Beeman was, Zeminski told him, hey, listen, keep an eye out for us. When we give you the signal, send the drone up. Because the drone's only good for what, 20 minutes in the air, right? They don't
Something
stay
like
up
that.
forever. So you
Yeah.
really have to pick a particular window of time. Was it just coincidence that they had
If-
that drone up in this window of time?
and it
Well,
If
when
literally
only
somebody
we
comes in
had-
to lay a foundation, that's when you should ask those questions, which is why this evidence shouldn't be in without a proper foundation. And I just wonder if the defense thought in their defense, looking at the footage, going, either it's too blurry for anyone to see anything, so it doesn't hurt us, so we're not fighting.
That's it. That's it.
So,
Yeah.
and this is
Or it's
when
helpful.
who,
But
Or
this
we
is
think
when
it's
you
obvious
fight.
or we're arrogant, right? I mean, yeah.
I
was it
want
said,
to.
hearsay evidence is sometimes better than direct evidence. Was that not Ralph Nader? Was that Nadler who said it first?
Jerry
So,
Nadler.
one of the lawyer politicians during the impeachment said sometimes hearsay evidence is better than direct evidence. Effectively, what you're dealing with this is something that is being admitted as evidence, not by the person who shot it, and they're not there to answer questions on it.
I want to
Right.
very briefly
And that's why we don't
address-
allow hearsay evidence, right? Because it can be so compelling, but
Yeah.
unsourced, right? Inherently untrustworthy. That's why we don't allow hearsay evidence. Not because it might not be true. Who knows? It might be true, but you can't do a credibility determination on it.
I want to briefly address this because I think Vivi, you just brought it up. This is the Twitter photo. Now, I want to pause everybody on this. It's very possible that something like this happened, but if you look, the source video would be the one in blue, I believe, and the red video would be they cropped out this aspect from Fox.
But then
this
somehow
label.
added
Yeah, but you
around
can't
the
have
bottom
new
and the
information if it's
sides.
coming straight from there.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the problem is this
Yeah.
information right here would all have to be added from it. So I don't know. Again, I have no idea how this happened in this way. Now the
But Fox
original
might have done-
owner.
Fox
Fo-
might have done a weird cropping. I mean, I write for a
Right.
lot of websites where they want images from me that are very particular dimensions, and so I have to crop things
Yeah.
in a weird way to suit their purposes.
Now that was my next thing. If Fox had cropped off this image plus some information up here, then the owner of the video who had the original file could have cropped out something like this, and made it smaller. But it does appear very weird. Also,
But
this is
that
really
upper portion is just black. I mean,
yeah. This could just be
Fox
added
could have
on.
just added a black box just to make the dimensions what they require for their broadcast.
And
Right.
this
There's,
is
there's no
why
content there.
You
Right,
need to
I-
examine the person
Right.
who took the
Who
video.
filmed it? Yep.
Right.
But
This is
I
all
just
why. This is all why when the lawyers are like, but there's no foundation. It's all of these questions that you have to ask someone.
Yeah.
And that's the
That
sort
and-
of thing that
Yeah.
people like who are not lawyers, they're like, oh, the lawyers are trying to keep it out on a technicality.
Technicalities, yeah.
Even though we all know the truth, but they're trying to hide the truth under these technicality. No, this is why lawyers make a big deal about foundation. This is why we make a big deal about hearsay, because otherwise you cannot vet the truth of whatever evidence is being proffered.
Not to
Right.
mention, we
Because if-
live in a time where deep fakes are a thing. Video is easily manipulated. Audio can be manipulated. And it's the job of the prosecution to prove that the evidence is not just authentic, but not manipulated, that it hasn't been altered in any way, and to allow the defense to look at the metadata of it and see if it came from QuickTime, to see if the metadata matches up. And it's just so frustrating. I spent so many hours sitting in conference rooms with 2 detectives and a defense team going binder by binder to make sure everyone had everything, that all the evidence was there, going through the discs that I was turning over and making sure that their disc played on their computer, and sitting down and doing all of this. It's not hard. That is your job. When the
It's
prosecution's
just
like,
tedious.
it is tedious, but
but
that's
also-
Well,
That's
But
a lot of
that's
lawyering.
what the job demands.
and
Not
as far
ju-
as
but
I'm
not just that, by
concerned, it's a strict liability responsibility.
yes,
I
it
mean,
is. Brady says it is.
The defendant has a constitutional right to see the evidence that's going to be used against him in court, not a degraded version, not an altered version, the actual evidence that will be used against him in court. And the prosecution cannot deliver on that obligation. They shouldn't try the defendant, or at least
but-
shouldn't use that evidence.
But not
Exactly.
just that. Someone in the chat rightly pointed out that video was 39 seconds. A drone will record for 45 minutes. It'll record for even as long as the battery lasts. So what happened after that 39 seconds? Because I can very easily conceive of exculpatory video evidence that could have been on the end of that drone footage. Where
Or
the heck is the
beforehand.
rest of that video?
Yes.
Or before.
or beforehand. I mean,
Yes.
even
Right?
better.
I mean, maybe
It's-
clearly it would have shown Zeminski and Rosenbaum communicating with each other,
Chasing.
right?
Yeah.
yeah.
There would be no audio on the drone footage anyhow, above and beyond, even if it's a GoPro.
No, but if you see 2
you
people
even-
face to face, a couple
No,
feet
yeah.
apart, you can reasonably infer they're having a conversation.
no, but well,
And
you
if
know
you
what,
see
and
where
even
they
still-
their movements beforehand, because that's part of the defense argument and part of the prosecution's argument. If you see it where they were lining up, that matters. The movements
and it's
matter, and even if they don't matter, the
Yeah.
defense gets to examine it, and the defense gets to decide it doesn't matter, not the prosecution.
Well, and someone says, it's a memory card, not a battery. It depends, actually, because if it's a mounted GoPro, it can, in theory, record video for even after the battery of the drone goes dead with audio. You'll hear a lot of blades churning, but you can still hear audio. So many things. It's not just an audioless video from a drone could have had audio in its original format. In fact, typically it would, regardless, even if it's just blade noises. And before, after, it's not a question of chain of custody necessarily, but rather just full context and verifying the surroundings in order to admit it.
Viva's somewhat of a GoPro expert.
You
I'm
are
a GoPro
He
and a
entraps
drone expert.
squirrels.
I waxed my legs with a drone. I've grilled a steak with a drone.
I
Caught
would
a
hurt
fish with
a
a drone.
lot waxing your legs with a drone.
It was hilarious. It worked surprisingly well. Like I tied a little wax paper, put on my leg, fortified the little hole, tied it to the drone, and then zipped the drone back, and it ripped out the hairs. It's on.
How does
very
it
good.
come about?
That is
Was this
weird.
like a bet or
This was back in
or
2016.
just a bored afternoon?
It was a bored afternoon. I
Great.
had a goal set of doing everything for the first time with a drone. So I've done some fun things with the drone, and then they had to change the laws and basically make it impossible to fly a Phantom in Canada anymore.
Yeah, but the main reason I brought up the cropping is because We have a lot of people watching, and I want to make sure that we have theories about what's going on, but we're trying to present the facts as they are. And the facts as they are is that I cannot say with confidence that someone cropped that the prosecution cropped the Fox video in a way to do this. And you don't need to. You don't need to go there, because the prosecution has an obligation to bring the evidence that they're going to bring at trial. And when you get surprise evidence coming in mid-trial that has not been disclosed, that has not been reviewed by the defense, there should be a bias towards inadmissibility. That bias towards inadmissibility should say, where'd this come from? Who shot it? Why didn't you have access to it? And we have a piece of footage that aired on a major news network a year prior. There's no excuse that the prosecution did not have at least that video segment. Like, they should have cropped it out of Tucker Carlson if they wanted to use it, but they didn't do that. And that would have had foundational issues too, but they could have at least tried. Instead, they got this backdoor approach to bringing in evidence late that prejudices Kyle Rittenhouse. And Andrew, I think you said it a little bit ago. It should be strict liability at this point. I don't care if it was a tech glitch. It's a constitutional right. I don't care if it was hard. It's a constitutional right. And if the state's burden is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and they can't do it, then either don't bring the charges or don't use the evidence.
Well, and it's
Right.
also
that's
just
what
a
I hate
matter
about
of
the excuse
discovery
making.
standards,
Yeah.
right? And when the opposing side makes a request for certain documents or certain responses, you can't just say like, oh, oops, I didn't know what I was doing, so I'm not going to get this to you in the full way that you are entitled to. No, you have every responsibility to learn whatever you need to learn so that you get that stuff to them.
And that's why it was important. It must have been on the defendant's phone or the defense's phone that did this. It's like, no. Even if you want to say all of this stuff, you throw yourself on the sword. You say, oh my God, the gravity of the situation is totally unintentional, Your Honor. We don't think it prejudiced, whatever, but not, it's all their fault. Why
They were
didn't they
so
object?
smug.
Are you kidding
Why
me?
do they have an Android? They have an Android phone. The phone
Right.
must
Did
have
they
impressed
mention
it. They were
airdropping enough?
so
It was like an
smug.
iPhone commercial.
Get
I-
a thumb drive, get a burned CD, get a better way to turn over evidence. Airdropping it is not the proper way to turn over evidence.
Well-
let me send this to your personal phone. Are you kidding me? It's unprofessional.
I actually did a short yesterday just because I went back and looked at that moment. And one of the things that just stuck out to me was when they have that video problem, when they're trying to play it for the judge and it's not coming up with the right resolution, the first thing they say is, oh, their version's not as good as ours.
Yep.
Why would you think that there's two versions unless you already knew there's two versions? Why aren't you thinking that the monitor's wrong? Why aren't you thinking that there's some problem with their computer maybe? It's their version is not as good as ours, is it?
Krause
And
actually said something like that in that conversation. He said, "Oh,
It's-
first
the
he
first
said, well,
thing he
our
says.
version's better," and then they asked about it and said, "Well, that's the version you gave us." And he goes, "Oh, it's just displaying weird on the monitor," and you can hear Wisco in the background saying, "Hey, that's not a thing."
Speaking of which, we discussed that and pulled up the transcript from a little place called Legal Insurrection from an article written by Mr. Andrew Branca yesterday.
Oh.
So, by the way, everybody, check out Legal Insurrection if you want to follow legal issues that are popping off in the news.
Hey, can I
They
do a quick plug?
100%? Yeah.
We've been getting a lot of inquiries about because we have a book entitled the same thing, The Law of Self-Defense. And some people are selling it on Amazon or eBay for like $170. That's not me, folks. Okay. We actually give the book away for free. We just ask you to pay the shipping and handling. And if you're interested in that, it's a real book, a couple hundred pages plus, physical book, not some ebook thing, which is why they're shipping and handling, because it's physical. But if you'd like to get that, it's lawofselfdefense.com/free book. That's it. If you buy it on Amazon, you can get it there too. By the way, look at the reviews. It's 5 stars, 1,000 reviews, solid 5 stars. But Amazon will charge you $25 for the book, plus shipping and handling. You can get it for free.
Okay, yeah.
At lawofselfdefense.com/free book.
And that is Andrew Branca starting the legal insurrection. Oh, sorry, I blew it. I had my good one, and now I had to ruin it with a bad one.
You did ruin it with a bad one. Runkle, you make an excellent point though, because it wouldn't have come out their version if it wasn't in their mind. It would have, the first thing would have been like, that's odd. Something's not right. We need to check this. It wouldn't have been, oh, their version's not as good as ours.
I
It's
think
an
live,
excellent
our
point.
thought was Kraus was being an idiot and trying to make excuses for why it looked the way it did on the TV, and that they were the same versions. That's how it happened in my recollection while it was occurring.
Yeah, and that's what Wisco thought too. Wisco's
Yeah, it
like,
was
that's
just
not how that
weird
works.
going back to it.
Yep.
But
And Kraus owes me a new phone. I don't know if you can see this, but I was trying to duplicate when he was talking about guns being not having a handedness. So I'm sitting there with my SIG trying to do a mag change, holding it in the wrong hand. And of course, with it held in the wrong hand, I was trying to show that you could either try to do it with your index finger, which is not very good, or you have to go up over the gun to do it.
Right.
And the mag dropped out, shot into my phone, and cracked the screen.
Whoa.
R.I.P.
I'll take things that have never happened to me for 900, Alex. People
it's
said
so funny to me that the blatant lying to the jury in rebuttal has been pushed to the side in all of this because there's so much other horrible shit. In most trials, that would be enough for the defense attorney to slam the table, jump up, and be like, they're misrepresenting things not in evidence to the jury, and to absolutely lose their mind on a prosecutor. The fact that that's not even a thing anymore is shocking. Sorry, Viva.
by the way, no, I was just going to say, because I'm reading the chat, they said, read Brian Stetler's tweets. He just said in one tweet 14 minutes ago, NBC News statement, last night, a freelancer received a traffic citation. This is full of lies, by the way. Just listen to this. While the traffic violation took place near the jury van, the freelancer never contacted or intended to contact the jurors during deliberations and never photographed or intended to photograph them. Part 2 of 2. We regret the incident and will fully cooperate with the authorities on any investigation. So he says he got a traffic citation near the van. That's apparently, from what the judge said, the traffic citation was the result, or was the consequence after the incident, which was itself not necessarily only the traffic citation, but rather following the van too closely. I'm sure it was just
running a red light to
random
continue following the van.
Sure, it was just a coincidence. He was just he had a stomach ache and needed to get to a bathroom. Had nothing to do with the van that
Was
he was
it Brandon Beeman?
I want to just bring the attention to, we have 86,000 people watching. Brian Stetler is 35 years old. I just want everyone to know that that man is 35 years old.
I was surprised to learn that recently.
Stelter, whatever.
It's
whatever his name
as in
is.
Helter Stelter on a summer swelter.
It will forever be Stetler in my brain because I'm like a duck now. That's how I've imprinted his last name in my brain. 35. Yeah. I mean, I don't like making fun of people for not looking young. He definitely,
well, we know you like to make fun of the way people look.
I don't make fun of anybody.
She's talking to me. She's talking to me.
I do. I was taking a shot at Nick.
I like to make fun of everybody for everything,
including yourself.
Often.
Yes.
Often.
Speaking of how people look, by the way, when I had Darth Crypto on my channel earlier this week, I actually made a comment that he looks like he has similarities to Bradley Cooper. What I didn't say though is that he actually looks like the child of Bradley Cooper and Nick Rekieta, because he basically and when I pointed that out to him,
Bradley,
he said,
call me.
He said Bradley Cooper's. He said I'm Bradley Cooperstein. So they.
Oh my goodness.
By the way, so let's, and if we go over the what we can qualify as misrepresentations or deceitful statements, freelancer. They highlight the word freelancer. I'd like to know if he is indeed a freelancer. If so, what percentage of their workforce would be qualified as freelancers? How active a freelancer?
Huge.
Huge. All right. Second one. He received a traffic citation. This is starting with the admission. So they're starting with the bad thing to look honest. He got a citation, and then they go on to try to totally ignore or separate it from the incident. So full of deceit, Brian Stetler. You know it.
I think full of deceit lends validity to what the judge said. Doesn't it? Like, why be deceitful if it wasn't true?
Am I the only one who, whenever Viva gets outraged over like some new shocking lies from the journalism, and you seem sort of like surprised by it, I look at it and I think to myself, it's so cute. It's so cute.
I'm fully on board. It's just if they think, well, they rely on the ignorant, they rely on the naivety, they rely on the willingness to be fooled by their base, because I can tell you that's
the chat is saying that the supervisor has also taken down the LinkedIn page as well.
Yeah, I want to hit two things. One, if it's a freelancer, it's very possible that the freelancer was in discussions with a manager or editor at NBC and says, "Hey, what's it going to take to get this story? What's it going to take to get a byline on this?" And they said, "Yeah, I don't know. Get a picture of a juror or something like that. Some sort of instruction that way. Follow the jury bus, figure out where it goes." Yeah, who knows? It doesn't matter that they're a freelancer or not, because as Viva said, what percentage of their work comes from freelancers? When you're a multinational news conglomerate, a huge percentage of work comes from freelancers. They pay them $50 to $500 for the article or the photo, and then great. And then that freelancer's out there trying to get the next story. If they get a big story, they get a lot of money. They can be brought on staff, but that happens all the time. But two, I want to go back to what Emily's talking about. The fact that Krause just flat out lied during rebuttal to the jurors several times is been pushed down. And this goes back to what we've all been hammering over and over. The passivity of the defense is becoming a huge problem, because at every one of these junctures, not aggregating and conglomerating them days later, at every one of these junctures, the defense should be saying, "Your Honor, mistrial." And then the next time it happens, "Your Honor, how about now?" And then the next time it happens, "Your Honor, do we have a 3-course meal yet?" Like,
right. What's it going to take? What has to happen for my client to get justice here? What's it going to take?
Well, just to get a basic fair trial, just to have their constitutional rights observed. What is it going to take for this prosecution to be held responsible for their bad acts? And lying to the jury is massive. Lying to the court is massive. Commenting on their Fifth Amendment right to remain silent is massive. All of these things are big deal violations. You saw the judge lose his mind multiple times in this trial, but the defense has not once actually looked angry about anything. And
I feel like
shocked by it.
I feel like somebody has to remind the judge that this is his responsibility, that the defense
Yes.
cannot hold the prosecution responsible. The defense is helpless here. All they can do is ask the judge to do his job. Now, you wouldn't phrase it that way, but there's only one person who can ensure that this is a fair trial, and that's the judge sitting on the bench, and that's you.
You can ask the judge to do their job after this many violations. Once you get to like the 9th one, you look at the judge and go, "Your Honor, we're just asking you to ensure that the prosecution, adheres to the Constitution," and you have to enforce that.
No,
it would be
so. Emily, you. Oh, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
I was just saying,
I'm so mad about this over the last few
it
days.
would be it would be cosmic justice if the judge calls a mistrial with prejudice, citing the apparent attempt or alleged attempt or seemingly apparent attempt to dox the jurors by mainstream media. That would be the ultimate cherry on this sundae of fake news misrepresenting from beginning to present. If it is declared a mistrial because now there's jury intimidation from the mainstream media, it would be glorious. But
I'm less offended by the media being slimy than I am about the prosecution being slimy, because the media is the media. The prosecution has a duty to do better. And it's one of those things where the state should never just stack against a defendant and violate their constitutional rights for a desired outcome. It happens, but it shouldn't. And until courts start saying this cannot happen, prosecutors will keep doing it. And the power of the state should come with a heavy hammer on the other side, because it's a big hammer that they wield. And it degrades our justice system. And if a judge lets it happen, it's on them too. And they need to look at the prosecution and be like, "This is the consequence. You brought this prosecution. You didn't play by the rules. Now you're fucked. Goodbye."
How about the defense shows up with some like founding father quotations, right? Like, "Your Honor, like Thomas Jefferson, one of our founding fathers, said he considers the trial by juries the only anchor yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. This is not happening here."
Yes. Go.
One of us needs to get on there as being of counsel. One of us needs to get on just of counsel. Just
not
like
it. I want to comment.
Nudge.
Wait.
Agreed.
So,
Britney Spears.
Emily, I think most people know, but in case they don't, you were a prosecutor for what, 10 years, right?
I was an LA County Deputy District Attorney for a little over 10 years. Yep. I've done, I've lost count of how many trials. More than you can count on both hands and both feet, plus a lot. I've done thousands and thousands of preliminary hearings, more hours in court than I can count. But I left.
I think you'd be perfect, actually. From this whole group, Emily, I actually think you would be perfect. I think
to
sit of counsel there.
The reason I ask that, though, is because the particularly, in my opinion, the particularly egregious thing happens when and you were on the show for this, which is phenomenal. Was when the prosecutor starts asking questions to Kyle about his silence, and then they object, and the judge sustains the objection, and then he immediately starts asking more questions about that silence. If you're sitting there in your decade of experience as a prosecutor, and co-counsel at the table stands up and starts asking those questions, what's running through your mind?
What the fuck are you doing? We're all gonna get fired.
It's that bad. It's that bad that it's not only is this case going to be dismissed.
You would have seen me turn red, and I can't always control my face. I think the only relatable part of this prosecution team to me was when the judge looked at Binger and said, "What have I done to make you make that face?" That happened to me often because I don't always control my face, sometimes intentionally. Judges knew when I was disgusted with them wimping out on things, but I would have turned red all the way up my neck. We didn't have a ton of cases with co-counsel because there aren't enough lawyers and there are so many cases. But I've been in cases with co-counsel, and I really the attorneys in my office that I did not have respect for were attorneys I saw in court doing things we shouldn't do, and the supervisors that let them do that, which was rare. Normally you said, look, so-and-so's doing this, or the judges would call the supervisors and say, this attorney did this in my court, this is unacceptable, and it would get handled. But I can't imagine the co-counsel just sat there. Krause sat there like it was another day, which means this is not new to them. You don't just wander into constitutional violations. Most attorneys that I know don't even come close to commenting on this is the first time that we've heard this story. Don't even scratch the surface of making that comment. You can say, oh, you've sat in court and heard the testimony here. Are you changing what you're saying? Are you, making up your story based on what they said today? You can ask that question, but you can't comment in the other way. And they crafted it. This was not an accident. And that's why the court said, I don't believe you. And it's egregious.
Yeah, they had a list of questions. I mean, and it was obvious they had a list of questions. The Binger style is not, and this is a type of case. Let me back up. I have a pretty free-flowing style. The limited amount of times that I go into court, I'm usually not involved in a case that is of this magnitude, and I have a rough structure of the information I want to elicit, and I try and determine how I'm going to get those questions out while I'm sitting there listening to direct and stuff like that. So I'm taking notes, and when I go up on cross, that's how I'm going to do it. Typically, in a case like this, when you're going to go up on cross of the defendant who is asserting self-defense in a multiple homicide case, you don't do that style. Like, even if that's your style, you prepare a list of questions. Right. You are ready to go. And Binger was ready to go. You could tell he had a list of things. He had a repeating list of questions. He knew what questions were important and how he wanted to try and trip Kyle into saying something different every time. There's no way that happened by accident. And yeah, I think it's exactly true.
And
the judge says, don't believe you.
He staggered the repeating questions so that it would be off topic, back to topic to try to catch him. That takes intention and that takes forethought.
It's pretty much like saying,
very clever here. So he knows through this entire process. The ultimate mission of all this is to get to the closing, right? You want to be able to tell a certain story at the closing, and you want to be able to flesh that story out with building blocks of testimony from the witnesses. You know what words you would like them to say. So you craft your questions very carefully to make sure they say those words or something very similar to it, so you can use them in your closing. You're building everything, every question, everything you're doing is building to that story you want to tell at the end. And that's why Binger conducted his questioning the way he did, a very careful way. As you say, he circles around, so it's not obvious what he's trying to do. But believe me, he knows when those magic words come out of your mouth, okay, that one's checked off. That's going into the closing. Now let me start on the next building block that I need you to put into evidence through your testimony.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's a very apt description as to how attorneys are operating when they're questioning people.
Everything should go towards
as far as the focus being on that goal, the focus being on the last chapter of the book here, and how I'm going to put all these things together in a bow. Which is why when we're talking about this, when I've talked with several of you, the concept of getting answers to questions which are just that viral moment with Nick and Legal Bites and Legal Mindset erupting when Gage Grosskreutz makes that admission that he aimed the gun at Kyle before Kyle's shot. That is not what ever happens in a trial. It's so unusual for something like that to happen. That what Runkle Bailey called that Matlock moment, where it's like, aha, the butler did it. Now it's all over. Everyone wins. That eruption that you saw there was natural and it was so shocking that in case of this magnitude and this much attention, you would get a Matlock moment. It was insanity. It brought crazy drama. But that's not what happens. Normally, it's just piece by piece, and people who are helping contribute to the attorney's closing argument, they don't even realize necessarily that the testimony that they're giving is one piece of a small little chain that's all, and they could be like chain link number 4 out of 12. And they don't realize how the attorney is crafting his questions to get that answer that they're looking for. So that's my chain link 4, check that off, and then he's going to, at the end, tie it all together. And that's what Binger was doing step by step there.
And that's why when you're preparing for trial, even I would even say in pre-trial, when you're in discovery, what you really want to be doing is starting with whatever it is that you want to say during your closing. You start with your closing, and then you go from there, because then you know, if you have your closing all prepared out, then you know exactly what you need to ask, what evidence you need to come in, and then it's just about, just like you guys are saying, just boom, 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 check. And then
it's not just, I mean, people see it on TV or like courtroom dramas, and it's like it's a conversation or something between the prosecutor or the defense attorney and the witness, and it's nothing like that. It's very, it should be a very disciplined, focused, deliberate process with very specific goals in mind.
And
that's
boring,
why
right?
no
I mean, some of the drama
question.
from this,
some
of the drama from this comes from incompetence, right? It's hard to believe that the prosecution goes and asks that question and gets that answer. What does that look like in terms of preparation, in terms of what you set up with? And that's great for Nick's stream, and it's great for virality, and it's great for all of this. And I admit it's fascinating and interesting. The fundamental problem is that incompetence is not about Matlock going home, is not about an acted show on TV. It's about a person's life. And so the courtroom really probably should be significantly more boring and significantly more procedural on both sides, defense and prosecution. And so everybody that's watching this isn't the way that I have seen most of these play out ever.
Well, normally you don't get the drama from the casual observer because they don't know, to Joe's point, they don't know that that's a bombshell. A panel of lawyers knows that that is an absolute bombshell. Most people watching don't perceive contemporaneously the significance. And I would just offer both Joe and Runkle, they are legally blonde moments. It was you coming. I didn't know it was you coming through the door when I shot, not Matlock. We've got to bring our references up to our contemporaries. And Legally Blonde is the great reference. They have that.
I think trials can be.
Could not agree more, Emily.
Trials can be interesting and entertaining, even if they're done extremely well. I think this is true in the Ahmaud Arbery case, for example. The defense is not doing as great, but I think the prosecutor has done very well, and I think it's an interesting case. There's a lot to comment on it. But, so watching lawyers perform at their best is like watching actors perform at their best. There's something very satisfying about it. And you get to see, people. One of the reasons I like doing Supreme Court oral arguments is because sometimes you really get the absolute elevation. Well, but what we've got here is some kind of like black comedy or something. It's very... I don't know. It's just it's very weird. It's some sort of slapstick nightmare or something.
I want to highlight, actually, getting back to Stetler, that he effectively called the judge a liar in his tweet, because the judge said that the person pulled over was acting on instructions from the supervisor to follow the bus. So if the judge was pissed before, he's going to be even more pissed now. I can't.
I'm sure we'll hear about it from him.
Yeah. So this incident happened this morning. The jury's in deliberations. The judge only called everyone in for that particular statement. There have been no developments in the file this morning above and beyond that.
Nope.
Jury's in deliberation. That's it.
Did you guys get a copy of the note? Have you seen this? The note the jury sent out yesterday?
No. I haven't seen the.
You have a copy of it?
Yeah, I do. Someone sent it to me. Can I just drop it in the chat window? Would that work?
Yeah, you can drop it in the chat window, or you can share screen. But if put it in the chat window, I'll pull it up.
I don't know how to share the screen.
Fascinating.
Okay,
then get it up.
It looks like it didn't go in the chat window. You know, if you go to the legal insurrection page now, my
Yeah.
most current post, it's embedded there. I embedded it as an update.
Excellent.
So
Pulling
if you
it
go
up
to
right
just
now.
legalinsurrection.com, I think they have my post pinned.
Nick, just go to his website, pull it up, and share it, and then everyone can go.
Yeah, that would probably be the
that's what I'm
easiest
doing.
way. Yeah.
I'm
Go
getting there.
give it a follow.
Oh, it's not my website. I just write for Legal Insurrection occasionally. That's run out of Cornell Law School. I'm a
featured
freelancer there.
You're a
This-
freelancer.
Verdict watch day 3 here.
Yeah, that's it. So just scroll down and you'll see the note embedded under updates or
Okay, here we go. How do I run this website here? So we've got updates. This preceding court session involved an NBC reporter. This one, or
no,
are we
below
talking
that.
about the?
Keep going.
Oh,
there's
here
a
we
note.
go.
Yep.
All right. So here's the please prepare the Rosenbaum shooting event 1, FBI aerial with all points of interest marked, drone
Persons.
video, or persons
Person.
of interest. Yes.
Yep.
Drone video, zoomed in image still after Mr. Rittenhouse post drop fire extinguisher or put down fire extinguisher, and then full event 1 video in regular and slow motion. So this is the image that the judge has been extremely queasy with. Specifically this image, and this image has been preserved on objection.
This is the provocation request.
Yep.
Yes.
They've got to go for the mistrial
Yes.
with prejudice. It's
Yes.
This is so insane.
Because
This
this
is
is what the
proceeding.
prosecution hung their case on, because everything else was lost. The illegal gun charge, the curfew, everything else was lost except this video that was a Brady violation in the first place, that didn't have foundation. And I wonder, though I'm skeptical, if when the judge says there's a day of reckoning coming, if he sees the jury relying on this video, and then you can't put the shit back in the horse on this. The jury has seen it and now they're reviewing it. If this is what they absolutely rely on, then I don't know how you get around a mistrial if they come back on any convictions.
But
And
of course,
is
the
judge hoping for acquittals so he doesn't have to decide.
This
Oh,
judge
that's
so-
from
what it seems
yesterday.
like.
So the notes from yesterday. So he's the judge has known this for roughly
This
almost
is-
24 hours now. So
As
This is what they
Andrew
were
pointed out-
arguing over yesterday. I mean,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
right.
Really interesting
request
to
number
me.
5.
It's
Yep.
really
As
interesting to
Ant-
me that a day after deliberations start, they want to hit provocation. That strikes me as one of the things you'd really have to figure out first.
I think they were fighting it first, and then it was like, well, okay, will reviewing the evidence help? Because what they probably did first, just based on what I've seen juries do and based on their request for the instructions, is they probably went through the instructions first and tried to parse what the instructions said, what the law was, and went back and forth on that, and then got to another sticking point and said, hey, now we're at a sticking point. Do we now review it together? So they're trying to convince, someone's trying to convince someone.
here's a little speculation, right? We all believe the defense has been looking at our blogging and comments and all this kind of stuff and informing themselves on different tactics they might
Sure.
adopt. If we have an activist juror on in this jury panel, do we believe for a minute that an activist juror wouldn't go on the internet?
No,
they
I
got
believe
home?
that every juror has gone on the internet. I mean,
So
it's in your
I've talked
pocket
about
now.
I've talked about how provocation is really the only path to a conviction in this case. You think a juror might have read that and went back to the courtroom and said, "Hey, you know what, guys? We've been talking for 2 days. We haven't
It's
really
your
talked
fault."
about the provocation thing."
Yeah, but
You did
here's
it.
the thing. Andrew, you pointed out on my stream last night. They have to get to a point where that there's beyond a reasonable doubt that there was provocation. So we have this blurry image thing that the judge is saying is basically what the judge is implicitly saying is that there could be such a thing as a reasonable jury, which will look at that picture and deduce from there, beyond a reasonable doubt, that there's no other explanation for that picture other than the fact that resulted in Rosenbaum seeing him, reacting to that, and that beyond a reasonable doubt, his motivation for charging was not because he screamed, "I'm going to kill you," or "If I get you alone, I'm going to kill you." It's because he saw and perceived this threat. That's the only possible explanation. That's the only reason he could have charged.
doesn't matter.
For a
That's where
reasonable
beyond a reasonable doubt on.
jury.
It's astonishing
Yeah.
that's
What
not
the jury's
that's
going to
something they should
hear,
not
though,
consider.
what the jury's going to hear is Kyle did a bad thing.
Right.
Therefore, he doesn't have the ability to engage in self-defense. That's how they're going to
Yes.
parse this
Yep.
out.
Which is what the
They're-
prosecution argued, and I think misstating the law in their closing, is that he loses the right to self-defense because he brought a gun. I'm like,
Yep.
wait, you said what? So if you've got a few jurors that can hang on to those few little quips and keep arguing them, I think, like I said at the beginning of this thing, I've always said I think we get a hung jury on this, or
You know,
and,
it's-
and by the way,
another
Kraus-
reason the closing for the defense was I was so unhappy with it was this was the obvious path of attack. This is the only thing the prosecution had, and the fact that they didn't drive a goddamn stake through the chest of this thing when they had the closing and they had the opportunity to make explicitly clear what the legal standard was and how it should be applied. Instead of this meandering, let's wander through the sequence of witnesses in chronological order closing that they received. It's just it's beyond my imagination.
When they,
quick-
when they use sorry, I'm sorry.
Question
but I
here,
just
just-
wanna
just
give
for the,
one point out. Just give me 12 seconds. When Kraus said they brought a gun to a hand fight, the point to that message, gun to a hand fight, is you had no right under the law to bring a gun to that street, to that situation. That's what gun to a hand fight, and that's what he's playing to, and the jury's buying into. Please go, Viva. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm just asking the phraseology of this note for anybody who knows better than I do. Are there terminology that they are instructed to use, or did the person who drafted this just decide to say, "Please prepare"?
I think
it says we will request one ready. I would imagine the court says to the jury when they go out, if you need exhibits, it will take us time to get them ready, because the court has to get the lawyers back, has to get Kyle back, has to get it queued up and ready to go, or has to get it queued up on a laptop to send up to them. So the court generally will tell them it will take us time to get you the things that you want. So when they said we'll request when ready, it was, hey, we're going to want this. And
I
so
actually
that's-
read, I read more into this tone than just that. I see a definite tone here. This is the kind of tone you would use if you had a personal assistant and you were asking them to perform some task for you. This is someone who has that view of the world. This is what the kind of note you would expect from a masked Karen who believes she's entitled, smarter than other people. Other people are supposed to serve her needs and interests. That's how you write a note like this. Please prepare this, do these things, and I'll get it from you when I want it.
Yeah, that's why you say mistrial without prejudice.
Without getting into
I don't read it that way at all, which is why I love being on this panel, because I like seeing how other people perceive it. I read that as the court has told you it takes time to prepare. They're being expressed in what they want to review, guessing that the court has said, let us know exactly what you need to see. There's a lot of video and it's like, we want to see these parts. And it gives us an insight into what they're considering or what they're arguing.
There was a brief
I think
discussion
that's
of
the
that
most
yesterday.
problematic
That the court put a note down that they were discussing whether they needed evidence numbers specifically, and the court had decided, now just tell us what you think you need in substance and we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Someone just pulled the door handle off a door.
They did say
Guys, I'm gonna have to
Mr.
step out for just a
Rosenbaum
minute.
shooting.
I'll come back when I can.
They did
I'll
say
say-
Mr. Rosenbaum shooting and not event one. They could, so there is some deferential respect there to.
It's funny, Emily.
Rosenbaum.
I'm going for the other one. First of all, I think the please prepare. I don't use the word Karen either, because I think it has more connotations than needed under the circumstances.
I agree with you.
This is demanding. It is demanding. If I drafted it, I would say, could we have, please? And not because I'm so nice, just because I don't like demanding or bossing. But zoomed in, image still, blah, blah. When Mr. Rittenhouse put down fire extinguisher, that's an interesting way of phrasing it, because if the argument is that he dropped it because he was being chased, then you might qualify it as dropped. Put down seems to say, I'm going to put this down to pick this up. And I would
But
read
put down Viva. That's an excellent point, because put down is the words that the prosecution used
It is
in their closing.
gently, they
It's-
even said.
Yeah, it's the prosecution's view of the case, and that's their language. And seeing the jury repeat the language of one attorney versus the other is very insightful. I'm so glad you picked up on that.
I'm going to go I have to go retire to my car, people. I'm going to go do a vlog.
About this
I
note,
want to draw attention to this right here.
Oh, go up. Didn't he have an ad for Parlor afterwards?
I don't care. Ron Coleman, right here. This great caricature of him. He's been on the panel a couple times. So,
it is a fantastic caricature.
I
Viva,
do
that's a
have
great point.
Lawcat with me right now. So
Wait, I didn't know you
Aw.
had orange cats too.
yeah. He's
I have orange cats too. They're very
We're going to
sad.
be
button.
deficient on this stream. I have a
this is
bearded
Button.
dragon.
He's a pest.
Best cats I've ever had have
Sorry,
always
who-
been tuxedo.
Who
Top
just said
three,
they had
all of them.
Who said they had a bearded dragon?
I did.
You do currently still have one?
We
Yeah,
know that
the
Viva's got a
dragon
dirty mind.
2
I don't
rooms
know where this
away.
is
It's my
going.
daughter.
It's a lizard, by the way. They're
One of
Hey,
my
but
It's not a literal dragon.
One of
I
my
wa-
favorite moments was reuniting a client who was unlawfully evicted with her bearded dragon.
There you go.
It was taken by the previous owners, and they lied about my client and said that my client stole it from a pet store, and the pet store accepted it back, and we were able to retrieve it. But like the amount of joy that came from being reunited with that bearded dragon was something you don't get to replicate. It was good.
And the fantastic part about
Yeah.
being a lawyer sometimes. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's my daughter's favorite thing in the world.
Stealing
everybody-
people's pets is a whole thing. People care much more about their animals than they do about other people, and it's very interesting to watch when that plays out in court.
And animals don't talk back. They don't. They only look at you with love and no judgment, and they
Oh, you
yawn
have a
in your
dog?
face. Look at
I don't know.
this.
My
Yeah,
pets typically
you don't
talk
have a
back.
cat.
Spoken like a dog owner, not a cat owner.
That's what
Yeah.
I said. I don't like cats. Just they're very independent. They're not. They don't need me. They tolerate me. This thing.
That's kind of one reason why cats are great, though, is that
Yeah.
they're not needed. But
Yes, you can leave a
I say
cat.
this as both a dog lover and a cat lover. I have both. I mean, you guys have seen them, bits and pieces of the zoo on stream, but they both have their costs and benefits.
Yeah. Well, no, their cats are nice, but also if I get a cat, I would get like a Dr. What's his name? Mr. Biggersworth. I would get like a bald, one of those wrinkly cats, because
Oh
those-
God.
The hairless cats.
Those are disgusting.
The alien-looking cats. Those are. Can we
Yeah.
put this thing?
I quite enjoy guess what movie Viva's talking about as part of our daily.
Austin Powers. It was Austin
Yeah,
Powers.
no, I
Not
got that
legally
one.
blonde enough, and
got
that's
that one.
not even a reference. There's so many legal movies to choose from.
Yeah,
I-
I need to go through and clip a whole bunch more clips, because all of mine are from Idiocracy, and I don't even have enough. But I
Just
need them from
religion,
My Cousin
Idiocracy.
Vinny and all of that stuff.
You definitely
Um,
need My Cousin Vinny. My Cousin Vinny actually has some great moments when you're looking at like proper foundation and properly qualifying an expert.
My
Brady
evidence
rule as
class,
far as sharing-
my 3L
as sharing.
year, my evidence class, that was the first time that I saw any part of My Cousin Vinny was the expert testimony segment that my professor was like, here is a perfect example of exactly how to do this, and go. It was great.
It's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Speaking of trials, does anyone know if the Chris Chan trial is actually happening today?
I think you probably know more about that than
You
anyone
probably
else
know
on
more
this
than
panel.
I.
It was supposed to start today, but I don't know why that the news doesn't realize that this is the biggest legal story outside of Kyle Rittenhouse right now, but they are deciding not to televise it, as far as I can tell. But I didn't know if a
might be the
continuance was
best.
granted. Oh no, that needs to be televised. It needs to
It's-
happen.
It's for the best for society, but maybe not for you.
Oh man, I would
Next
love
week-
to have that.
next week, what's the next trial? The jury's coming back on this at some point. Forget Thanksgiving. What's the next trial?
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
hoping they wait until I'm back on the ground, because in a little bit I got to board a plane, but I don't want to miss anything.
Oh no, lawyers like to screw up your travel plans. It's happened to me every single time I've gotten on a plane this year, and it's normally been because James Spears has decided to file something. But leak it to the press first, so it's not actually on the court website.
Now, is that
when
story
you're voting.
over, or is there anything more to follow up on there?
There's a lot more.
Okay.
Brittany's
after
no longer
Dad.
in control, but there's a lot of money that still needs to happen. And James Spears' lawyers are still asking for over $1.3 million in legal fees. So,
Okay.
there's a lot of
And,
money still happening in that case.
Now, not to delve too far into it, but they're in conservatorships. They're entitled to the legal fees to be paid from the conservator's estate, aren't they?
Reasonable fees.
Reasonable attorney's fees.
Right.
So there's at least $500,000 of a media tour. So whether those benefit the conservatorship or not is definitely questionable. There were legal fees paid to a business manager for personal cease and desist to be sent out. There's a lot of there. So there's a lot to be questioned. And then Brittany's mother's also asking for legal fees, even though she
Which is
inserted
not-
herself into the proceedings and isn't
Yeah.
a conservator. And
Right.
that's interesting as well.
Right.
So,
Yeah, because you can't do that because literally anyone that has a financial interest in the estate, it could be it could be somebody that she owes money to, could be an interested party in a conservatorship, or anything like that. And so by that logic, if you were to allow anyone to just insert themselves and then get their legal fees, I mean, there would be no estate
her
very
ex-husband's
quickly.
an interested party in the conservatorship because of their child support and
Exactly.
because of their. It's just.
See, this is
It's-
why I asked the
it's a lot.
question.
Yeah,
I don't even
there's a
know
lot
why I'm
still
hanging out
happening.
with Nick. I should come follow you guys.
Hey, wait a
I
minute.
like talking about pop culture. I enjoy covering cases, but after spending so many years in court, there's
Sure.
times that it just makes me too angry, and I prefer to take a step down and talk about other lawyers doing malfeasance, like stealing money from people, where people aren't going to go to prison generally at the end of the day.
No,
And if
I
they
get
are
you.
going
What
to go
I've
to prison,
found is I get this year in particular, right? I do video game videos. I talk about transactions in the video game industry. And this year in particular with Activision and Epic and everybody going nuts, I've had so many long strings of not negative's too strong, but serious, important videos. I try to find, all right, can we talk about something goofy, a little less
Carol
than
Baskin.
6,000
Carol
Yes.
Baskin.
harassment claims. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I like to have a mix on my channel too.
Yeah.
Talking about Disney and copyright, and then talking about The Last of Us and analyzing whether Joel can argue self-defense, that kind of stuff.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
I mean, if you guys are interested in what's going on in Quebec, I was asked to do a vlog on it, but I mean, no one's going to care outside of Quebec, and it's just too frustrating. But we had two recent decisions come down. One was about the vaccine passport. There was an injunction that people were seeking to suspend the application of the vaccine passport. Judge
Okay.
said no, because it's not really, it's other than some inconvenience and embarrassment, it's not really that serious of a violation of rights that it warrants intervention at the urgent injunctive stage. And then the other one was for mandatory vaccines for healthcare workers. Even the government 2 weeks ago decided to suspend application of the measure, and now a judge came out after the suspension of the application, said it wouldn't be unconstitutional on a injunctive basis regardless. So now we're going to see if the government comes back and says, well, now we have the backing of the court to undo what we suspended based on the public backlash to it. So that's
Was that
That's
not
where we-
moot at the time? They decided on it anyway? Advisory?
say that again.
If they had pulled back on it, the court still made that decision?
Well, I think the petitioners were the healthcare workers, and they still continued with the lawsuit in the event that the government ever,
I see. Okay.
retracted the retraction. But look, so the government now has the government courts, or I should say, just the courts, have now sanctioned what the government retracted. So I predict they're going to come back with this.
They
But
got the
there-
precedent they needed. Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of
And I-
Canadian law, have you guys seen the latest photo of the Canadian Supreme Court?
I looked up the history of the suits.
I am
because-
wondering why they choose to dress up like Santa Claus. I find that
Right,
Is that
very
a tweet I got that said carolers?
It was, I think it was Election Wizard who tweeted it. Either that or he sent it to me via DM. But yeah, it's straight up. It looks like Santa Claus's costume.
Yeah,
and
let
I
me
had to
let me
look up
let
the
me share
history.
it.
It's
If Nicholas
is that what
share
they
the
wear
screen,
all the
I'll show
time?
you
Yep.
guys.
You gotta get Nick's
only
attention.
for it's apparently this particular suit is only what they wear for special occasions.
Like
Sorry,
Christmas.
Oh.
yeah, but it's not
Yeah.
a joke. Like this is not related to Christmas. This is just the special event suits, the ones they
This
wear
is
in court.
Okay.
Yep.
Why
They
is
really do
Canada?
look Christmassy.
These are
It's-
their
I mean, it's like
special
even with the
robes.
black belt and everything. I mean, it's just
the-
been very.
it's
very
the arm
festive.
fluff. It's
is
the fluff. It's like those wristies. But apparently it goes back to like the 1600s, and it's just purely a question of the evolution of whatever they wore at the time. And I guess it looks a little socially awkward now, and didn't.
Yet no wigs. Like I feel
Uh,
like
the
wigs
wigs-
need to go with this outfit.
No,
They are-
Yeah.
do not
they
bring
are-
back wigs.
they did away with the wigs. What, Ian, 100 years ago, 80 years ago?
Yeah,
Um,
and when you look at what they cost people in the UK, they're not cheap. Those
The gowns
are
are not
not
cheap.
cheap.
The gowns
Yeah.
are $600 Canadian at least.
Yeah, no, that whole getup is expensive. So I'm glad there's no wigs. I'd love them to get rid of the robes that you have to wear if you're going into Queen's Bench or the
And the
higher level
chat might
courts.
not know this, that there are actual robes, Runkle, if you want to explain it to the chat, because if it's a mostly American chat, American lawyers do not
I like this
have
version.
a set dress for court other than business professional, of course.
Yeah, in provincial court, we can go in, we're in suits. That's sort of the usual way to do it. But if you're in a higher level of court, then you're required to wear these like black robes. They're essentially a dress with little tabs. They're these white sort of things that stick out. It's a whole outfit. And it actually is surprisingly expensive.
Yep.
So lots of junior lawyers can't afford one. And so they're borrowing them. So you'll often see people wearing robes that are too long or too short.
Like something out of Harry Potter.
Well, it's a black gown and it's a little frock. It's like it looks like women's lingerie to some extent, and there are men's and there are women's. And my father, once upon a time, showed up and wore the woman's gown with the woman's frock, and apparently the judge could identify that it was the woman's gown and frock. But it's so silly. The idea behind it was that cover your clothing so that there's no battle of classes in the courtroom. That nobody looks at a fancy, Hugo Boss suit and judges the guy who's got a Simon suit. But those stupid gowns cost $600, $1,000, and you can get a $2,000 gown anyhow. So they just found a way to transpose the battle of the classes just using ugly clothing to do it. So I want to bring this
just
up
as a barrier to the profession overall.
Well,
total shout out to Watching the Watchers, Robert Gruler. This was
nice.
Yeah, he sent a box over once, and I kept the cap. It's beautiful.
He has gift boxes.
Yeah, it makes me feel awful.
You're a very fancy large channel now. You're gonna have to up your game.
Yeah, you might get a text message or something.
No, the DMs, you're like, that's it. That's all you get.
A brief update. The Chris Chan trial has been continued until next year. So anybody who's looking for that, that's not going to really happen. Apparently there's a hearing on Chris's mental state at this point. I think that is still happening.
What brought that an issue?
No idea. No idea at all.
Hey,
but,
you can wait till November 30th. Josh Duggar goes to trial. If you want your train wreck of a case, go. Well, it's not a train wreck for the government. I don't know why he didn't plead, but
Emily, I have a question for you.
Though, too, right? I can't remember which one. I wrote it down somewhere.
And apparently Kim Potter's trial in Minneapolis is now going to be televised, which originally it was not.
So that's the one I think on the 29th.
That's the taser lady, yeah. Which is a really fascinating case when you get down to the fact that she was probably fully justified to use deadly force. And the only reason she's being tried is because she said taser when she pulled her gun, which, I mean, she maybe shouldn't have shot him, but she's probably justified in doing so. So, but Emily, real quick, I had a question for you that I've seen a lot in the chat. Okay, so let's say all of the stuff that Binger and Krause have been doing, we've determined to be bad.
Yes.
What kind of sanctions can a prosecutor face from a judge in that instance?
The judge can't. So there's limited civil sanctions. I've seen people saying that because prosecutors have pretty strong immunity. By pretty strong, almost impenetrable immunity. But the judge can sanction them for misconduct. And the judge, I would think, would set, generally they do this after the jury's back and say, we need to address this, and then set an order to show cause hearing regarding sanctions for prosecutorial misconduct, and do a hearing with the transcripts, with the defense attorneys, and then look into whether the attorney should be punished or not. But they normally don't bring it up, or at least in the experiences that I've seen, because it's rare, they don't normally bring it up till the jury's back so that it doesn't look like they are biased one way or the other, so they're not signaling it. But they should set an order to show cause on some of these things. The judge can do it sua sponte. The defense can also ask for it.
Sure. So let's say they get the hearing, the show cause hearing, prosecution fails. What kind of, I mean, they can get sanctioned for misconduct. What does that mean? Because for
they can
a
get
civil
monetarily
attorney
sanctioned, and then they can get reported to the bar for misconduct. And each bar has its own rules on how they take action.
Right.
I mean, I'm from California where the rules apparently are no rules, but the bar can also take actions. Prosecutorial misconduct is reported, and there are movements to bring that into like a Brady system almost, when you have police misconduct reported, to know if prosecutors have been punished for misconduct. And normally those opinions get written up as well and get put into the local whatever kind of the local journal is, if there's an issue. And sometimes media picks those up too, and it becomes known.
It should be known. It should be known because there was a Frontline documentary that I watched in my constitutional criminal procedure class, and it was about these guys who were convicted of the rape and murder of this woman, and they were all low intelligence guys who had basically been bullied into confessions by a prosecutor. And the actual guy who did it ended up confessing when he was caught on a later crime, and said, none of these people were involved. I've never met them. But the prosecution just kept adding people to the case. The theory eventually became one guy who had never met or seen this woman in his entire life was standing outside her apartment and decided he was going to go in and rape and murder her. And then, oh, Jesus. Sorry. Oh, you guys don't have the audio up. The long crime feed just shit the bed and had it.
That was
That's
something
better.
else, Nick.
Rape, murder, and then oh Jesus is what?
It's here. Listen,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I could
that happened in my ears. Okay, so that the the one guy standing out there, he's like, I'm gonna go rape and murder someone, and then someone else walks up who he's never met in his entire life, is like, what are you up to, fine chap? And he's like, well, I'm about to participate in a rape and murder. Would you care to join me? And so then this eventually extends to 4 different people. They convict all of them on the confessions. And it turns out that the detective who did the interviews, had a habit of doing these 16-hour interrogations where he just bullies and bullies and bullies. He introduces evidence and then pulls it away and then asks about it hours later and coerced confessions out of everybody. And because it was actually reported when this guy got caught up in other coerced confessions, that's how people were able to find out that, oh yeah, this also happened to me or my client, as it were, and all of this stuff. And I think it should absolutely be reported, because people should be on guard for the same types of behavior.
Well, it has to come to the light of day, because, and it might sound altruistic or white-pilled or naive of me, but when you're wielding the weight of the state, the intent of our Constitution is it's better to let people go free than to put people who shouldn't be in jail. And if prosecutors come to that job with a desire to win, it's not going to go well for the people they're prosecuting. They should come to the job with the desire to do justice, to find out the truth, and look at their witnesses and victims with a, could this be another way? Is there another reasonable explanation? And to listen to the defense attorneys. A lot of people who come into the criminal system are guilty of the thing that they're charged with. But you've got to be mindful of their constitutional rights for the ones, not even that aren't guilty, but for the ones who you can't prove they're guilty. Because just having like a gut feeling that they might have done something isn't enough.
I mean, I've never been a prosecutor, but I almost get the sense that the system's been optimized for the huge influx of people into the pipeline who are criminals. I mean, so you just assume everybody's a criminal, and you're just kind of shuffling paper and going through the motions, and pretty much most of them are criminals. And then when you get the rare unicorn who comes through, who's actually not somebody like that all these protections are really intended to guard, I think it throws the system for a loop. They're just not accustomed to that.
And it's a high volume. I mean, I don't know what Kenosha's caseload is like, but it can be a high volume of cases, which is why drug crimes piss me off so much, because if there were less of them, the high volume of cases would go down substantially, which is why I was so happy when marijuana became legal in California. It was like, oh, thank God. Now you can deal with paying your taxes.
I did check another feed, and the Fox 6 feed from Milwaukee affiliate is also the same. So it seems to be a problem with the actual courthouse broadcast system rather than individual.
Wouldn't that suck if the judge was actually like, because of this, no more media in the courtroom?
Well, that's what,
He just shuts
not
him
to
down.
be me, but I'm going to be me. That's what happened in the Britney Spears case. The LA Superior Court system had a remote audio access program for all cases that started because of COVID, but was really instrumental in the Britney cases. She spoke to the court on June 23rd, and people rebroadcast it. Outlets recorded it. It ended up all over YouTube, and the judge said that's enough. And the site judge of LA County, the supervising judge, shut down the entire remote access audio program 2 days later because people had illegally recorded the court feed. It was very interesting seeing that, like, access to justice and transparency versus the judges being like, fuck it, we're done. And it was wild. And I was so pissed because the last couple court hearings have been very interesting based on the transcripts.
We saw that with Judge Jeffrey Middleton, right? Up in Michigan, I think it was, where he was broadcasting on orders from the Michigan Supreme Court. Then he got a note suggesting maybe he shouldn't be broadcasting because people were shockingly interested in what goes on in a
No,
courthouse. I mean,
it was after
and
Buttfucker 3000.
yeah,
Well,
I
and there
know.
were a
Sorry,
few other
your
things.
stream's
There was-
monetized enough with super chats. We're just going to speak the truth.
Oh no,
There was
don't ever worry about that over here.
There was another hearing with the what is it? It wasn't just that one. It was also one where it turned out that the domestic violence complainant and the
Yep.
accused were in the same house.
That's his
But
court.
actually,
Yeah.
if you follow up the subsequent hearing, they actually mute the guy and take him off video and just throw him into an oubliette for like 2 hours of hearing or something. And I was sitting there watching this going, what the heck? And from what I've heard, that's the one that got it shut down because people were asking if the judge had behaved improperly by doing that, by basically they basically had the whole hearing in the guy's absence. And when they were coming in, he was saying, I want to fire my lawyer. My lawyer's not properly representing me. And so they just stuck him into this dead zone, this like nobody, get him out of the courtroom and have his lawyer, who he's just said he doesn't want representing him, continue. So that was, I think, the straw on that one.
And the interesting thing is that ban lasted all of a day. Because I believe people sent a whole bunch of emails to the Supreme Court of Michigan, said, no, like
Is
you
that back
don't
on?
you.
Huh.
Yeah, he brought it back. Like he gave his sign-off message, which was very heartfelt. And then he brought it back, and the Supreme Court of Michigan clarified their letter to him that, oh, no, we didn't say you couldn't do this. It's silly. It's like, you just did.
If
But,
I've learned anything from doing this and doing commentary on law and court proceedings, it's the fundamental lack of understanding of how our system actually works. And I think COVID gave us some really interesting opportunities to bring people into the courtrooms that have never observed a working courtroom to see that, yeah, even though in the Rittenhouse case, we're in the middle of a murder trial with a self-defense claim, and the judge is playing Jeopardy with the media in the audience, the judge is joking with the jury and working with them, and just kind of showing people how the court system works in different contexts, I think is a really good thing to help bring forward an understanding of how our system works, because the media reporting of how our system works is just appalling.
Right. That's where I think the problem lives, right? I think it's interesting. You got the judge yesterday talking to Kyle on trial for murder about the ceiling of the courthouse. And you see this image of Kyle looking up going, oh, that's interesting, judge, and having normal conversations. And, I'm sure somewhere reported on the weirdness of that somehow, because they're reporting on everything the judge does as if he's not a human being, because he's not the law and order judge, or he's not whatever you expect to see on these kinds of things. And I think it will be useful the more it happens. But this kind of interregnum period is a little hard for, judges who are reading too much of their own press clippings, to be frank.
I think for a lot of people, they really don't understand how they look at the legal process, and the only way they know it mostly is from TV and movies, right?
Yep.
And there's all this formality. There's suits. There's a judge in the robe on the bench. Everything reflects the power of the state. Even in civil litigation, ultimately, it's the state that's enforcing those judgments. And we want all those trappings, right? Because we want people to respect the authority, the importance of what's happening. And then we have all these rules of evidence and all these statutes, and it begins to feel to outsiders like some kind of computer algorithm, and you put data in and it calculates some result, and then the result comes out the other end. And they lose sense of the fact that all of this, every single bit of it, is being done by human beings, with all the strengths that comes with human beings involved and all the weaknesses that comes with human beings involved in this process. And I give a lot of interviews, and people are invariably, lay people are shocked at the reality of the criminal justice system. They are left speechless. And these are adults, professionals, journalists, and they just can't believe the system could possibly work that way or allow for this to happen. And they forget these are all decisions and actions being taken by other human beings with all the strengths and weaknesses of any other human beings.
Do they not ever go to the DMV?
Nick and everybody, I'm gonna duck out for a bit. Good to see all of you. But I was told, someone sent me an email that, to clarify, it wasn't Brian Stetler's comment before. He was quoting NBC. If that changes anything, but I don't remember how he discussed it. Just in fairness to Brian, peeps,
35.
If there's news, I'll pop back on if there's room.
Sounds good, Viva.
All right,
I should probably do the same thing. My flight's about to board, but I did want to share, just as a little bit of a callback. Not only do the Supreme Court have these suits, but I shared a link in the thing here. They've got a mascot.
What?
They have a
They're
mascot.
also substantially
wondered if-
younger than
Right.
most of the U.S. Supreme Court. That's the thing that struck me the most. And the fact that it got memed, but not memed on Mean Girls, because there's a lot of opportunity there for Jingle Bell Rock.
Oh
I'm
Their
God!
wondering if Nick
mascot
can
is
pull up the
hilarious.
image here. It's
I love
drop the
that.
link in the
Here,
chat.
That mascot.
I'm about to put it up.
I'm gonna retweet this.
Very
here
wise.
is the mascot. Oh my gosh, Canada is
I
just
like-
a consistent question.
Canada has better
Uh,
candy. I love how friendly they've made the court system there in Canada.
Oh my gosh. That's how many licks does it take to get to the end of a Tootsie Roll pop?
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
It's
Well, the
Amethyst
judge is
Owl.
the turtle,
Three.
and this is Mr. Owl. So we've got it. We've got them both now. Oh gosh, why is Canada? I just
And,
I'll
uh,
never understand.
I feel
No
like
Supreme
it's
Court
like a
noise,
theme
guys.
park. You could go to the evidence theme park ride. You could have a foundation seminar.
I like the
welcome,
opportunities.
welcome to the stream, Mr. Ty Beard. How's it going?
Howdy. How y'all doing? By the way, perps on the use of the word interregnum.
Perps?
Oh.
Very perps.
Yes, yes.
You mean-
yeah,
You
It's
mean
an-
props,
Yep,
right?
props.
Like, 'cause-
Props, perps, whatever.
Well, I
Whatever
mean, there's
words
a
you
difference.
Crazy kids use.
There's a difference between
you know, it's like a prop
I
walk.
think I've
or
been
a
using
perp walk.
perps
It's either
for
way.
like years wrongly now.
Hey.
yes, perps is
caused me to
short for
question myself.
perpetrators. Joseph
Yeah.
Rosenbaum was a perp.
Props, right? Props then to the use of the word interregnum.
I'll check out, but if any of you guys want me to send you candy from Canada, there are some things that we can get up here that not
Oh,
so much
Rumpel, I
down
may
there.
have to.
Awesome.
So-
Safe travels.
We know
Thank
what
you.
kind of candy. What kind of candy is good in Canada?
Fly well.
I think I've got a coffee crisp in my
Crunchies.
bag here.
The coffee ones are good too. They get flake too. Those are good. The coffee crisps are good.
Somebody from Nestle needs to send me some cash now. But anyway, I'll see you later.
See ya.
It'll just be sponsorships.
It's the international law nerds have been very generous in sending candy from all over the world for my kids to explore,
nice.
and sometimes I share.
I have a giant box of Japanese snacks right there, including a 4,000 calorie ramen.
Wow.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
the Japanese have some weird stuff, man. I was on Tim Pool's show, and he had a bunch of Japanese drinks that had like plastic balls inside them. When you shook the can,
The
it did something
Ramunes,
weird.
those are so good.
Oh my gosh.
Those things are
All right.
strange.
Ramunes
There's
really good.
They're a strange culture.
So Nick, have you lost the case yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, I haven't, but the defense is trying, and actually, the state is trying too. They're each trying to lose their own case. It's like they played switch C's or
It's a
whatever.
race
The
to the
problem is
bottom.
nobody goes to prison if the prosecution blows it.
Right.
Right.
That's the disturbing thing about the defense. Did the judge ever rule on the video, or is it still hanging out there in space?
He
Somewhere?
doesn't like to rule on things.
He
Yeah.
doesn't biased one way or the other, and then he never really says anything. It's very strange.
He's a very non-judgmental judge.
It's
He basically
admitted.
said, if I have to look at it later, I guess maybe I will.
He said he would look at it if the jury requested it, and then we saw the note
And then
that
he
the jury
didn't.
requested it.
Yeah, no.
and then they just showed the jury anyway. So I love what he's doing, where he says the day of reckoning is coming. I forewarned you about this. You've built this case on a house of cards. That house of cards is the drone footage. You're putting more weight on the house of cards as we go on, and yet here you are, just letting them persist with their house of cards and letting the jury see the house of cards, but only from the angle where it looks stable.
When did
And
he
it's,
morph into Hans Blix on Team America? Is what I want to know.
I-
We will send you a letter telling you how angry we are. I mean,
It's when the defense won't ask him to actually follow through on what he's saying. I mean, over and over. That's my perspective. Is just he's dangling the carrot, and the donkey won't follow. The donkey being the defense team. He's like, please just ask me to dismiss this case. Just
Well.
flat out ask me and do it. But you know,
well,
and
that's
they
true.
haven't.
I mean, that is how the system is supposed to work. But
yeah.
yeah, something that the stream probably isn't, doesn't really think through are the implications of an adversarial legal system. The prosecution is on the other side. They're playing the game to win, as is the defense. And the judge it really isn't his job to do either side's job. You know, now
Yeah.
I would think you know, in a capital murder trial, I would think that a judge might feel a little more obligation, but
You've got to protect your case on appeal either way. So you've got to make the
agreed.
calls so that you don't get overturned on appeal, because it just causes everybody more problems,
Yeah.
which we saw like in the Cosby case. People were pissed, and it's like, well, the prosecution sort of maybe promised him they wouldn't use this against him, so he didn't assert his Fifth Amendment right. So it gets overturned on appeal. That's what happens.
Yeah.
And it's kicking the can down the road doesn't help anybody, which has
No.
been frustrating watching this judge.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what this judge has been doing. I really believe he was hoping the jury would bail him out.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I think it looks that way.
that is sloppy judging. I don't care who's, what the case is. You know, we pay these guys a fair amount of money. We give them a ton of respect and all this. They need to do their jobs, and especially on the hard cases. If this judge lets somebody go to prison because he didn't do his job, that doesn't help the legal system that he was bleating about yesterday, in my opinion.
Well, and if he finally gets strong at the end and he honest to God overturns what's a guilty verdict in front of him, he has no idea if he thinks the media has been bad right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he has
Hellfire
no
that will
idea.
rain.
Well, MSNBC won't be sending him a Christmas card. That's for sure.
That's for sure. That is
Yeah,
facts.
that's. Have you guys that do criminal law? Have y'all ever seen judges? Well, have you seen a trial handle evidence this badly in
No.
a criminal trial? Because I do mostly civil. I don't. Yeah, here's a video we pulled off of Fox.
And
But honestly,
airdrop it to somebody's phone with no foundation. No.
Okay.
To me, it circles right back to the defense. I mean, you normally don't see this because the defense doesn't allow this to happen.
Well, what possible reason could they have, given them every benefit of the doubt, for not objecting to that? I mean, I can't think of one.
We were talking about this a little bit earlier, and I suppose that they might not have been fighting it because they're like, it's so blurry. It's not going to matter, but it clearly matters. The jury's asking for it. I think you've got to come at the approach that everything matters because it matters to your client who could go to prison. So even if it seems like a small fight now, it might not be a small fight later. And the prosecution had really nothing else to hang provocation on other than that video, which is why it mattered to fight on it. And to
If
fight
there's
the
a
foundation
reason
of it.
a rationale to exclude it, you exercise that rationale and argue it should be excluded. You don't give the prosecution a free toss.
Ever.
Well,
No.
I see, and I think they might just have thought that it showed good things for their client, that you could see the charging, you could see how close it was, and those kinds of things, and that it wasn't as negative as the prosecution has made it out to be. I agree with all of you. I agree with.
That's
I'm
the
Well,
thing.
yeah,
devil's
it was a
advocate
thought
on it.
exercise.
But
The question
you may be
assumed
right.
that they were being intelligent.
You may be right because I see the defense doing this repeatedly. I saw them do it on their closing. They view the evidence. They're viewing these narratives from inside their own head,
Yes.
as opposed to how other people might view it. And if
As
there's
if
a
they'd already
fundamental
won.
skill a lawyer's supposed to have, it's to be able to see the other side's argument, right?
How bad
perceive
can
it
this
through
look
their
if
eyes
I'm-
as well.
Yes. How bad
It
does
was the
this
same
look
on
if I'm coming from
closing.
the other side?
When I saw Richards arguing his closing, that was him talking for him. It wasn't him talking to the narrative through the eyes of those reluctant jurors who may not yet be on his side, which is, in my opinion, how it's supposed to be done. And I think when he looked at this video, he was like, oh yeah, that reinforces my view of things, because he's fleeing, he's pursued, and he just couldn't put himself in the position of, all right, what if I was prosecuting this case? How could I characterize this video? Just, I think it's a real limitation.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this client's going to pay the consequence.
By the way, great article. I read it. And nice to meet you, by the way.
Me?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh.
sorry, yeah, you-
I didn't write any
I was
articles.
looking at my screen,
Definitely
which
didn't
actually
write
is
any
the exact
article.
opposite.
Sure.
As the
Well,
cat.
very nice to meet you as well. I'm obviously new here, but having a great time.
Yeah. Who is this
Sorry
Nick
to.
Rekieta guy I keep reading about?
That's me. It's a busy day in the Rekieta household, and so I was trying to help Lady Rackets find a piano bag for one of our kids. Turns out our youngest had taken it and put it in a cupboard with cups.
That tracks.
Okay.
I don't know. But yeah, so we're just the court feed is completely devoid of activity right now. It is actually the court feed is in blackface, which is very offensive. But it just goes to show what kind of court Judge Schrader is running. Oh, sorry, I was reading the MSNBC article about the court. That's I'll switch over.
How are the folks on the far left acting right now? I mean, are they optimistic that Kyle is going to get found guilty? Are they singing? Well, what are they doing?
There's an interesting alleged event that happened last night in which a journalist was caught following the jury van in their vehicle, and that journalist, when caught, said that they were doing so on the orders of an MSNBC producer in New York. MSNBC has categorized him as a freelance journalist and has said that they did no such order, but that the producer that he named or manager or whatever from MSNBC has deleted their Twitter and LinkedIn profiles. So
good. Is that a violation of some law somewhere?
They've been ticketed, yes. But it could, I mean, I think it could run afoul of general juror intimidation. You know, that's typically either a state or federal crime is going into attempting to influence the lawful conduct of a jury, right?
Well, I'm sure the Justice Department will get right on that, you know, after they're through prosecuting parents for getting snippy with school.
No, the court's going to refer it to the DA's office and be like, can you send out your DA investigators to do this? And they'll be like, yeah, we'll get right on that once we find Jump Tick Man.
Kraus will email the request for the DAs to go investigate to himself and then send me a compressed version of it.
And then be like, oh, we tried.
By the way, it wasn't just me that Kraus was an absolute train wreck on his rebuttal, was it?
Well, he lied to the jury. I mean, that's something.
Well, yeah, besides the mistruth.
I think that was
he was yelling at the jury at one point.
I think that was the worst day. Kraus was angry.
It was all but this.
Yeah.
It seemed to me. Yeah.
I'm surprised it didn't put the jury off more that he seemed to be in their face yelling at them. And the only reason to do that is that he thinks he's losing and that they're not listening to him. And the defense, if they had a strategy to piss these prosecutors off, it worked, but they could have done it a lot more. They could, both of these prosecutors got pretty quick to get brazen with the court. And I think the defense could have leaned into that more by poking these prosecutors and interrupting them when they're repeating things over and over, as I am wont to do. Agreed. And getting them angry so that they're then arguing with the court.
They clearly hate to have their reputation impugned.
Oh yeah,
and it's deserved. Popped them in the nose with that 100 times.
You know, yeah, and lawyers have no place to be like that. I remember a case one time where a lawyer was literally just trying to shake us down. It was a civil matter, and we're at the table, and I said to my client, "We're not going to let this guy shake us down, are we?" And he goes, "I've never had my integrity impugned." And I said, "Hey, call it like I see it."
I got yelled at for laughing at a defense attorney once in court, but they were so ridiculous. It just happened before I willingly did it. And they were so mad. They're like, Your Honor, she's laughing at me. And the court looks at me and I'm like, I am laughing at them.
Sorry.
That's happening. There was no jury. But I was at, yes, I am laughing
she's
at them.
Being
because
mean to me, Your Honor.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I can't help it. So, Nick, you're not trusting the chat that the judge is back.
No,
right?
No, I was just pulling up for the chat to let them know that the video feed is back.
I know that you know that I know that you know that the judge is not back.
The judge is never back. He's never coming back.
He left somewhere that the prosecutors had Handbrake, the software Handbrake on their
apparently
machine.
Yes, which in and of itself is not a problem. I mean,
Except
a prosecutor
that you do use it to compress video files.
The problem is the representation by the prosecutor who has Handbrake on his laptop that he has no idea how you would compress or edit video.
He doesn't even know
any
what
way.
compression is.
I've never even heard of compression.
And that it's the Android phone's fault. We tried to airdrop it and we couldn't
We're not
airdrop
sure
it.
what it was on the defense's side, but we're sure it's the defense's fault.
Get a fucking thumb drive. Who's airdropping evidence? Like, what the hell?
Feel free to refrain from answering, but does anybody on earth look at Kraus and think that guy doesn't understand tech? I mean,
sorry.
Like at
I
least
gotta
to
tell
some
you,
limited.
Ty's response is killing me.
He's so all
Let's
over
just
the
say
place.
he's unlikely to have
lying. I
other
don't believe
interests
anything.
outside of his house.
I mean, he's like the guy in the office when you know video is going to be a major component of testimony in the trial. You say, all right, who's the video guy here in the office, right? Who's the IT nerd here who can, make sure we can get all this stuff to run? Let's grab him to be co-counsel.
Yeah, everybody looks at him and he looks up and he's like, "What? I was on my phone. Why is everybody looking at me?"
The only didn't the prosecution bring up Call of Duty and stuff? I don't think those are games being played by Binger. I think that's all Kraus going, okay, these are the games that use AR-15s because these are the games that I play.
Oh, don't you want?
I'm surprised
You
they
know
didn't
what
talk
I
about
want?
Grand
I got
Theft Auto because
invited.
that's usually the one that they go for.
Because GTA
See, I
is a lot
started
of fun.
tweeting about Call of Duty. This is how Nick found me. Said, "Hey, you want to
Exactly.
come on?" So I do video games. This is my day job. I was like, "Oh my living God, we're going back to the video games." Did it? Oh,
I want Krause's recorded, and I know they're out there somewhere. Halo 2 multiplayer
clips?
sessions.
want
I
clip?
want to hear. I want to hear how many F slurs Kraus dropped when stealing the flag from the other team. I know they're out there. I can just see him with the headset on.
I get so infuriated by video games, obviously for whatever reason, but it's like the percentage of teenage males in America that have played Call of Duty or any number of other video games. We would have a much greater problem if that had any causal effect to any of this. It's
Yes.
just amazing.
One of the fascinating benefits of all that is the U.S. military has for 20 plus years now said that their recruits are coming in with far better knowledge of basic infantry tactics from all these games.
Oh, slicing pies, corners.
to the
Well, they
point that-
have a recruiting team that goes on Twitch.
Yeah.
Well, to the point that the controllers for modern weapon systems, a lot of times they resemble video game controllers. It's analogous to how in World War II, most American soldiers knew how to work on a car, because somebody that knew how to jalopy or a tractor or something. And so Americans were much more mechanically literate than everybody else. And so that, but yeah, the military's been aware of that been hearing that at least 2 decades.
Well, yeah, and I had heard that some of the drone technology and operations were working through what the institutional knowledge of a video game society has in terms of how they control those things.
I'm sure it's a Thrustmaster was probably contracted to make the joysticks for the drone program, right? Like, I mean, Thrustmaster joysticks are modeled off of F-16 joysticks, and then
Really?
or flight sticks. Yeah. You got to buy the authentic. You can buy the A10 Warthog flight controls for about $500 to plug into your computer to play cool flight simulator games.
Thanks,
That
Nick.
sounds amazing. I didn't know
I
that.
needed to know that, Nick. Thank you.
I had a buddy that built an entire cockpit rig with a series of monitors and everything in the measured to the places where it needed to be.
Now it's VR. They put the goggles on.
The
So you got
VR
me
is
in the
amazing, but it
chat.
doesn't have that sense of tactilness that
Yeah.
you can get
Yet,
from
until
walking
it all
into
becomes
somebody's
Ready Player
wooden
One and you get the
cockpit.
chairs.
Yes,
Somebody
or
in the
the
chat-
multi-directional treadmill.
Yep.
There we go.
Somebody in chat points out that World War II American hand grenades were the same weight as a baseball because most American young men knew how to throw a baseball. I have no idea if that's true.
I have no
but
idea if that's
it's-
true, but
it's
that's
too
a
good to
fascinating
check.
stat if accurate.
Yeah, it's too good to check. I think we
Seems
should
close
stick with
enough.
that it's true. Yeah.
The
But
One thing I've really been struck about this trial that's really it's remarkable to me the degree of like personal sensitivity expressed by the state and the judge,
What's true?
taking obvious
really?
offense. I mean, there's a certain lack of what I would call professional detachment
Yeah.
here. I mean, just because somebody says something insulting to you doesn't mean you have to act outraged and insulted.
right.
That's theoretically within your control. I mean, you should be viewing that objectively, saying, all right, is this they're reacting towards me this way? Is that something I can leverage for the benefit of my client, or
Right.
to be more compelling with the judge? Or but the judge is taking these news reports so personally. He keeps talking about them in the courtroom, and the prosecutors, especially Kraus, holy crap, he's so sensitive to any suggestion of insult or disrespect that he just can't help himself but erupt in response, which is something the defense should be exploiting rigorously, and they're not. And then on the other hand, you have this defense that, well, I guess Richards was very angry on his closing, but otherwise they're just kind of passively sitting there, like they're drugged or something.
Well, they seem to be deliberately trying to hold back in places. You can see them get emotional or however else you want to describe it, and then kind of grip the table and decide they're going to be passive. I don't know whether that's their strategy or whether that's just how they like to present to the court, but whether or not it's accurate,
It's a dangerous,
reasonable minds can differ.
strategy though, because you're presuming that you know the mind of the jury.
The thing that made me, there was a little line the judge said that made me really interested in that, and it was along the lines of what you're talking about, Andrew. He said also that he had read some of the reports or seen some of the things about all of the lawyers, and he's like, I've had all of these lawyers in my courtroom for many times, and they're all to see some of the things written about them was distressing or disturbing. And it's like, what do you care what some dork like Rekieta Law says about Mark Richards not calling objections? Like, what does that matter? What does it matter if someone says that, Binger seems like a slime ball? That's not your job as a judge, and certainly not during the pendency of the trial.
And vouching for them from the bench isn't going to help one bit either.
That's not.
Yeah.
Y'all, thank you for having me. I hate to have to bounce, but I am sure I will pop back in later. I thought that the jury would be back before lunch today. I'm kind of surprised. That's where I was thinking they were going to get to a frustration threshold. So we will see for sure.
We're pushing.
I thought some stuff would happen today as well. So
I thought we'd have some motion practice, some continued hearings on this drone footage. Like the fact that the judge is not calling for it's disturbing. It's like,
well, could the judge just be waiting for the jury? Just see if the jury will bail me out, kind of thing, and hope for the best. Well, that's a.
I know you guys want me to go to Fox 6 Milwaukee. I have it actually pulled up. You can see right here.
They're the ones with like 3,000 viewers. Is that right?
Yes. Okay. Yes. But no, I pulled them up because I don't like the Law and Crime feed because it gets really distorted. But I have both of them, and that's what I was on the other prior to it. That loud beep. They actually shut down their live stream and had to reopen a new one. So that's why I've been waiting for it to come back up. But
once again, Nick, perps for your large audience.
Thanks. I don't think they're here for me as much as the panel in general, but no, it's this.
No, I think they're here for your jokes.
I hope so. I've got more.
It's a very chill afternoon with nothing happening, right?
Yeah, but
that's why it was a perfect opportunity to bring up the Canadian Supreme Court. I mean, we have all benefited today by seeing that. Have we?
I love that owl. I want to see if that can come in small stuffy form.
And yet the Canadians were the shock troops of the British Empire in World War II. An entire division of them landed at Normandy Beach.
And we're still shocked. We're still shocked.
It would be pretty shocking if they were wearing those Supreme Court robes.
Well,
yeah. We can't shoot Santa. We can't do this.
The Germans are a boat over there.
But I just think this trial is so captivating for people, and that it obviously is. If there are 80,000 people watching a bunch of lawyers wax on legal topics, for no, just in the hopes that a verdict's going to come in, it tells you something about just how connected people are to the story of Kyle Rittenhouse, and it's unique from so many of the other major trials that we hear about, because it's something everyone can kind of relate to. Either over the last year, either your town burned down, someone whose town burned down, you might have been at a protest, you might have been caught up in a protest. And I think people can really think, what would I have done in this situation? Can I shoot? And because of that, I thought the jury would not go this long.
Yeah, I'm shocked by that. Because if this isn't self-defense, what is? I mean, at this point, I can understand a little bit of jury cowardice and worrying about the reaction of the community. But guess what? That's your job, is to ignore that. You shouldn't be on that jury. You should have said, Your Honor, I can't render a fair verdict.
Well, I think a lot of credit goes to the prosecution for confusing the jury, because I think that our viewers have had the benefit of having 9, 10 or more lawyers in rotation explaining a lot of these concepts and explaining what's going on. The jury has not had that. They've had to rely upon the defense counsel and the prosecution. to explain things to them, and that has not really played out very clearly. So, I can understand, for example, people that have not been watching our stream, that have not been watching our explanations of things, that get confused about what is the legal standard that I'm supposed to be using in order to analyze this situation as to whether or not he should be acquitted or found guilty. So I think that a lot of that credit goes to the prosecution for confusing them properly, as they, I believe, have fully intended.
I think credit's right, although credit seems like a positive word when what we're talking about
mean,
really is, if you think about
I say
if you
credit
put
because that's
yourself-
probably their aim.
if you put yourself in the shoes of the jury and you think about how the prosecution described self-defense and provocation and how the defense described self-defense and provocation, I can't promise you with those descriptions, which are half right and half wrong in equal measure in various parts, that I would have any idea what exactly the standard is that I'm looking at in that room.
Nothing. And
if I'm
frankly,
just getting that information and trying to decide, I'm not sure it wouldn't take me
I think
3 days because I don't
they
know what
really
they
missed
said.
out on their kind of educational role.
Yes.
I mean, I was just thinking about this from what you guys were saying. I'm wondering, why didn't they say it like this? Why didn't they say it like that, to make it so easy, so obvious to the jury where they need to go? And then I just, I remembered I spent 20 years teaching this stuff to lay audiences, sometimes 40 weekends a year. And they'll raise their hand and they'll say, I don't understand what you just said, because I'm speaking legalese. So I have to figure out how to translate it into plain English so that a lay audience can understand it. But if you haven't had that experience, you might just think, well, the legalese makes sense to me. It's right there in the jury instructions. And I had an experience when I wrote, I think, the second edition of my book. I finally got an editor. Don't ever read the first edition. It's horrible. It's all legalese. And the editor sent the book back like 30 goddamn times saying, no, it's too complicated. You have to. And I was like, how goddamn stupid can people be? I mean, it's a simple. But you know what? They were right. It was the best edition of the book we've ever done. The biggest compliment we get on it is that it's easy to read for people who are not, attorneys.
That's the goal, yeah.
And of course, I've had to do that on my classes too. And I was so frustrated because the defense here was not doing that.
Yep.
And I think they just didn't see it. They didn't see it as a task that had to be done because it was understandable to them. Surely everybody else is going to see it the way that they see it through their eyes. And they got disconnected from the reality of, well, the jury's going to see it through their eyes, and you have to put it in a place where they can digest that.
The second facet of what you were talking about, the first one is translating it to legalese, but the one you raised, and you talked more about this yesterday, but it's an excellent point, is make it easy for the jury to come to your conclusion. And neither side has done that in this case for the jury or the judge. And that is something that, well, actually, correction, the state did it at pretrial, because the state wrote a proposed order that heavily favored the state. And it was so easy for the judge to sign it, and it was so easy for the defense to accept it, that they almost got even further handicapped on their own expert witness. But that is a critical element of all of legal practice, whether you're in front of a jury, a judge, doing motion practice, or even if you're in negotiations, is you don't always have to go in guns blazing. You give them the easy path to the answer that you want without telling them how much you want that answer, and let it happen. And here, that's what they had to do. Simplify the law, the rules around self-defense, or the concept of self-defense into this. All you have to do, jury, is figure out if in that situation, it is reasonable to think that someone chasing, screaming at you, reaching for your gun is a danger imminently to your life, or that they could cause severe physical harm. And if you determine that, you have self-defense. There's no other questions you need to ask. You don't need to go any further. You have determined that his actions are justified at that moment.
Yeah.
And then just deliver.
I mean, they're
that
not
to them.
chasing you, screaming F you and grabbing for your gun because they have your best interests at heart. Right?
Right.
That's not their motivation.
I like that line. That would have been a good
Yeah,
closing.
it would have been proper to have asked the police officers, what would you have done in this situation? Because that's what I would have wanted to ask.
That would not have been proper. What would have been
That's
proper
calling
is to
for
say,
speculation.
no, what would have been proper is to say, in this situation, you would have shot, wouldn't you?
Right, because you're on cross-examination.
Yes.
That's correct.
And
That's correct.
And by the way, that's not a necessary thing. That's the reason I think we didn't see that is because there's a difference between Richard's approach of just laying out facts versus the approach that many other attorneys embrace, which is I want to reach a jury. It's not that I'm just going to make a case that I'm getting the answers right on a test. I need to touch their hearts and minds. And if a jury hears the state's witness, a cop, saying, yeah, I pull the trigger there every time, or something which basically equates to that, that's something that resonates far louder than most things you can ever have elicited on the stand.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting view, because it's when you talk about a test, right? It's multiple choice, it's fill in the blanks, but the test itself is the structure, right? Into which the answers are being plugged. And if you're the lawyer and you kind of intuitively know that structure, well, then it feels perfectly adequate to finish off the process by just filling in the factual answers. But the jury doesn't have that structure. Right. They don't know any of that. All they see is like a bucket full of facts. And until you put that in some kind of narrative structure for them, it's confusing, and they're at loose ends, and you have no idea what kind of verdict they might come up with.
And by the way, that's why that viral moment, which I mentioned, that I call a Matlock moment. They want to put legal bites, and the women on the panel here say I need to call it legal bites, a legally blonde moment.
I mean, I appreciate you calling it a legal bites moment too.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, but the thing is this: we all saw it. But consider this for a minute. Part of the reason that moment went viral is because of the reaction from attorneys who were sitting there watching it. That moment with Nick and Legal Bites and Legal Mindset watching it is because their reaction is helping explain what just happened in the trial. The jury does not have that benefit. The jury does not know that was the pivotal moment, which is why in closing arguments, he needs to spend 90 seconds explaining just how dramatic a moment that was, and that once that moment happened, practically as a matter of law, they must acquit on that charge for the assault or attempted murder. I'm not even sure what it is, against Gage Grosskreutz, and explain to them how something like that never even happens.
Right. When they have a moment like that, in a movie, the director has everyone in the courtroom gasp.
Yes.
Right? Sure. So you can't miss it. Right? You absolutely, something happened here, right? That doesn't happen in a real courtroom, because half the people are looking at their phones or whatever the hell they're doing, right? They're not really paying attention all the time. So it gets missed. And we were the gasp. That sounds terrible.
Yes, we were.
I guess
we were the courtroom gasp. Yeah. Right. And that's what I think what brought people here is, like, I think they appreciate the fact that when you're watching a trial with attorneys who are able to digest the magnitude of particular moments, or also estimate the mistakes or tactical errors, and strategize or scream objection, it gives a whole different value to what you're watching, where they're understanding, what other attorneys are taking from something, that because they're seeing something that others can't. I liken it to sort of like if you look at a house. Okay, so when I see a house, I see, I might see the coloring of the house, the frames. I might notice brickwork versus aluminum siding or things of that nature. An architect looks at the house and they see the blueprint itself. They can envision what the blueprint.
Sure.
I'm saying is they can envision the blueprint behind it, and that's why watching a trial with attorneys is very different, and that's why you, as the attorney who's sitting there explaining to the jury is not an architect. They don't see the blueprint, and you need to explain to them what the blueprint is and why everything equals up the way it does, and why they must find in your favor.
Well, the other thing is, if you watch enough of this stream over the past several days, you'll find us breaking down into various disagreements on tactics, on strategy, on points of law, or whatever. We talk through it. We might come to an agreement, we might not, and that's all good. But then at so many points, we're also unified in our various criticisms, where we're saying, and I want to call back to Ron Coleman, who put out an excellent little Twitter video last night, and I retweeted it because it was a great reminder that we don't have the full story, we only have what we see, and it's important to remember that. But we're asking, like, we're all in unison asking, what's the full story that would explain this, you weirdos? Like, why are you not jumping up on the table, ripping your suit apart right now, going, Judge, just rule on this motion for once in your life, rule on the motion?
Your trips to court have been very interesting.
And that's why I think, and a lot
They're
of us, we've
biblical.
tried to,
They're biblical.
we've also tried
Reckoning.
to play devil's advocate whenever we can too,
Yeah.
just to sort of like check ourselves a little bit, because it is, I mean, especially after how we've been doing this for how many days now, it's very easy to start to get yourself into this sort of silo of like, yes, we all agree with one another on everything. And, like we see things exactly clearly, but it's so taking a step back and sort of trying to figure out where the weaknesses and how we're seeing it, where those weaknesses are.
That's part of the process every day of being a lawyer, honestly. And that's why I hope the viewers here are enjoying these conversations. Is you say we agree occasionally, and we do, but as I like to say, you get enough lawyers in a room, you're going to get however many lawyers you brought, that number of opinions on most issues.
Yeah,
and this happens to be one topic where a lot of us that have shown up on the stream, I mean, or all or most or all of us have agreed on a vast majority of these topics, but we can get onto other subjects and disagree very quickly, and that has shown on our various collaborations that we've done.
Like, I think the women's national soccer team should be paid the same as the men's. Like, I think that should happen. So I'm in disagreement. But that's because,
so in other words, you want the women to get paid less than what they're getting paid right now. That's what you're saying.
No, I would never say that.
Well,
you just want justice, Nick.
Yeah, that's right. No justice, no peace.
Well, this does point out the thing, and all of us acknowledge this. We're not in the courtroom. We're not actually with the guy that could go to prison sitting beside us. And so all of our comments should be read as a form of Monday morning quarterbacking. But a lot of times it's just us going, why didn't they do that?
Yeah.
Talking to each other.
We're wondering. We're genuinely curious. Like, could there be an explanation?
Yeah, mistake
when you're
strategy is kind of a game we play, because
some of us like Joe are yelling, but
yeah, well, when you're screaming object, so it's like that's the first thought that's going through your head, and that's what you would do given in just objectively, but under the subjective constraint of there could be other reasons that he knows about his particular trial or his strategy that objection would be inappropriate in that moment. So you're just saying that. So he basically should be going through the thought process of, I should be objecting here, but I'm cognitively deciding not to object because of these subjective reasons that nobody outside of the courtroom could possibly know about. But
well, whether or not it was the right decision when they circled back to the end, right? I mean, listen, I recognize, just like we all do, I'm not in the courtroom. I'm not at that table. I don't know everything they know. I'm not seeing the jurors' faces, how they're reacting to different arguments. I mean, this is all critical information that none of us have because we don't get to see that. And so I'm strongly inclined to give enormous benefit of the doubt when they do things like don't object in a particular circumstance because of that. But at the end of the day, they have to win. At the end of the day, it has to have a positive outcome, or it wasn't a brilliant strategic move. It was something else.
And if we're talking about objecting to something, like let's say the foundation of the drone footage evidence, for example, hypothetically, and we're saying object, you've got to object. And it's like, sure, maybe there's a time where you don't object because it's too much, or because as my friend on the panel here has had a judge tell him to stop objecting. but maybe that's the case. But when you see the prosecution then turn that into the entire theory of their case, you know why we were saying you've got to object. You've got to fight harder. You've got to fight this provocation instruction. You have to do it. And it's become this issue, this drone footage and the derivative evidence from it, the screenshot, the testimony from the detective about raising the gun. That's the only testimony that Kyle Rittenhouse raised his gun, is a detective who looked at drone footage with a zoomed in iPhone app that we have not actually been able to see the actual video he reviewed, and we never will. It's entirely subjective. The reason that we're screaming to object to this stuff is for this reason. Now that is all in evidence. The jury is asking to look at it specifically on day 2.5 of deliberation, or day 2 of deliberation. And now we're 2.5 days in. We don't have a result. And
I'm sorry.
Let me brief finish. If they don't have that provocation instruction, if they don't have that to hang their hats on, I mean, sure, there might be holdouts in the jury room, but what are they holding out based on? Now they've got the ammunition they need. I believe it was provocation. If they don't have that instruction, then they have to come up with some other weird excuse. And otherwise everybody's saying in Wisconsinian, come on, right? Like that's,
You think it's
okay,
possible
sorry.
they didn't understand the implications of the provocation argument? Because I mean, this is obviously the space I work in, so it's very obvious to me. I mean, either you attack self-defense on the elements of the self-defense jury instruction, if you're the prosecution, or you go through the provocation door and self-defense is off the table because there is no privilege of self-defense.
They fought it. They fought it as much as anything they fought on instruction day. No, I'm trying to put this the right way. That was as hard as we saw them fight.
Yes.
On anything. And Nick says it's insufficient. I tend to agree. But it was the longest form argument. And then the big problem is they just dropped it at the end.
I remember the defense, the state is talking.
Yes.
The defense responds, the state talks. And the judge looks at Chirafisi and says, you got anything else to add? And he goes, no, I'm done.
We've hashed it out.
I mean,
yeah. And here's the thing. Okay. And I love Ron, and I agree with what he's saying completely, that they're in the moment when we're talking about that we would say we would object here. And Ron is correctly pointing out that we're not there with the red well itself, with the file at the table. At the end of the day, by the time all arguments are done and they sit down, we should be able to understand and look back and say, okay, they didn't object because later on they wanted to get to this. That was their expectation. We should be able to dissect that and find that in order to justify those decisions, unless it's a unique client decision, which we will never know about. What I'm saying is when you're talking about setting up your theory of the case, setting up the direction that you want the jury to go, the mindset of the jury, that sort of thing, which the client tends to almost never have any input or say or direction on. They just want you to do your best. So that sort of scenario there, I would think that, fairly intelligent attorneys all assembled should be able to look back and say, oh, okay, I understand why he didn't object here, right? Oh, I understand why his strategy was a little outside the box on that particular issue because and they wanted to try to use it in this other way a day later in a different moment. I can understand. We should be able to find those moments in most scenarios, and I don't think we can. And by the way, coming back to what you gentlemen were just saying now about their argument, where was saying, I think Richard was saying that was his most effective day of arguing. I agree with you. They were pushing as hard as possible.
I said it was the hardest they fought anything.
Yeah, it was.
In terms of effectiveness.
And I was actually thinking, you know what? I'm from New York. Practice is different here in New York than it is in the Midwest, on the West Coast, different areas of the country, or in the South, different areas of the country, the different natures, different styles, expectations from the judge as to how you're going to act, how you'll conduct yourself, and things of that nature. The part of the indictment on Richards is we've seen such a stark contrast between the DA, the state, their continued aggression and continued pushing and not stop talking until they get their way. And that's something that I've seen here in New York plenty of times. I might have thought to myself, if I just watched the Richards part of this, okay, they don't do that in Wisconsin. That's just not their style. But apparently it is, because we saw Binger and Krause do it. So that justification as far as, okay, I don't have the red well, so I'm saying, okay, maybe it's a Midwest thing. No, it's not, because Binger and Krause are sitting there doing it. So if Binger and Krause are doing it, why the hell can't Richards and Chirafisi just keep going and pushing at the judge and see the success that Krause and Binger are having.
This picture out for the judge, right? They should have said, look, judge, you let this in. This is what's going to happen. They're going to go into deliberations. They're going to have this instruction. They're going to ask for the evidence that you hate, that makes you queasy, makes you feel queasier every day. And then how are you going to feel when you have that jury instruction sitting in front of you and they're asking for the drone footage? How is that going to feel? It can't be the pivotal moment of their case. It can't.
And one thing, it's important to remember that Kenosha is 65 miles from Chicago, from downtown Chicago to downtown Kenosha, which means that Kenosha is 30 miles from suburban Chicago. Yes, it's different practicing law in the Midwest than it is New York, but Chicago is not a far stretch from New York. And so you're going to have a little bit, I think, of bleed over and spillover of the more cutthroat type attitude of a major metro area, and especially one that's known for corruption, like Chicago. So I think I think the contrast between Richards and the state is important. I also think the contrast between Richards and Shirafisi is very important generally, even though that I think Shirafisi dropped the ball on just not arguing further on the drone footage. But in large part, Shirafisi has brought the better arguments and the better questioning, in my opinion, in this case.
By far.
But I do want to read this super chat from one of my favorite names on YouTube, Egg Shen 6 Demon Bag. With a Kurt Russell picture. It says, I'm getting zero work done this week, but I'm learning so much listening to you all the past several days. Time well spent. Cheers, kids. And we have Dakota Fetter says, had to actually work today, so missed any updates, but I did catch a story from Santa Ana about someone killed by a hit to a head with a skateboard, and thanks to this wonderful stream. Yes, there was, it was reported in the news, I think just today or yesterday, someone has been killed by a skateboard in California.
Santa Ana specifically, yeah.
Yeah,
That's in Orange County. Sorry.
If I don't even know what they all of their counties have colors now. Like where's Fuchsia County?
No,
what a
no,
backwards
just
state.
Orange.
A
No, but
state
that's
for
from back in.
backwards people.
That's actually not a new case that happened in like 2015.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they should have. Okay, so that story has gotten prominence lately because it shows
Right.
that a skateboard can kill, and did something. That may have been something that the defense could have brought on a use of force expert to testify about. It's almost like they had one and then forfeited him. Another huge mistake in hindsight. Joshua Unset says, is it possible that Krause's "some of us may have been in a bar fight" might have actually been directed at a specific juror? Could be. Don't know.
I just wanted, I just wanted to point out something. Someone tagged me here. It was not a super chat, but they tagged me with a point that I think is a really important point about that. The photo of provocation, which I think is the best way to call it, right? It's the photo that's the basis of provocation. So the photo of provocation. So it was actually the last honk here just tagged me and said, important. Kyle testified that Zeminski stepped towards him with a gun in his hand. When asked where the Zeminskis were in the drone video photo, Krause said they were cropped out. Now I want to point this out to you. Why I'll go a little bit beyond what this
Krause was wrong.
Viewer said. Here's the thing. If they're cropped out, if you cannot show the Zeminskis at that moment that Kyle is purportedly waving a gun at him, let's assume he was waving a gun at them. How do we not know that at that moment Zeminski didn't have a gun aimed at Kyle's head, and that it's not that he's trying to provoke anything, but that he actually was defending himself from Zeminski shooting him by waving a gun back at him? So assuming that this was everything that the state was saying is correct about this photo and their interpretation of this little hieroglyphic moment there of Kyle there in shadows that was drawn by a caveman in the middle of the thing here. How do we, if you're admitting that the Zeminskis are not there and you're claiming he's in the picture and you're claiming he's waving a gun at the Zeminskis, well, maybe the gun waiver is self-defense itself. Which means since you cannot see what the Zeminskis are doing when Kyle's reportedly waving the gun because they're cropped out of the photo, by necessity, you cannot admit this evidence because they're not there.
I want to caution people on that clip because while it may pertain to the original clip, I don't think it does. Remember that there are 3 different videos of the drone footage, and some of them were specifically cropped, zoomed in, slowed down, and it is without knowing specifically what video they're referencing, because someone sent me that clip with the timestamp and I listened. I was like, oh, and then I went, wait a minute. There is video of zoomed in on Kyle and Rosenbaum in which the Zeminskis would be cropped out on the right side of the screen because the drone panned to follow the action. So in the interest of completeness and fairness, we have to consider the fact that he was talking about one of those other clips. Now, maybe in the context of the full thing, which I did not rewind 30 minutes to listen to Krause befuddle his way through this. I didn't do that. So maybe he's talking about the original, but Zeminskis are clearly not cropped out of the original image. The Zeminskis are behind, and this is a similar reason why what everything Joe just said is still applicable and still true, is that the Zeminskis are behind an obstruction in the frame and they cannot be seen. So we don't know. But I think the main reason you don't want to bring that up is because you just don't want the provocation instruction at all. Like, you don't want to muddy the water on provocation when there's no evidence of provocation by giving up and saying, well, even if Kyle did provoke, it's in response to them provoking, which I know you can't see because it's behind a sign.
Right. Well, and that's the same. That's the same. You're right. Kraus says they are behind the light, but I've always had the problem, which is that provocation law is you do an unlawful act that causes someone to come at you, and they never ever tied Rosenbaum to even the aiming. So I mean, it's a matter of,
well, they say Rosenbaum was provoked to act in defense of the people, in defense of others.
But to me, they never even established that he's looking at that.
Correct.
No, they didn't. Right. It's just a presumption.
And don't they have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt?
Well, you would hope so. I mean, and Kraus, when Kraus was
If
making
we're
his
on
argument,
technicalities.
when he used a very odd phrasing. He literally said that Kyle provoked Rosenbaum by pointing his rifle at, and then he would pause and say individuals.
Yes.
Individuals. He didn't say Zeminski's. Now later, there's more argument around the TV and stuff, and Binger is saying, "Oh, the Zeminski's are, we can't quite see them here, but they're somewhere in the. We know from other video they're in this general area."
Yeah, they use very precise wording there. I was wondering whether they felt they were going to get dinged coming back on saying the Zeminski's, because they know they can't point to them on that picture. But they could never, to me, I don't even think they ever mentioned Rosenbaum's looking in this direction, or we've got evidence that he's seeing this activity. So it's a requirement in that provocation law that the unlawful action leads to the attack.
I mean, it feels to me like a defense argument, right? Yep. Like, hey, here's an alternative hypothesis for how something might have happened, right? So there's reasonable doubt here. It doesn't feel like a state argument. This is evidence from which there is only one reasonable conclusion that this happened. That's not there. There's a lot of hand waving and speculation.
Do you guys think it would have been useful for the defense on closing argument to say, they're trying to bring up this provocation. Once the instruction's in, right? And they've clearly made it part of their case. They're trying to bring up provocation. They're trying to say Kyle pointed his rifle at Joshua Zeminski. Well, in the legal world, we have a term for pointing your rifle at someone. It's called brandishing. Brandishing is a criminal act. Brandishing is a subset of assault. Notice that the state, even though they say they have evidence that he did this, they have not charged, even at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse with assault, and they would have to bring these charges in this case because they're not able to bring them at a later date. And they have not requested. We had a whole hearing about adding all of the charges in. There's these lesser included charges, and they could have at that point tried to bring this charge against Mr. Rittenhouse based on evidence that they claim at trial, and they didn't do it. Why didn't they do it? Because they know it didn't happen.
That's another place the defense should have pushed much, much harder, because the whole provocation thing requires the predicate unlawful act. What the F is the specific unlawful act you're alleging, and the facts to support it? Not just, he pointed a gun at someone, and everyone kind of knows that pointing guns at people is a bad thing to do, so let's just stipulate that that's the unlawful act. Why would you give that up?
You knew they wanted to put in the closing, he was told not to leave the property line, as if leaving that was an unlawful act. He was done. He came to cause trouble. You don't get self-defense if you have a gun. They wanted to put all this stuff in the ether. Maybe all of those are provocation. Who knows? What's provocation anyway? You decide, jury.
Well, of course, it didn't help that the defense put in their own exhibit someone saying Kyle's pointing the gun at someone with third-party YouTuber commentary.
Yeah.
And that's just ineffective assistance.
That's a big whoopsie.
Absolutely. That borders on actual malpractice. Like if Kyle is convicted, he can appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel on that point, whether he wins or not. And if he does win, he could sue for malpractice against his counsel. That should have never seen a courtroom, and it's embarrassing that it did.
Yeah. And they should have fought tooth and nail over those titles of all of the video.
Oh yeah,
the
one video file is named militia, so they have them pause it. So in theory, you heard militia a bunch of times anyway, but they're pausing it in theory so the jury doesn't hear the word militia being said. And every time they pause it, the file name pops up on the screen and it says militia. I mean, it's unbelievable.
All of those should have been renamed.
That's what they should have just named one of the
Exhibit 240.
One of the Rosenbaum files. Pedophile attacks.
Exactly.
Sorry about that.
And by the way, when they had Dr. Black testify, and he was doing his very minimal timing between shots testimony, but he was using phrases to describe the events, like, this is when Kyle was fleeing, this one he was being pursued. Binger immediately objected, said, no, you can't characterize those events. That's for the jury to decide. You have to call them time point 0 and time point 5 and time points, which first of all made the testimony. First of all, it screwed up Dr. Black. You can see he got very confused because he had to relabel everything. They had to stop proceedings. And then when he comes back, I'm pretty familiar with these videos. And I had trouble following what he was saying, and they had trouble. I mean, Black was giving times that were clearly wrong because he was thinking of events that were different than what he was being asked about by Richards. It was a confusing mess. But what Binger did not do was simply let that phrasing go forward when he knew it would be damaging to him.
Yeah,
Well, the other factor there,
it was brilliant.
Well,
That whole
yeah,
play was
by
brilliant.
by Binger. And
By
the,
Binger.
It was a complete. The other huge mistake was Binger puts up that joke of a expert that he could only use in rebuttal because of untimely disclosure, and he gets Richards to take away almost all of Black's useful testimony, limit him to being a time expert, which is just and then he negated that with his timely objections. When all the use of force stuff should have come in great detail. There's no reason, and not only that, Richards should have been smart enough to never ask Black, hey, give me the ultimate answer. Was this self-defense? You don't make it easy for the judge to second guess what your expert is doing. You make sure they stay away from ultimate questions, and you lead them. It's obvious that's the implication of the answer, but you don't make it explicit.
Right.
Why wasn't there a motion to the court? Why after Kyle's testified, after the prosecution has brought in all sorts of testimony about what Kyle might be thinking, about what people saw in various videos. I mean, they're asking the people who took the videos in the cases of Corey Washington and McGinnis and Gage Groskowitz, what they were able to see, why they were taking these videos. Nathan DeBruin had an entire cross-exam based on why he's taking these photos, particularly trying to implicate bias. He is fully able to ask the court, Your Honor, this use of force expert's PhD, his doctorate degree, is in decision-making based on information actually obtainable by a person within a video or photo frame. They have opened the door to what everybody was perceiving that night. We want to ask him about what Kyle might have been perceiving, about what other people might have been perceiving. The Zeminskis, they're not here to testify. We have an expert to testify to that based on the video footage. We know that this was originally... the judge didn't actually close the door on the behavioral evidence. The written order did, but his oral order did not. He said,
The order written by Binger.
Right. And,
Right.
and you say, we want to bring in the behavioral aspects of his expertise in gathering information and making decisions because it has been brought up repeatedly by the state. Can we do that? They didn't even ask. And that would have been much more compelling testimony to me than, well, at 2 minutes and 21 seconds from incident 0, is that the first gunshot or is that when he yells
it was
friendly?
terrible.
If
all he had done was repeatedly step through those videos, especially the scene 2 videos, and been asked, is what we're seeing on the screen now, what we're seeing here in this courtroom in this video, is that what Kyle would have seen? Well, obviously not. He's on his ass on the street, right?
Yep.
He's not seeing this kind of holistic view where you can look at different parts of this giant 4K TV screen and everything's in perfect clarity. He's focused under stress on little narrow spots and fragments of time. Time is probably jumping for him. He's definitely not, he's not breaking it down frame by frame of a fucking video and making a decision with deliberation. Oh yeah, in this particular frame, this is what's going on. So I have all the time in the world. People are trying to kill him. And he's making decisions under that kind of time, decisional stress. There was no reason. The judge said nothing about excluding that kind of testimony. All the judge wanted excluded was ultimate conclusions of fact.
He likely has a concussion because someone tried killing him with a skateboard. And he's supposed to be making all these rational decisions in tenths of a second while we're sitting here judging him 14 months later as if each decision here was made with 5 minutes deliberation between each shot he fired.
Yeah, and I would hope that some of that bounced off the jury. I mean, certainly when Krause is up there or Binger is up there and says you have to stop at the first shot and then says, oh, all 4 shots are within whatever it was, 0.76 seconds. It's like, what are you talking about?
What happened is because they didn't respond to it, Binger flipped that around and said that's evidence of intentionality. He shot 4 times. 4 times.
He doesn't get a break because he shot fast. Is how they put it.
Right. That's what they said.
Which is absolutely ludicrous. The average human reaction time is what, like 0.17 of a second, And so you're talking about total reaction time is less than it would be less than 2 total reaction times between one shot and the next. He's supposed to process not only that he hit the target, but that the target has reacted and is falling,
And
which is just ludicrous. And
Well,
they,
Andy, he's not. He doesn't look like he's following. He looks like he's coming right at him.
It's the reasonable appearance of the threat. The reasonable appearance of the threat. It still looks like a lunge. So you treat it like a lunge.
And that's why his bullet goes horizontal. Doesn't go like this. Goes like this. Because at the that last shot is when he's lunging right at him. That's what it looks like to Kyle. Right. And it's what actually was described by Richie McGinnis.
And you can hear how fast it is.
The state mischaracterized very much the order of shots from the medical examiner. It was not objected to during their closing, but the medical examiner says the only thing we can determine with a relative degree of medical certainty is that the first 2 shots were the shot to the hip and the shot to the hand, but we don't know the order. And then the second 2 shots were the shot to the head and the shot to the back, but we don't know the order. And so for them to say that the first shot was definitively the shot to the hip, which shattered his pelvis and made him fall, is untrue. It is a fact not supported by evidence. It can't even be inferred by evidence, according to the state's own medical expert. The shot to the hand, if you think about it, makes more sense being the first shot because his hand is reaching on the gun. And so for that bullet to enter the hand and then the subsequent bullet to be on target on the body approaching center mass would actually make more sense to me, but I don't know either.
And they also claimed the hand was like backwards.
Yeah.
This number. This is how he was definitely. It's like no one on earth approaches any problem like this. Like that. That's never. No one has gone. You know what? Let me help you with that. It's such a weird thing, and they didn't object to the fact that the medical examiner testified under oath that they could not determine the order of shots outside breaking up the first 2 and the second 2. And the only reason they could is because logically the shot to the back could not have happened until he was falling. And because the head had a back to front pattern, it could not have happened until he was already in motion. But everything else, they can't.
Now, arguably, all of this is stuff that could be addressed in a second trial, right? These are all missteps that didn't have to happen this time and don't have to happen the next time. And because, he's in a very unusual situation, Kyle, because normally the defendant has nothing left after a murder trial. I mean, they're wiped out, right? They don't have any resources for a second trial, but he's got resources. So he has the luxury of, I think that's why they decided, hey, let's try for the mistrial without prejudice. If we get retried, we get retried. But, hopefully we've learned from our mistakes. We still have the money to put up a good fight. And we can, we're not going to be shocked by more, evidence fairy drops in the middle of the trial. We can get the images actually looked at by a professional. We can have Dr. Black actually testify about use of force stuff. And it would be a completely different case with a good prospect for acquittal.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if it's tried with the right defense team, although from prep in jury selection and trial, Kyle gets acquitted, period. That was clear from the data research we did. This just was not a competently presented defense.
Yeah, and that's evident by the fact that we're on day 3. They're still asking questions about evidence that should not have even been seen by the court in the first place. And I am so hung up on this drone footage and the fact that we now know, and that they didn't, when Krause explained the chain of custody of the drone footage, that they didn't say, Your Honor, come on. Like, are we are we absolutely serious? These guys represented to the court. They didn't know who it was. Now we know that they knew who it was because he walked in the door and used his phone to send the file to the detective. So wait, the attorneys didn't know because they didn't ask the detective. The detective didn't ask the person who was giving. Like, where did the chain of identification break down here? Because this all seems very convenient for the prosecution, who has represented to you, Your Honor, that they didn't know who it was. And let's just focus on that for a second. They represented to the court that they didn't know where this evidence came from and then moved into it anyway. Yet they're stuck with a problem, right? Because they stipulated to the authenticity for God knows what reason. and
As
I
they did
still
all the videos.
Yeah.
all of them. And I can't figure out why that would be. I mean, this nothing to hide strategy. That's cute, but it's bullshit in a capital murder case.
So did we cover the latest jury question yet? Because there's one from 10, 11 minutes ago that Jack Posobiec tweeted out.
It's not on the video feed. So what?
So
Jack
so
has been doing great work here, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he
the note-
mentioned us this feed just a short while ago.
Yeah.
Jericho, he called us out.
So the note says, please prepare Mr. Rosenbaum shooting event 1, and then has a list. FBI
it's
aerial.
no-
with
these
all
were yesterday.
POS
Those are
marks.
yesterday.
Yesterday's questions.
But
still.
if
Got
you
it,
want to have
got
some
it.
fun, we can do a little forensic handwriting analysis on them.
Well, I mean, I think
That'd be
it's
interesting.
definitely.
Do you want me to
If
share
you
the
wanna-
screen?
Yeah,
Yeah,
If you want to share the screen, I DM'd it
yeah.
to people.
Yeah.
Actually,
Okay,
Richard
let
Bears
me-
did a little bit of forensic handwriting analysis.
Okay.
That's the real reason. If anybody wonders why they do handwriting exemplars, it isn't really to test whether your handwriting matches something so much. That's part of it. But it's because the FBI has been doing psychological analysis based on your handwriting for 50 years. They have some of the best. I took a case up to the U.S. Supreme Court on that. But it's interesting. So this is from the jury foreperson.
Yes.
This
Yeah,
is the
this is
one
good old
writing
number 5 from yesterday.
Yep.
Right. We had
juror
this up.
54.
So
Yeah.
I'm assuming, it says, that's the foreperson is juror number 4.
This is the same one we looked at before. This is the note.
Yeah.
I have it embedded in that legal insurrection post. Yeah, I
Oh,
took a
got it.
definite. I know some others disagreed, but when I read this, it expresses a definite Karen mask tone to me.
Exactly.
Like someone speaking to a personal assistant who does tasks for them.
That's right.
Mhm.
Especially with the way
Somebody
it
that-
finishes, we'll request it when ready. As if like you're gonna work on my timetable. Whenever
Right.
we're ready, we'll let you know. You sit there by the door waiting, and we'll tap you when it's the right time for you to come in. It's so
That's-
authoritative.
It screams that to me.
Did
Yep,
you
it
guys
screams
notice?
authoritarian, upper middle class, professional class woman, probably from Yankee or Scandinavian stock in that particular community, used to dictating everybody to everybody else.
And they have
And
staff. They have a maid that cleans the house. They're used to giving people directions like this. Like, oh, make sure you put the tablecloths away over there, and I'll let you know when I need you to do this other thing. Just stand by, wait for me. That's to me, that's the complete tone of this note.
They're accustomed to deference.
Yeah.
There's some other writing in there, like on note 4, some of the writing, you get a little bit of perfectionism with the writing over stuff rather than just like creating a new note in terms of that middle section.
Yeah,
And then
what's-
because it looks like an exclamation point, but it's actually just writing over something that was there before, kind of.
Mhm.
It's interesting
and then
to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And I was going to say, last component on the second note, note 4, she capitalizes the K. And I was trying to look through whether she did it elsewhere, but people that are very confrontational tend to randomly capitalize the letter K because it has an unconscious association with confrontation. You find it in a lot of criminal cases, actually. And if you have certain clients too, that's a sign of issues. Also, she actually has a little bit of a deviant lower signature, which usually means some interesting issues too. But it's all consistent with an authoritarian who's used to being in positions of authority. And this would be consistent with the idea that the foreperson is actually leading conviction efforts in the jury, which is
Right.
going to, even if there's 9 other people or 10 other people or even 11 other people in there for acquittal, if the foreperson is the one that's holding out for conviction, that can drag on forever.
And we're presuming it's the
Yeah.
foreperson writing this, right? I am.
Yeah, it says
Yeah.
presiding juror, so I'm
Oh,
assuming
I didn't see that.
presiding
Okay.
Four.
It was
Yeah, I mean,
blocked by
foreperson.
my
Yeah.
camera.
And
And I think previous
apparently-
notes have indicated that 54 was the 4-person, right?
Also, someone is saying in the chat, and I don't know, but that 54 was the pharmacist juror as well. I'm not positive on that, but that's from the chat Wikipedia. But what I find interesting though is the written over parts. You can see, please prepare. It was going to be Rosenbaum, not Mr. Rosenbaum.
Oh,
They
yeah, that looks
changed
like an
it.
R.
They changed that, and then if you look down, they have zoomed in image
still
still
after.
after, but I think it was originally edited, is what they were going to
Yes.
write. Is
Correct,
my
'cause
guess on
it
that.
looks like she's written over it.
Yes.
Right.
No, but I
Not
mean
doctor.
the word that they're writing, I think, was edited, and then they
Edited,
changed it to
yeah.
zoomed
Agreed.
in. So
Yeah, I think you're right.
it's
And if you flip over to note 4, I think is where you can see here, actually, look up here. See where it says POI'd marked? Notice the K appears to be capitalized.
Right.
Um,
That M
so
is weird too.
when you see random, yeah, it is. She has some deviation going on in the lower zone, which usually means certain things, but usually means Binger type behavior. But the out of courtroom behavior. But anytime you see, those kind of very confrontational kind of people, will randomly capitalize letters K. Oh, is the judge just?
The judge is
Oh, is
getting a
he
satchel
reading?
bag.
Yeah, he just got
Where's
a
it
satchel.
going?
I guess.
I'm not seeing that on my feed. Let's see.
Yeah,
Am I a little
he's-
behind? Oh,
he must be going to chambers or out to get a haircut or something. Maybe another courtroom if he's got another hearing.
Mm.
And then if we could flip over to note 4, because that's the only letter that's capitalized randomly in the middle of a sentence is the letter K here, and I think she does it again in note 4 when spelling out Grosskreutz, which is interesting. She misspelled Rosenbaum, but not Grosskreutz.
yeah.
Grosskreuz's name, she has a capital K in the middle of it too, which is
Yeah, let me.
that means
I'll
what you have
share
is
it.
a
Okay.
authoritarian, used to positions of authority, who's confrontational and demanding, which would
You
fit
have it?
what
Okay.
I have it.
we had led to be believed. Yeah, if you see note 4, if you see Grosskreutz, the K in the middle of his name is capitalized.
Oh yeah.
Which is ill-deserved. You see this a lot with very confrontational, problematic personalities. It is again later when Grosskreutz is down further. And basically, wherever the letter K shows up, it's capitalized. It's the only letter that's randomly capitalized middle of a word. You can look up forensic handwriting analysis for this and see that that's a particular thing you look out for problematic people. This is why I wanted a written questionnaire in this case, in all my cases, because you can do forensic handwriting analysis that can cue you into deception, cue you into sort of personality, cue you into presentation, because as Andrew pointed out, you can get a good sense of someone just by how they answer things, how they write things. And this is, by the way, uber aggressive with a judge. Very few jurors say, do this. When I'll let you know when it's time for you to do this. Right. And I think this was the juror who spoke back to him, because that too is rare in court. You don't see jurors make jokes back or shoot back. This is someone who thinks this is their courtroom. And what you have is, in my view, a rogue juror who's the foreperson has now hijacked the Rittenhouse jury, and that's why we're 3 days into this.
Yeah.
The other thing, I just want to point out one thing on here. Mr. is written over another start and stop here. So this person is not used to using an honorific of Mr. for anybody. And so it looks like they were either going to write Rittenhouse or Kyle Rittenhouse, but changed it to erase and changed it to Mr. Same with Rosenbaum, which it doesn't tell you anything either way on their perspective on the person, but it does show that they're not used to using a formal sort of address for people. In my opinion, I'm not a handwriting
See
expert.
that very unusual cue at the end with request? That kind of reverse signifier in the lower zone usually reveals certain kinds of disturbances, just FYI. Now, the fact that it's also an 8 usually shows the sign of an intuitive personality, which intuitive in the sense of Myers-Briggs typology, which would be consistent with someone who has a post-college degree of some type, professional class. But you have almost the worst possible juror. They managed to not only seat on the jury, but has managed to become the foreperson because they didn't do real jury selection.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
can I
wonder-
change
I wonder if
topic
the
just-
people that were tending towards I'll just one
Go ahead.
one
Yep.
last point, I guess. But I guess I wonder if the people that were tending towards acquittal were maybe kind of nervous about that, and so didn't necessarily want to stick their neck out as the foreperson. Maybe, I don't know. Would that?
Well,
do
you
you think that would
pick
have
the
anything to do with
foreperson
it?
before you know how they're going to vote.
Yeah.
And
But
in
each
Wisconsin-
individual though might be
Yeah.
thinking, well, I don't know if I
it would
want
be
to.
natural that the old authoritarian from a position of authority would be picked as a foreperson in this kind of jury. That was always why you wanted nobody who fit that category anywhere near the
Right.
jury.
That's fair.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
needed
they
to
all get in a
focus on
room and
getting
someone
rid of
says, "Hey, who wants to be the foreperson?" and somebody puts their hand up. They're the foreperson, right? That's
Yep.
that's as complicated as it gets.
And this is the kind of personality that would do that.
My wife ended up as, I believe she was the foreperson on the jury she was in, which is a minor case, and it was the opposite way. It was her going, because she is not the type of person to assert herself into leadership, and they voted for her based on no one else wanting to do it and just trusting her, which is,
Oh, that's
what
smart.
happened here. Usually, if somebody wants to be the foreperson, they often are. This kind of personality would want to be the foreperson.
Yeah.
Seems like it.
No, I was
And
just
make it their
it was
courtroom.
it was so small town, and it was a misdemeanor traffic violation.
What you described is
so-
about half the time. About half the time, nobody wants to be for a person, and so
Mhm.
they figure out who's going to get stuck with it. But
That's probably the
about
best
the other half the time, you
person
have
to
somebody
actually
who wants
choose
it.
as a 4 person, I would
Yeah.
think, is the person that
Yeah.
doesn't want to be.
It's like choosing an HOA president, right? You want someone in that job who doesn't want the job, because if they want the
Yes.
job, it's going to be a nightmare.
By the
Oh,
way, Robert,
God.
is that a White Claw that you're drinking? Are you taking a cue from Richie McGinnis?
That's that's a monster.
Oh, okay. We thought maybe you were rioting and needed to be pacified by a wandering journalist.
Hey,
What does it tell you
I
about
just-
those writers that White Claw was their favorite drink? I mean,
Well, how bizarre. But I guess Richie
I
McGinnis
mean,
would know,
I'm
right?
not going to
I mean,
knock a good White Claw. I personally like them, but that's just me.
That's what I mean.
I'm not one to riot.
They're usually a women's drink. It tells you something about those writers.
Andrew, did you
suppose.
had a different subject?
I had just seen a bunch of comments. Well, I guess in the comment thread, I don't know what you call that thing, the streaming thing here on the side
The
of the screen.
mob.
The
A lot
chat.
of confusion people have about this notion of provocation, and it's understandable why it's confusing, because the prosecution's trying to confuse everybody. So I know all the lawyers here know this, and I can't. I've said it so many places I can't remember already if I said it here. But of course, the people in the comments are ever changing, presumably. Provocation used in this specific use of force law context is not provocation as we normally use the word, kind of a generally provocative kind of conduct. It's only provocation. An act is only provocation for use of force purposes if it immediately results in a forcible reaction. If it doesn't do that, because in this context, we're using provocation to explain away the forcible reaction, right? To explain why it occurred. If there's no immediately forcible reaction, it's not provocation for use of force law purposes, which is supposed to be the limited context here. So Kyle walking around with an AR-15 is not provocation for a use of force law purposes, because that's not what provoked Rosenbaum's attack.
And it's
Right?
not
He was
unlawful.
carrying a gun all night. Lots of people were carrying guns all night. Nobody else was suddenly subject to an immediate forcible response. So that's not provocation in the use of force context. But of course, the prosecution, having nothing really to work with, is trying to suggest to the jury that anything that they would find provocative or scary or whatever the case might be would be sufficient to strip Kyle Rittenhouse of self-defense. The only provocation that strips you of self-defense is a provocation that's an unlawful act that reasonably results in an immediate forcible response.
By the way, Andrew, the NBC legal analyst on national news was giving the government's misinterpretation of provocation as the correct one.
Well,
So
that
the
surprises
so-called
me.
legal expert of NBC
Yeah.
telling people anything that's provocative takes away your self-defense. No,
Right,
it
yeah.
doesn't. If I go up and start the fight, as long as if you give me 3 steps and I withdraw, then there's no provocation. If you threaten my life, then I'm still allowed to have self-defense, except I now have a duty to retreat that I wouldn't otherwise have. But otherwise, provocation is very limited. The problem with that instruction was always going to be the misinterpretation of it by the prosecution and the misapplication of it by a rogue juror.
And,
Wait, so
and
you're
the best
telling
way to
me
blow that up, anyone who makes that point to you is, well, that short skirt looks pretty provocative also. I guess she gave up her right to self-defense as well.
She talked back to me.
Well,
How
you're
about that
you're
one as a
trying to tell
provocation?
me you're trying to tell me that if I get in a tussle, I call someone fat and get in a bar fight, right? And they're winning the bar fight because I'm little and they're big, and so I back off. I can't, I can defend myself after backing off. If they pull a knife and start stabbing me, I can finally defend myself because I backed up. Weird, because according to the prosecution, since I said you're fat, I have provoked a fight and now have to just die. Because that's
you
the
can
theory.
imagine Kraus might take that personally. What you just said.
but that's the theory, and it's ludicrous because it is ludicrous. This idea that you get into a fight with someone, they pull out a knife, right, and you started the fight, so you just have to sit there and be stabbed to death or try. You can try to run away, but if you've been hit in the head a couple times, you're stumbling, you're maybe not able to make it. It doesn't take much. I mean, you don't have to get hit in the head by a brick to be stumbling. But again, that's the theory that the state is trying to advance, that because anything happened at any point in the night, now Kyle has to just die when confronted with someone trying to kill him, which is ludicrous.
And I love how one of the reasons that the prosecution was pointing to for potential provocation was he was putting out fires.
Yes.
What's the emergency?
What?
And the funny thing is that colloquially, a lot of times we'll say like when somebody's in a very heated argument and we're trying to calm somebody down, you say, "Hey, where's the fire?" It's just the irony here of that statement.
I liked it when Binger asked Kyle. It says, "You were going to put out a fire? Yes. Why were you running to put out a fire?" And Kyle looks at him and is like, "Well, it was a fire." I mean,
yeah,
right? You don't stroll to put out a fire. I mean,
what right do you have to put out fires?
The sleaziness of the state to try to proffer the argument that you saw earlier in the night when someone put out a garbage can that it riled up the crowd, or they put out the fire in the dumpster that it riled up the crowd. So you knew that by putting out a fire, you could be provoking the crowd, didn't you? You knew that they would be mad about that. It's like, wait a minute here. Like he's putting out a fire created by arson. The fact that it provokes the arsonist does not then justify the arsonist in killing him. Give me a second. I got a little.
That's
one
like
here.
that's like going to the zoo and like a lion gets out and you're like, "Oh, well, you had a sandwich on you and they could smell it, so you provoked that lion." Never mind the fact that the responsibility is not on you; it's on the zoo, etc.
Well, and they tried to flip all those fire arguments around with the victims are heroes section of their closing, which is, what did he do? He lit something on fire. He tipped over some things.
What's a little arson between friends?
Well,
yeah, exactly.
That whole section.
It's been so effective that we keep hearing justice for
light
JoJo.
felonies, guys. It's not
as
a big
if like
deal.
as if JoJo as JoJo as in JoJo Rosenbaum, justice for JoJo. Like wow, this is where the left is going to, where they're literally lionizing someone who is like the most awful human being imaginable, and as if like he's like this purely little innocent lamb who was cut down in the prime of his life before he can continue doing more good works for society. It's so offensive. I don't know how it is that anyone watches this from even that side of the aisle and just doesn't get nauseated by the whole thing. But I think we're so indoctrinated into our culture that you lose focus on what's moral anymore. Where morality
people live in
should
bubbles,
lie.
right? They get information within their bubbles. I think it would be a mistake to presume that
they
everybody
know
knows that this guy's a pedophile. I mean, we know that, but I bet you there's people, just like people thought that Kyle had shot a bunch of black people.
Well, I'm in my bubble. Actually, there's a conversation going on right now where people, because of this trial, are changing their perspective on the death penalty, and it's an interesting thing to see whether conservatives are going to start now backing off of their belief in the death penalty because criminal charges and how they're prosecuted have become so completely political. So it's
I hope so. I mean, listen, there was a time in my life when I just assumed if a prosecutor was bringing charges, there must be some actual merit behind those charges. And it wasn't until I started really doing self-defense law, criminal defense law, that I realized, holy crap. I mean, that's usually true, but it doesn't have to be true. I mean, a prosecutor can bring those charges with zero legal merit. They can lie in the charging document, claim things that they'll never again claim once the trial starts, never provide any evidence. And that person's now at risk of going to prison for the rest of their life without possibility of early release if they get convicted.
Yeah, and the same is true of a civil lawsuit too. I mean, you don't have to have any facts to file a lawsuit. All you have to do is just plead a claim, plead facts that you may or may not be able to prove at some point.
And I think that's a terrible mistake. I mean, I don't deal in the civil law, so I'll defer to you guys on that. But in the criminal context, the process itself is so utterly destructive. Even if you get acquitted of all the charges, you've lost so much reputation, money, resources. I mean, if you had to sell your business or your home to finance your legal defense, you don't get that back after you're acquitted. That's all gone. You know, your lawyers got paid.
This happened to Kyle and his whole family. I mean, his mom had to give up her life. His two sisters had to give up their lives, give up their jobs, their pursuits, their everyday life. They had to move out of their neighborhood, move out of their community, move away from their friends, not be in contact with them lest they be at risk. I mean, it
should require more than a superficial pleading or superficial information or a criminal complaint. It should require, there needs to be better gates on this. And that means some guilty people are not going to end up going to trial, because you've made the threshold higher. I get it. There's false positives, false negatives. But I think you have to build the system in favor of the prospective defendant. I mean, the state has enough power.
Yep. There's a great example of this, in my opinion, is a story I've told a couple times on stream, but it's a guy named Howard Root. He owned a medical devices company here in the Twin Cities. He's a lawyer who decided, oh yeah, I can actually do this instead of working for these people. He builds up this company. He gets charged by the federal government for false advertising claims because one of the sales managers in Colorado created a flyer that 3 salesmen saw, and they have no proof that it was ever presented to any potential customer. But on the flyer, it said that they had FDA approval on one of the many stints that they sold, which they did have FDA approval on, but not for the particular purpose that they were stating in the flyer. Now, the interesting thing is, it is actually legal to do that, to say that. It's not recommended by the FDA, but it is legal to say that they have FDA approval on the thing, even if it was for the off-label use. In this case, the state charged him. They had, I think, 21 different states that they had depositions taken in. It cost his company $20 million to defend him. And at the end of the prosecution's case, the defense stood up and said the defense rests and sat down. He was acquitted on all charges by a federal judge in Texas who had not had any acquittals in the prior 3 years. And they won that case outright, but it still cost his company $20 million. And the only reason he was able to win that case was because he had the resources to fight it, and he didn't get a dime back. And after that, he sold the company and got completely out of the business. So this is someone who
call it the chip stack problem.
Can you explain the analogy?
Just poker, that you have to have enough resources to play.
Oh,
or
right.
It doesn't matter what kind of hand you have.
Nope.
Exactly.
True. Yeah, and that's why we haven't talked too much about access to justice, but that's a very serious thing in our industry. And that's why I've started to recently look at legal tech. There's a lot of new tech companies that are trying to figure out ways of sort of bridging some of those gaps that I think are very interesting, like different models for billing, for example. There are some out there that are introducing a subscription service for legal services. I mean, we're talking obviously specifically criminal law here, but and what I'm bringing in is more of an overarching general view of the legal profession or the legal industry.
It's a real problem for the profession, for the public looking at the profession. One of the most common questions I get is, where can I find a good attorney? Where can I find a really good criminal defense attorney? And I don't know what to tell those people, because you can't tell by the standard credentials, right? They're in practice, they passed the bar, they're in good standing with the bar. I mean, that's about as low a threshold, in my opinion, as you could possibly have. I mean, that applies to everybody. And unless I've actually had personal interaction with an attorney, I don't know if they're any good or not. How would I have any idea? Just because they look good doesn't mean they're actually any good unless you see them perform, or at least have some kind of interaction where you're discussing professional matters. They could look fine and suck. And if it's hard for me to know, I mean, I can't know, what's someone in the public supposed to do? I mean, these poor bastards, I say they open up the yellow pages. That's how old I am. But they just go on the internet and they Google for a criminal defense attorney in their jurisdiction, in their locality, and they pick that guy.
Well,
and they don't know anything about the law. So even if they talk to him and question him and say, hey, this is my case, what do you think? And they won't understand. They can't critically assess the quality of that attorney themselves. They don't have the tools to do it.
You need a lawyer to help you get a lawyer.
But that's why I think Legal Bites is right? Like I have a vested biased interest in this. I'm in my state's access to justice task force trying to get some of the ethics rules changed, because some of those platforms that you might think otherwise help connect lawyers and clients and do all these things get railed into illegal fee sharing and lawyer ownership and all this BS that covers the ethics of the legal practice. And I'm trying to see that change, because what you do have is you have some kind of cartelization in various places that like the way they've built their lives. And you have that chip stack problem. You have a resource problem. You have an expertise problem. And in so many other areas of professional services, you have the internet and technology and stuff in 2021 helping solve that informational issue. And the legal practice has been so slow to adopt or allow those changes, because lawyers have magic tongues that confuse people, or because we're so worried about things that went wrong 100 years ago, that the fixes that seem so obvious to me are so difficult to get through these task forces and through the Supreme Courts and everything else.
And the indicia of quality that's out there. Listen, I don't know about you guys, but I get emails at least once a week from some, hey, do you want to be one of the top lawyers in the country book?
Of course.
Right? Pay us $2,500 and you'll get a whole page and we'll tell everybody how awesome you are. I mean, it's complete fucking garbage.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's $500, get a plinth.
Well,
yeah, no, absolutely.
To your point, there's a big YouTube drama lawsuit that happened. It was either earlier this year or late last year. But it's a guy named Nico Lacoste who sued a guy named Keemstar based on defamation, right? And
usually these cases are defamation.
Yes, and so Keemstar does a drama channel, like 8 million subscribers or something, and he was talking about this guy who is a tattoo artist in LA with like 1 million YouTube subscribers. So, two very big personalities. Nico goes out and he hires this guy who's been practicing law in LA for something literally 70 years. Like this guy's he's ancient. And he hires this guy and he writes the defamation complaint. And in the defamation complaint, on the face of it, he admits to all of the elements that would give Keemstar an out for defamation. He admits that it was true. He said,
always
well,
a good first step.
Even though my client was sending illicit pictures to underage minors or whatever it was, it's like this. Why on God's green earth would you put that into your complaint for defamation? I mean, you let them drag that out of you in discovery, I guess, but they admitted to everything. And this is a guy who at first glance, he's got an established law firm. He's been practicing law since Vietnam. Actually, and why would you think that this guy? Yeah, and why would you think that this guy?
5-digit bar number in California, which has a lot of lawyers. So 5 digits is like pretty. That's mine's in the 300,000s. So
there's no way to there's no way to remedy this situation. In the same way, I can't figure out who's a good mechanic. It's the same thing. How do you know? When you don't have the expertise, how do you know that the people you're talking to aren't full of crap?
There are ways to remedy this situation, Joe. There are portals. There are things we do for professional services right now that could work for the legal profession. The problem is those guys that put out the admittance of defamation on the front page don't know how to interact with them and don't want to interact with them. The cartel doesn't want to deal with all that.
Right.
So how? Okay, so you tell me this, okay? Someone comes to you.
Joe.
Richard, I was
what
saying
more do you
to
want from him?
Keep up.
Well, look, and everyone here should subscribe and retain Richard Hogue and Hogue Law because they do their best, and I believe that from everything I've seen and heard about you. But
we do our best.
Yeah, we do our best, and we're only going to we'll be competent. That's
above
really
your
all.
level of competence.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, if someone comes to you and they say, "Okay, I need a divorce lawyer in Oklahoma," okay, this happened with my sister with Pillargate, okay, and
yeah, but they were hiring someone to sue you.
Yes, they were. My sister made a wedding like a month ago now in Chicago. There was an incident during the actual wedding ceremony where pillars that were up there, decorative pillars are up there. I may or may not have put my hand on one of them, and all the pillars came tumbling down. One of them hit my sister on the head, and unfortunately, she's been suffering ill effects since. So that became known as Pillargate.
My goodness.
And she's looking to find competent counsel. And believe it or not, I was trying to help her because I didn't feel I was at fault here. I literally just put my hand on the thing. And how am I supposed to figure out who's a competent? Who's a competent personal injury attorney in Chicago? I'm here in New York, New Jersey region. How on earth? So what am I going to do? I'm going to talk to different attorneys. I'll say, and try and find different attorneys I know, in Illinois or in that region there. Say, do you know any good personal injury attorneys? So by the time my sister's getting that, she came to me, asked me. I go to this guy. This guy asked someone else. She's getting like a sixth-hand recommendation, which could be someone who's great. Or it could be someone who's like a good friend of the person I happen to ask.
Right.
There's no way to how would I vet that out? How would anybody vet that out?
So this was really brought home to me. I was some years ago talking with one of these self-defense insurance companies that wanted to do a partnership. It'll go unnamed. It doesn't matter who it was. And they all have they promise their members, hey, we have lists of attorneys, criminal defense attorneys all over the country. So don't worry about picking an attorney. That's part of the service we provide. We will recommend an attorney to you. And I'm sitting down in a conference room with the owners of this company. I'm like, listen, I am so glad to talk to you guys because I've been struggling like my entire career to figure out some kind of algorithm by which you could measure in an objective way, like lawyer quality, so you would know who to recommend. How do you guys do this? How do you evaluate these attorneys? And the answer was, they don't do shit. They don't do anything. They just go on the internet and collect names from law offices in different parts of the country. They didn't even confirm that the attorneys were in good standing with the bar. Because when I suggested that they should at least do that, they found some of those attorneys on their list actually were suspended from practice.
Oh,
never a good sign.
So there's no vetting. There's zero vetting.
Someone in the chat asked, and I'll briefly address it because it's a question I've seen pop up a couple times. But if the jury finds self-defense, is it an automatic acquittal on all charges? No. The jury has the duty to make the determination of guilt or innocence on every single charge individually. Now, they can use their determination on one charge to infer the result on another. The jury, frankly, can use literally whatever information they want to determine guilt. They could say, well, I woke up this morning and Geraldo was still alive, therefore Kyle's guilty because he didn't shoot him. They can determine that. Right. And no one would ever know, but there's no automatic victory or anything like that coming from a jury. Now, a judge, in theory, could determine that there is no longer sufficient probable cause to uphold a claim, but we're beyond that now. These charges have been submitted to the jury. Those are the charges that are in front of the jury, and there was no objection to the charge list that was submitted, so there's no appeal point on those issues either.
So the way the jury should be doing it in deliberations is look at each of the counts and do a self-defense analysis for each of them individually. For the intentional counts, it would be self-defense as a justification. For the reckless counts, it would be self-defense as reasonable conduct and therefore not reckless conduct. But they're supposed to do it for each count. Now, what jurors, people always ask me, well, how did a jury arrive at this decision? It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, we don't really know. And by the way, when I hear jurors interviewed after, especially after a controversial, a high-profile case, and they give, they speak to the media, I don't believe a word they say. I mean, they're just trying to cover their butts. They gave what turned out to be a unpopular verdict. They're back in their community. They're getting a lot of heat. They go on the news to try to, I didn't know what was going on. If only I'd known this excluded piece of, evidence, I would have voted differently on the verdict. But that could be true or not true. And you can't blame them. They're only human beings, right? I mean, any of us would want to mitigate the heat we're getting in our community when we go back. So I don't believe anything they say after the fact.
No, jurors are totally unreliable. Even in a case where that, let's say, it doesn't have high profile, what a juror will do is justify their verdict. And the rationale they'll be giving is justification. It's often not the reasoning that led them to that verdict.
Yeah,
it's sort of like, I'm sorry, I was
no,
trying
you
to
go
fill some
ahead.
dead air, but if you want to fill no, so it's sort of like I think that's what you said many times, Rob Barnes, like the whole lizard brain thing. It's like I reach a predetermination as to how I'm going to find here, and now that the trial is over, I still feel like that on an emotional level. So let me use my brain to rationalize the emotion I'm feeling and give just cause to promote the verdict that I'm throwing out there on logic, because I can't explain, well, he feels guilty to me. So that's why you want to try and find legal basis to justify it. And you're not working, and if you're a juror, you're not working in a realm where you're comfortable, you're accustomed to coming up with legal bases. So you're sort of trying to find ways to shoehorn it in. And that's really what the DA was looking to plant in the seed in their minds with the whole provocation thing. It's like, here's your way to shoehorn it in.
As a defense lawyer, you have to do both, right? You have to step through the legal rationale, because that's what the jury instructions actually say. And then you have to wrap that up in an emotionally satisfying reason to come to this conclusion. Because if there's conflict there, people will go with their emotions before they'll go with the black letter of the law and the jury instruction.
Oh, yes. I call it the moral narrative. If you're on the wrong side of the moral narrative, all the law and facts in the world won't save you.
Yep.
That's what's been interesting, just commentating on legal issues throughout the past couple years now, and Andrew, I think you referred to this earlier, is everybody on the internet who has not been fully exposed to the justice system wants this to work like an engineering problem. You fill the you give figures for the variables and you get an outcome, and that's how the law is structured, right? That's how it's written. It's what it says. If you violate
this, then
this,
that outcome, right? If X,
exactly.
then Y. Yep.
Yeah. If you're a minor in possession of a deadly weapon in Wisconsin, then you're guilty. Well, except for this and this and this. But we saw, and we saw that the judge resolved that at the end of the day. He ruled on it as a matter of law. They did not have adequate facts to support probable cause that he was guilty on this thing. But once you get past that probable cause phase, all of that goes out the window. And my Ty, who's not on anymore, he represents business owners and several engineers. And that is one of the biggest headbutting issues he has with those types of clients, because for them, everything's a math problem that works out. Right. They're like, well, why can't we just solve this? It's like, well, because there's people involved. And so that's a strategy that, you know, a competent legal defense may have one lawyer who's really good at the A, B's, and C's of this sort of function, but then you have to have the other lawyer as well who is good at the emotional sort of massaging that needs to happen with a judge or a jury or in a negotiation room. And those are all different skill sets. And that's why a robust team can be really, really important. But even more important than that is how you use the robust team that you have.
Yeah. And I don't know about you guys, but I changed over my career. I mean, when I was a young lawyer, I was all about the algorithm, especially fresh out of law school. You take the goddamn bar exam itself is all algorithm, right? So you're completely geared to that. And I'm that way by nature. I'm very much kind of a logical, disciplined kind of thinker. And it wasn't until I actually began practicing law that you begin to pick up on the importance, the critical importance of that emotional perspective, that emotional view. And you become a truly, truly effective attorney then. I guess unless you're doing stuff like patent law, then who gives a shit, you know? But I mean, if you're doing stuff that actually involves human beings. What's that?
You better be pretty technical if you're a patent lawyer.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna touch on something else as well. Oh yeah. So look at all the trouble the court had here with this gun possession issue, right? And frankly, I did my legal analysis of that the week after the event, and the outcome was obvious to me. And all the variables there are absolutes, right? Is he under 18? Is it a deadly weapon? Does he fit within this exception? Or how long is the barrel? They're all absolutes. Yeah. When you actually get to the use of force stuff, you'll find like reasonableness 4 times in one sentence in a self-defense statute. That's not an absolute. That's a judgment call being made by other people, right? Provocation. Well, what is provocation? We can narrow it down as we do in the legal sense. Well, it's got to be at least something that results in an immediate response. But once you're within those borders, well, it's still a judgment call, whether something qualifies as provocation that could be reasonably expected to result in that kind of reaction. And if the court itself is struggling with the easy, straightforward, absolute statute, and then we expect jurors to handle the ambiguous, vague judgment call issues, man, you better be good at convincing them at what answer you want them to find.
Now, this is.
I have a question.
Oh, sure.
Do we know if the defense tried to dismiss the gun charge before trial began?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes,
they had a whole pretrial hearing on it.
Yeah. What was the reasoning for not dismissing it?
The judge's rationale was that it was sufficient for the purposes of the complaint itself. It met the very low threshold for what the complaint should allow. And he wasn't going to address it more substantively until it actually got to the trial.
Which is so strange.
I find
which is the same as what he's
if it
doing
were
now.
civil, if it
Wait,
was
wait,
civil
wait.
law, civil litigation, though, I mean, we would be on a motion for summary judgment.
I couldn't help hear Andrew saying some things about patent law. What's this about patent law now? That you want to diss me on?
You could be a
Something I don't
robot
give
and
a
be a
damn?
patent lawyer.
What's this now?
Right. We were talking about robot lawyers.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Welcome, robot
I was
lawyer
Like, oh, I'm
Kurt.
personally attacked over here. I got to defend the profession.
No, the interesting thing about the judge's his excuse for not dismissing it earlier is that it wasn't actually sufficient. It wasn't sufficiently pled. There's no indication in their actual pleading that he had a short-barreled rifle, which is the deciding factor that the judge cited in the subsequent dismissal. And if if the judge had the interpretation of the law that he ended up with, he would have said the sufficient pleading for this would require an allegation by the state that the barrel was not of the appropriate length, even if that allegation was wrong.
So that's not quite right. That's what the judge
Okay.
said at the end. That's how it turned out, but that's not how it actually developed. So how it developed is that there was basically two ways to be held accountable for this thing if you were 17 years old and had the rifle. One is it was a short-barreled rifle. Nobody was arguing it was a short-barreled rifle, ever. That was never an issue in dispute. Nobody was claiming that. But the other way was if you were not in compliance with these hunting requirements, these hunting statutes. But the hunting statutes only applied to people 16 years or younger. So the defense argument, they were not
or younger,
or whatever the case might be, but younger than what Kyle was. So nobody was actually arguing the barrel length issue because it wasn't in dispute. What the defense was saying is, look, he can't be in compliance. He can't be in non-compliance. He's simply exempt because of his age. It doesn't apply to people 17 years old. And you can't say because he's 17, he's in violation of a statute that only applies to 16 and younger or whatever the age is. So he doesn't trigger that condition for being responsible under this statute. And of course, he also doesn't meet the barrel length requirement. When it finally was resolved, what the judge was actually saying was, well, I've decided that those hunting things don't apply. So the only way you could find him now would be if the barrel was under 16 years of age. Has anybody measured the barrel? And then the state just gave up because obviously if you measure the barrel, it's going to be legal.
That still should have happened before trial, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think you guys
and it's a
agree.
mirror image to what you're seeing right now with the drone footage and the mistrial request is, well, let's kick it until later.
And my point in that though is that if the judge's read of the law now, which I would take as the definitive read of the law from the judge, that should have been the consistently read version of the law from the beginning, because I don't see anyone having changed the judge's mind that should apply. And so the other thing that's absent from the pleading is that Kyle was in, I don't think they pled that he was in violation of the hunting statutes even. I'd have to go back and look.
What the state was saying was that despite it would be unreasonable to believe that he was not required to be in compliance with those hunting rules simply because of his age. That would be an unreasonable view, even though the plain language of the hunting thing didn't apply to him. They were arguing, look, surely this can't be what the legislature intended, to just allow 17-year-olds to walk around with AR rifles. That can't be the legislative intent. That was their technical legal argument.
So I'm looking at the pleading the criminal complaint here. It says, above named defendant on or about Tuesday, August 25th in the city of Kenosha, being a person under 18 years of age, did go armed with a dangerous weapon, contrary to section 948.602A and 939.513A, which is the penalty statute, a class A misdemeanor and upon conviction. So that's their statement. I don't think they say he wasn't in compliance. And again,
what was that first statute? Not the penalty one, but the other one, the number
948.602A. That's the part where Krause stopped reading, right? That's where it says if you're under 18 and you're in possession of a dangerous weapon, then you are
right.
guilty.
It doesn't get to the exemption. It doesn't get to that subsection 3 paragraph. That is the short barrel hunting requirements thing. Because throughout the arguments, Krause kept saying, well, if he can produce a hunting certificate, that would be fine, but that's an affirmative defense, and we don't think he can do that. He's simply not required to do that. I mean, these statutes were not applicable to him because of his age.
Right, and my point is that so their initial motion to dismiss is on the grounds that the pleading is insufficient. Yet the pleading doesn't actually plead that he's in violation of these statutes or that the barrel length is short. So I think it was a defective pleading from the start on the issue. There's nothing in this probable cause statement that suggests that he was in violation. And
they must be treating that exception as a defense, right?
Yes, they are. So
once you're arguing that that's not the legislature's intent, how is the response not just the criminal laws to be narrowly construed?
Well, they did argue that, but it didn't convince the judge to dismiss the charge at that time.
But why though? Because that's the right answer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and that's where the judge came. I mean, he's just a slow computer
I
processor.
know the right answer though. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's a
What
weird.
we need is more patent lawyers as judges, I guess.
Yeah,
That would be
well,
available.
that was the frustrating thing about this whole charge. This is a matter of law. Like there are no facts in dispute. The jury is a fact finder. If we don't need a fact finder, the judge should have ruled as a matter of law. And the
Yeah.
facts in this case were literally never in dispute on the issue. Even if you take the thing that the hunting statute applied, no one disputed that Kyle had fulfilled the hunting requirements of Wisconsin when his actual residence would have been in Illinois. I mean, technically he could have, but it was never argued. It was never put forth by the defense in any way. So it's like, we have all these.
How to read it?
Yeah, we have the cogs in place.
Zero facts in dispute. Not a single fact in dispute. So it's purely a matter of law. How is the statute supposed to apply to these undisputed facts? I mean, there was nothing for a jury to decide ever.
Right.
Yep.
But that's one of the things that makes me wonder if, if it is a mistrial without prejudice and then it does end up coming back to trial, it makes me wonder how that would, I mean, obviously we wouldn't have that charge flavoring the rest of the narrative against Kyle. And I think that was one of the biggest things that the prosecution was really hanging on to throughout trial, that was damaging to them in their closing because it was a sudden rug pull for them. But I wonder how that would play out. I mean, it seems like it would be a substantial benefit for Kyle in retrying the case.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, the fact it's not there. So you don't have to deal with it in opening. You have to deal, there was, I mean, in opening, there was unlawful conduct arguable with violation of the curfew and unlawful conduct arguable about the gun. Both of those would be gone in a retrial. You can't retry those cases. Those charges were dismissed with prejudice after jeopardy attached. So they can't bring those charges back. All they could bring back is the 5 felony charges without any unlawful evidence. You could make sure provocation does not come in, make sure that evidence is not adduced in the way it's slipped in, not allow in flowing, impermissible, non-expert expert opinion, impermissible lay opinion, unfairly prejudicial, unduly confusing evidence, out of court statements that were made for the truth of the matter asserted. Ultimately, by the way, the prosecution misused it and the rest. All of that flowing prejudicial evidence would definitely not come in, had no business ever coming in. And so that by itself would substantially improve Kyle's chances, do a lot better jury selection. You got good admissions already that the government's witnesses are locked in. Grosskreutz can't change what he said correct to. That ship has sailed. Coroner can't change, the medical examiner can't change his testimony about what the sequence of the shots and the fact that the nature of his wounds is most consistent with grabbing the gun by Rosenbaum. So all the key evidence that you got in that's favorable, all there, all the expert evidence. You could have much better expert evidence with John Black as well. You could add some additional experts if and when necessary. So Kyle's chances on a retrial would be substantially better they'll be better, period. But they will be substantially better with an improved defense team.
And
once you get rid of provocation, it's a straight up self-defense case. And I mean, it's never a zero chance of conviction, but on a straight up self-defense argument for each of these events, watching that video, it's almost impossible to imagine a jury not finding self-defense on those.
And now the judge knows of the problem in the jury pool. You add that with meaningful jury selection by a real jury selection team, you would get rid of the rogue jurors. And that would get him full acquittals. Then you would get a 2-hour acquittals like what should have happened here.
And we know that the gun charge and the curfew were significant elements of the prosecution's case up until they were demolished, right? Because we have them calling Dominic Black, which the state has no business calling a witness like Dominic Black unless they desperately want to get into evidence the fact that they all knew that that Kyle should not have had that gun. They had a particular line of questioning on Kyle Rittenhouse that they spent substantial time trying to establish, even though it's not an element of the law to know you're in compliance with it, that he knew he wasn't in compliance with the law, that he was trying to do this. And let's not forget that Binger tried to throw Dominic Black a bone by crafting this fake story about Kyle somehow stealing the gun from the basement and coming up, and no one happened to notice that he was carrying around an AR-15 that he would not normally carry, and drove, several miles in a car with it. None of that no one noticed that was happening. That was all just Kyle acting on his own. Binger's trying to give Dominic Black an out in his trial. But that being said, this whole line of questioning and reasoning for these two witnesses had to do with the gun possession charge. That's the only reason that Binger would have to ask the questions in the way that he did, is to try and get culpability on that. And so it was obviously in there to color the provocation argument from the get-go. And that's another reason I think it should have been dismissed early on, because I still get people in YouTube comments and on Twitter talking about, well, he was illegally carrying a gun, therefore he was in violation, he can't defend himself. It's
Right.
like, no,
Right.
no.
Right. And that they have to do that because the core self-defense justification for each count is so strong. I mean, it's a very straightforward analysis, right? There's only 4 elements under Wisconsin law. Was Kyle the initial physical aggressor in that confrontation? The answer is no. For everyone, he's being pursued, he's being chased, force is being inflicted upon him as he's fleeing. Was the threat he was facing imminent? It was in progress. That's imminent. It's actually happening. Was he facing a reasonably perceived risk of death or serious bodily injury? In every single one of those, he was. Even jump kick man, boots to the face is serious bodily injury. That's the only one I can imagine even being a close call. Certainly a skateboard to the head, the gun. If someone's fighting you for your gun, they're arming themselves with a rifle. That's deadly force. Yep. And then the final element is just, did he perceive these things reasonably? Did he imagine a gun? Did he speculate about a threat? None of that happened here. We can all see in the video it's a reasonable perception of events, although the use of force expert would, of course, be helpful there. And with those 4 elements solidly locked in for each of these counts, you don't even need to get to the criminal counts. I mean, it's just self-defense. You're done. You go home for lunch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to give them a flow chart or something to help them explain these instructions.
I would have had a poster board in there.
Oh yeah.
I would have had a poster board in there.
One of the flow chart with the bubbles. It says, if you find self-defense, and then the arrow just says, go home right now. Right? If you don't, and then 50 pages of additional flow charts.
No, work too.
Absolutely. I would have absolutely had that, because it's just the law, right? So you're just presenting the jury instructions in another format. And then you say, all right, this is one way to go. If you decide, the jury, it's your call. If you decide, and this is how you might want to think about this. And if you don't decide that, here's the shit storm you're going to have for the next week.
Did they leave out of the jury instructions the good faith retreat aspect of it?
No,
what they did is they said there's no general duty to retreat, but they included there is a duty to retreat if there's been provocation and you think imminent. That's why it's partially a confusing jury instruction.
And they mixed it
hear
up.
part of it and hear there is a duty to retreat. Hear another part of it and it says no duty to retreat.
Right.
It was not.
They phrase it differently. So there's kind of 2 duty to retreat issues here. There's no generalized duty to retreat. So it's not like New York State, for example, or Massachusetts, where it's one of the elements of self-defense. If you had a safe avenue of retreat, you didn't do it, you're done. It's over. They don't have that. But it's what I call, so they're technically a stand your ground state. You don't have that legal duty to retreat, but they're what I call a soft stand your ground state. So there's no duty to retreat, but the jury's still allowed to take into consideration if you had the option of retreat and a reasonable person would have, and you didn't, that makes your conduct unreasonable. You can lose self-defense on that basis. So that's one possible form of retreat. Then if you're separately under the doctrine of provocation, if you've actually provoked the confrontation, then they use language to the effect of you have to exhaust all possible means other than deadly force to defend yourself and so forth. But all of those, you're not supposed to exhaust all possible means to the point of death. I mean, these are supposed to be reasonable means. So what you had to do short of allowing yourself to be killed, right? You still don't have to allow yourself to be killed. And I would argue that in all of these, of course, they tried to argue he could have run through the cars. He could have run through this mob of 100 people. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And my whole thing to that is, with what time is he supposed to do this?
Right, Rosenbaum's
because everything's happening right now.
Well, and it can't be that if he makes a mistake, it's a death sentence. A reasonable person in those circumstances doesn't have to have perfect decision making.
No,
true.
And even, by the way, in the states that impose
Kyle's shoes,
right? Yeah. His age, his circumstances, his knowledge, his training, his skill sets, all that totality of the circumstances, and even in states that are unbelievably rigorous about imposing that general legal duty to retreat, like Massachusetts. I mean, they love that one because it's one of the most common ways they defeat a claim of self-defense. You're only required, that duty only applies if you can do it safely. You're not
Yeah.
required to increase your jeopardy. You're not required to try to run so the guy can stab you in the back with a knife or hit you in the back of the head with the club. You have the duty if it's possible to do it with safety, not if it increases your danger.
In complete safety, I believe it's usually
Complete
phrased.
safety, right?
Yeah.
A
Theodore,
super chat asked Andrew, is Indiana a good self-defense state?
that's what I was just reading.
You know, the truth is, I mean, self-defense law is about 80% the same across the country in terms of the fundamental elements. It doesn't vary very much. It's very, very old law, so it's very stable. Now, we have to distinguish use of force law and gun law, two very different things. Gun law varies tremendously everywhere. Sometimes within a state, you know, a city or a county will have different rules than the state generally does. I don't do gun law precisely for that reason. Use of force law is pretty common across the 50 states. The biggest variance is this duty to retreat. So there's 11 states that have a generalized legal duty to retreat. There's 6 or 7 states that are what I call hard stand your ground states, where the jury's actually instructed you are not permitted to consider the possibility of retreat in deciding whether or not the defendant's use of force was reasonable. It's Texas, Washington State, Colorado, a couple of others. Most of the stand your ground states are like Wisconsin. They say there's no duty, but if you decide the failure to do it was unreasonable, you can deny the defendant self-defense on that basis. Obviously, anybody with half a brain, if you have a safe avenue of retreat, you should be doing that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what is safe is always the question. That's
to
not
get
always
back to So the actual question is, are Indiana self-defense laws good? Most self-defense laws are good. I mean, if you look at the law, they're pretty reasonable, and the standard, the burden is on the state to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So the black letter of the law is pretty good, in my opinion. The difficulty you run into is in its application, like we're seeing here. If you have a runaway prosecutor, a rogue prosecutor, a politically motivated prosecutor, well, then they can twist the facts to make them appear like they don't fit that very straightforward legal framework for self-defense. So the laws themselves, even in places that are like strongly anti-gun, like Massachusetts, New York, Maryland, their self-defense laws themselves are pretty good, but it all depends. You know, if a prosecutor just wants to grind you through that process and crush you through that criminal prosecution, even knowing the prospects of getting a conviction are virtually zero, well, unfortunately, they can do that, and they can punish you with the process itself.
And I took a Second Amendment case up to the Supreme Court because my argument is self-defense should be constitutionally protected under the Second Amendment, and that there should be limits on a state's ability to start to, because you have Oregon by judicial fiat that's trying to take away what self-defense really means by reinterpreting subjective and objective reasonableness in such a way that large parts of the defendant's state of mind they didn't even allow into evidence in a particular case of Michael Strickland. I mean, what happened to Michael Strickland, a whole Antifa group wanted to do what this group wanted to do to Kyle, surrounded him, and what did he do? All he did is brandish his gun briefly while backing up, while this whole group that had previously attacked him in a prior event was coming to attack him again. He's a little guy, and he's backing up like 3 seconds, shows his gun, puts it down. It has the intended effect. They back away. He gets charged with 17 crimes.
So were you involved in that case, Robert?
Only on the appeal. So after he got convicted.
Right. So I was not involved in that case, but what I really saw as the vulnerability for the defense there was he got into an initial confrontation where he pulled out his gun, didn't shoot anybody, but made everyone aware he had a gun. He was prepared to defend himself. And then he didn't leave. And there's no legal requirement that he leave. But by staying, it suggests that he didn't really believe he was in a deadly force environment. Does that make sense? That he was displaying the gun not because he needed to protect his life, but to make some other kind of statement, like, don't mess with me, I'm a tough guy. And unfortunately, that's the kind of soft around the edges issue that in a jurisdiction like that, a very liberal jurisdiction where you're going to have liberal prosecutors, liberal judge, liberal jurors, is likely to get you jammed up because they'll buy that.
I seem to remember a case very similar to that Maryland, dealing with someone defending their home, where they shot someone who was trying to come into their home. But the idea was that the nature of the menace was so clear for so long, they could have called 911 or done other means. So it ultimately worked to deny them the self-defense right, because they just stayed in their home and waited while this menace was going on for some extended period of time.
Well, that's why I like some states that have very robust. Somebody comes into your house, you can presume they're imminent threat. You can basically exercise any force you want. Not many states have that, but I like that because I think there's certain places, your car, your home, intimate proximity, you should be allowed to assume the worst of anybody trying to attack you.
Yeah. So in roughly half the states, there's a I call it a legal presumption law. So somebody forcibly and unlawfully enters your home, it's legally presumed that you have a reasonable perception of an imminent deadly force threat. And folks, that's all the elements of a self-defense claim. Now, in theory, frankly, you have that presumption anyway, right? Because you're supposed to be presumed innocent anyway. But it's kind of a statement that when it's read to a jury, kind of drives home the fact that, hey, the state really has to overcome this presumption. Then there's a couple states that have really exceptional defensive home statutes. Colorado is one of them. Colorado's Make My Day law. It's the only, so the legal presumption statutes I just talked about, they presume you are facing a deadly force threat. Colorado's Make My Day law, you do not need to be faced with a deadly force threat. Any degree of force is sufficient to justify your shooting that person.
If memory serves correctly, Vermont and DC do not have even castle doctrine. So I believe in those states you have to flee your home.
You have to properly understand what castle doctrine actually means. Unfortunately, it's usually used much too broadly.
I think I know what it means.
Okay. Strictly speaking, all castle doctrine means is if you would have had a legal duty to retreat outside of your home on a public street, and there's only 11 states that impose that legal duty anyway. But if you would have had a legal duty to retreat outside your home, you're relieved of that duty inside your home.
Right.
It doesn't really have anything to do with how much force you can use in your home or the timing of that force or what's reasonable in the use. There are other statutes that do those things, but if you call them castle doctrine, it kind of muddies the legal concept.
No, I agree with you completely. It's an issue that's very confusing. People confuse stand your ground and castle doctrine all the time.
Right. So, but in terms of that very pure definition of castle doctrine, all it does is relieve you of an otherwise existing duty to retreat. Right. Every U.S. jurisdiction has that.
I'm not sure about that one. I think it might not be true in D.C. and Vermont. I might have to challenge you on that one.
I will be happy to be proven wrong.
Excellent.
I'm not getting involved.
I'll go do some research.
I can tell you that I teach full day self-defense law classes for CLE in both those states, and I've never.
Okay, well then I'm probably on the losing end of this one, but we'll try.
I have to know. Is Colorado's law Make My Day? Is that a colloquialism, or did they call it that? Actually?
No, they don't call it that. No.
Okay,
but they should. We should have a bunch of states pass Make My Day laws because I like that. That's a good
That'd be
idea.
awesome.
I mean, it's actually the only circumstance I'm aware of under American law anywhere in the country where you can be privileged to use deadly force against someone and not be facing an apparent deadly force threat. Now, deadly force threat includes things like rape and arson, so it can be somewhat broadly defined, but they simply don't have the requirement at all. If that person pokes you with a finger and they otherwise meet the conditions of the statute, just use your 12 gauge, and it's a lawful use of force.
Is that an in the home law? Like
in the home, don't go outside your house. If you have a detached garage, don't go to your garage and go looking for trouble.
What about on the curtilage of your home?
It hasn't. No, honestly, that becomes an issue.
Yes,
so and curtilage is such a weird concept because it's treated so differently for search and seizure purposes, for example, than it is for use of force law purposes. And unfortunately, I run into lawyers sometimes who have an interest in use of force law, and they go do legal research and they get an understanding of curtilage from search and seizure law, and it's just not applied the same as it is in use of force. And it's so, there's no bright line for curtilage. So you never really know if, is 10 feet from your front door curtilage? Probably, I guess. It's, is 30 feet, is 50 feet, is 100 feet? The only thing we know for sure is once you reach a place where you don't have the right of exclusion anymore, a public street, then it's done for sure. But short of that, whether or not it's curtilage is going to be a call by the jury. Another judgment call they're going to be making.
There's a question in the chat. Somebody asked, "What is curtilage?" That's like the area basically immediately outside your home, not necessarily out to the sidewalk, but that can also become a kind of a confusing explanation of what exactly is the curtilage,
right?
Because
it's very ambiguous.
Also kind of depending on what kind of a neighborhood you're in, what different states have different, like in some states you've got houses that are very close together. Others you've got a lot more space in between. Right. There's all kinds of questions that come up.
It's very contextual. So I mean, the only, I guess the best definition I could give for use of force purposes, it's the area immediately around your home that's part of the normal day-to-day function of your home. So if you live on 50 acres, that 50th acre is not going to be part of the curtilage because you're never there. And it can even vary by, say you have a tool shed outside your home. that you keep your snowblower in for the winter, right? And in the winter, you're there every other day to get the snowblower. Well, I would argue that part of the year, that's part of the normal day-to-day function of your home. It might fall within curtilage, but in the summer, you don't touch that shed for 6 months. Well, maybe during the summer, it's not part of the curtilage anymore.
And you brought up the detached garage, which is a very interesting concept because your privileges within the home can be extinguished if you're in a detached garage or an outbuilding of some sort. But there are also states where the government has tried to argue that that an attached garage is not sufficiently within the domicile because you don't live in your garage. It's not a living space. And so and not that I don't think they've been successful on it, but they're consistently trying to pierce the veil of some of these things.
So
But
I know prosecutors here in Colorado are always looking to constrain the state's Make My Day law as much as possible. So the Make My Day law doesn't say a detached garage doesn't count. It doesn't say that, but they'll have a shooting involving a detached garage and they'll have the case and they'll establish some kind of at least trial level, precedent, an example they can point to in the future saying, nope, that we convicted that guy and he was in his detached garage, so that doesn't count. And they do the same thing with even in Massachusetts, like with the castle doctrine. So normally it means you're relieved of an otherwise existing duty to retreat if you're in your home. And Massachusetts says, well, that's generally true if you're talking about an intruder in your home, but not if you're talking about someone for whom it's their castle too, right? Like a spouse, an apartment mate. They have castle doctrine privileges too. So you reacquire that duty to retreat from their attack, even inside your own home.
One thing I wanted to ask you about, because you brought up that the castle doctrine typically does not implicate the reasonableness of force used, which still does become a question. And we saw it in Minnesota in a very popularized and polarizing case where a guy sat down in his basement after his home had been invaded several times. He waited for the young invaders to come down. He shot and neutralized them and then moved them to a different place and ended up executing them. This is all caught on audio. And some
his own
people
audio
think,
recording, his own system.
Now, I'm curious of your impressions of that case, because there's a lot of people out there who think that guy should be fully justified. And I push back a little bit, but I'm not sure where the line should be either. But you've got someone who's moving an incapacitated person, executing them, a minute or two later. At what point does the duty or the right to self-defense end, and does that become a murder? So that's my question for you.
You can't deliberately create the circumstances that require your use of force. Self-defense is supposed to be something that you defend yourself against something that happens to you, not something you make happen. So if you put out bait, your garage gets robbed occasionally, so you leave the door open a little bit, leave a case of beer there, hide in the shadows to see if anybody's going to sneak into your garage to steal if you put out bait, that's not self-defense. That's just hunting at that point. And that's what this guy did, by the way. His house had been robbed repeatedly by these petty drug addicts in the community. And he set up little attractive items that they would see from outside, left the door unlocked, and basically a breadcrumb trail down into the basement where he was waiting with a rifle in a Barco lounger with a cooler, and he was recording it for posterity. And when they came down the stairs, he shot them. They fell down the stairs, shot, and then they executed them.
Yeah, and you, as a pro tip, you should never record yourself doing this, because frankly, on the recordings where I don't know if he's talking on a cell phone or what, they're just out of context on the recordings, but you hear him just speaking one-sided conversations. The man sounds legit like a madman.
Norman Bates. Norman Bates.
He thought what he did was fine.
Yes.
He thought what he did was fine. He thought that was okay to do that. These people just got what was coming to them.
And, the interesting thing is, had he not set up the scenario, the people likely would have gotten what was coming to them, but it was inorganic. He created those circumstances. Right. Another thing he did was he drove his car out of the house and parked it down the road near a police officer's house, which was, he intentionally chose a police officer's house to park his car by, and then circled back in through the back door of his own home so that he would not be seen entering back into the house. He had set up those circumstances, and that's where the force, a jury could have concluded that his force was reasonable, but they did not. And part of the reason is the setup. The other part of the reason is because he sounds like a raving lunatic on his recordings. You should not record yourself engaged in that type of activity, because I think those recordings likely buried him. they also showed how long it was between the initial shots, and they showed him saying things like, you know, the person kind of pleading for their lives and him saying like, yeah, too bad, bam. It's like that.
Yeah, I want
you're gonna
everyone,
get
everyone
convicted.
here. You know, Nick. You have everyone here knows that Nick has a lot of new subs, and many of them may not realize that he streams nightly, at least pretty much every night of I don't know, like 370 days a year, from like in the middle of the night. And one of the very earliest streams I ever heard of him was him playing the audio from that lunatic, and it sounded like Norman Bates. And I was thinking, and he's just talking to himself, saying like, "That's it, come on down." You can. And it's like he's like you can hear the excitement in his voice about the fact that he's finally going to be able to unleash justice on these people who have been robbing him. And when I was sitting there, and all I kept thinking is, how the hell does this lawyer Nick? I barely knew him. How does he find these things? And I was astonished. It was like listening to like these old time radio things where it's like you just hear, it was literally Norman Bates and a trip through his head with him just talking to himself, and the creepiest sort of thing in the world. And at the same time, Nick was actually dispensing legal advice. He'd pause. He'd be like, "Never ever record yourself committing a crime. Never ever do that. And if you accidentally do for some reason, delete it immediately."
That's not legal advice.
It happens more and more often. I mean, I see cases brought against homeowners who are involved in a use of force event, where normally they'd consult with an attorney, they'd tell a story. The story, well, it was defensive home, it looks good and then you get the ring camera footage. And it shows the homeowner going out to the fight. And folks, when you go to the fight as opposed to the fight coming to you, then it really begins not to look like self-defense to anybody.
Or when the home intruder has your TV that they've taken and they're fleeing your property and they get out the door, like, and you go to the door and pull your gun and blam blam, that's my flat screen.
Yep.
That is, yeah. You
That's
want
another common one. The shots fired down the street at the fleeing burglar. That's not self-defense, folks. That's not how any of this works.
All right, so I found, I think, what my point of confusion was with respect to the castle doctrine issue. There was a case in DC dealing with an invitee into the home who then becomes a threat, and they refused to take a position on it either way.
Yeah, so
I somehow globalized that to no castle doctrine, so I was mostly wrong.
Oh God, are we going to get into our property law classifications of guests?
Unfortunately, I mentioned how Massachusetts wants to constrain castle doctrine so it doesn't apply to a co-dweller. Well, they also do it with guests. So it has to be someone who's unlawfully present. And if they're lawfully present, well, then you don't have castle doctrine privileges against that person.
Yeah.
Now, of course, it should be an easy problem to solve, maybe hard to document, but if you order them out of your home, they're no longer lawfully present, right? They're a trespasser at that point. But unless you have a recording, I'm not sure how compelling an argument that would be.
It's an interesting 20 minutes.
It's an interesting thing that you have to establish, and that's one of the instances where you may have to put your client on the stand, right? You have to establish that they were ordered out of the home in some factual way. Now, maybe you have an audio recording at that point for whatever reason. Maybe someone else is there who can witness the ordering out of the home. But if you don't do that, and it's one of the things that attorneys have to keep in mind as they're building their defense case. It's like, oh, well, we have this knocked down because they became a threat, and then the threat was neutralized. It's like, well, did they?
That's another way that the actual practice of self-defense law, how it's applied, varies among the states. So the underlying law can be exactly the same between two jurisdictions, like Oklahoma and Massachusetts. Pretend they have exactly the same self-defense statutes. Before you can actually argue self-defense in trial and shift that burden to the state to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, you're supposed to meet your burden of production, make that prima facie case of self-defense in the first place. And there are states like Oklahoma where if you just mutter the word self-defense, they say, all right, he met his burden of production. Burden's on the state now. You're all good to argue self-defense in trial. And then there are states like Massachusetts where they say, no, we don't see any evidence. There's zero evidence in the record on duty to retreat, or there's zero evidence in the record on proportionality, or we don't concede that they've met their burden of production, that we've acquired this burden to disprove self-defense, unless there's more than zero evidence on each of these elements. I mean, that's what the burden of protection is supposed to be. And then you run into a problem where in a lot of use of force events, it's your client and the other guy. the only way, and the other guy's dead. So the only place the evidence is going to come from to meet the burden of production is from your client.
Yeah,
And that's
exactly.
why, but I was wondering with Kyle Rittenhouse, I was like, because I was thinking to myself, normally self-defense, you have to have the defendant waive his Fifth Amendment right so he can tell his side of the story and explain why it is that he killed the person. Because, everyone is going to just be thinking to themselves, you killed him.
Normally you don't, actually.
I would assume
as a practical matter.
I would assume that you would have to, and that's where I was coming from until you just said this now. Like my thought was that it's like everyone's just going to assume that, like, hey, if there's no picture there. I mean, just picture this. There's no video of the event, so all they know is you're holding a gun. There's someone dead, and we know for sure that you put that bullet in them, and that's why they're dead. So now, don't you have to tell your story? If there's zero video out there and you don't have eyewitnesses, don't you have to tell your story?
But a lot of times there are eyewitnesses, or there are ear witnesses. There are people who heard an argument or heard a shout or heard. There's evidence from other sources other than your client's own testimony to meet. You don't need a lot of evidence on each of the elements of self-defense. You need like more than nothing, basically, is the standard, and then the burden shifts to the state. I have to say, the vast majority of self-defense claims at trial are bullshit. I mean, these are bad guys their lawyers just throwing up self-defense as a legal defense because that's what you do. And they're pretty easily defeated claims of self-defense because they're inherently defective in numerous ways, usually. And that's what the courts are used to seeing, right? That's what judges are used to seeing. The juries don't know, of course, because they've never been a juror before, probably. If so, not in a self-defense case. But judges, prosecutors, everyone in the system is used to seeing self-defense cases, and they're invariably bullshit. And so that often puts them in they find themselves in that tends to be their presumption every time they see a self-defense case. And when they see the unusual unicorn of a genuine good guy case of self-defense, it can be difficult for them to shift their perceptions and really begin to impose the privilege, the justification as it's supposed to be applied.
But what I was getting at there was that because I started with that assumption, which you're saying was a flawed assumption, but because I was starting with that assumption, and then I was like, but we have all this video evidence, and if you just look at the video, the kid looks like he's defending himself the entire night. He's trying to just save his own life. And that's why I was like, I wonder if this will be one of those situations where a self-defense defendant will not be taking this stand. And the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, he shouldn't be taking this stand. And walking into this trial,
he wouldn't need to, because there's other evidence from which you can meet that initial burden of production of self-defense. It's all the video evidence would be more than sufficient to meet that burden.
Sorry for cutting off, Nick. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was gonna read this chat. Kurt just left, but Average Iowa Guy live stream says, thanks for keeping me informed on the trial. Uncivil Law will be played by Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie. But isn't Uncivil Law dead? Or not Uncivil Law? Shit. Isn't Philip Seymour Hoffman dead?
Yes.
What haven't I told you? Yes, he left the stream. George Grun the Fifth says, I love this stream, have watched since day one. What is the best path for us to get back our right to self-defense? Also on the AMP software, if the manual says not to use as evidence and the state does regularly, what could happen to past cases that use? Here's the problem with that AMP software statement. The manual does not say that. A blog post by the CEO says that AI upscaling software should typically not be used for evidentiary purposes in a trial. Now, the defense may have accidentally or intentionally, but I think accidentally, because I just presume incompetence at this point, may have accidentally misrepresented to the court that the manual says that, but the manual does not. Again, it was a blog post. We looked at the blog post by the CEO, and the CEO actually disagrees with the interpretation of that blog post. Now, he's not under oath in front of the court, so it doesn't really matter what he agrees or disagrees with. It's all about what you can convince a judge. But I just wanted to point out that on the AMP software issue, it's not as clear cut as the defense would like it to be, and I think their miswording of it could prove problematic, especially if you're trying to say the prosecution is misrepresenting things over and over, and then you misrepresent that this is from the user manual. That's a problem to me.
And the company's not the final arbiter of admissibility. I mean, it's obviously useful information to know that that's what the company thinks of the output, but they're not the final determiners of what can be admitted into trial.
Right. And that was the actual thing the judge said to the prosecution. He says, this is the state accredited software. This is peer reviewed. And the judge says, what does that mean to me for
Right.
admitting this, And so the defense is they're walking a fine line. They need to be really careful right now how they word things, because they're trying to get very technical, and they should be getting very technical on how the state has brought evidence in. If they get sloppy, it could torque off the judge and say, hey, well, you're lying to me too. And that's that's when your claim goes to appeal rather than being dealt with earlier. And they should avoid that.
Yeah, you can't make foot faults on this stuff.
Nicholas Jones says, any commentary on the Washington Insurance Commissioner's fight against legal defense coverage of any kind, ACLDN, CCW Safe, USCCA, etc., are all prohibited from providing any kind of, at least new after March 2020, coverage at all, living in or traveling through. So Washington State. Do you know about that, Andrew?
Yeah, I do. So they've made these. I mean, basically, they say it's against public policy. You're insuring criminal conduct or potential criminal conduct. I think it's a nonsense position, but these are liberal politicians. They don't like guns anyway. They don't like armed self-defense anyway. New York State also bans them. New Jersey bans them. Some of these states have an exception. If you're law enforcement, they'll let you buy it. But basically, all these states, there's 3 or 4 of them, I think, send these companies, whether it's CCW Safe or USCCA or whoever, a letter saying, we're going to prosecute you if you try to sell these plans here. And these companies are not that big, so they just, they give up the state. I mean, there's 47 or whatever other states for them to do business in, and they just exit the state. That's the way that works.
What is this is way different topic, but I find it relevant to this idea of Second Amendment and self-defense anyway, and especially in the different approaches that we're seeing towards self-defense over the past several years. What is the panel's opinion on the printed gun issue, or rather, there's the printed guns, obviously, which are 3D printed using plastics. But then there's also the Ghost Gunner CNC mill, which will take an 80% lower, and you put it in there, and it will automatically drill out the necessary parts, and you could then attach that to a barrel and make a firearm out of it. What do you guys think about that? What its implications are? The states who have been fighting heavily against that sort of stuff.
Well, my personal opinion is that all gun laws, by which guns I mean small arms, pistols, rifles, shotguns, all gun laws as applied to law-abiding American citizens, mentally sound law-abiding American citizens, are facially unconstitutional. And I don't care if they're printed, or I don't care about anything else.
But I concur with that. But this does call to mind the question: how do you know that the people who are getting it are mentally sound? Like if it's
The burden's on the state to prove otherwise.
Exactly.
How do you do every other civil right?
Yep.
I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. And
I get it. And listen, if the state can drag someone in the court and have them found, unsound, mentally unsound, well, okay, that's fair enough. There was due process there, and presumably, and so forth, or if they've been convicted of a felony, I suppose. Although I would argue even then, if someone's, committed a felony, got convicted, went to prison, gets back out, are we going to reintegrate them into society or not after they've, paid their punishment? I'm not even.
Oh,
sorry, somebody was.
No, you're fine.
Waving to me.
No, I fully agree with that. That's been one of the interesting things. I'm not sure why felons don't regain their gun rights after. Okay, so you serve your time. Maybe you have a probationary period afterwards, but after that, why? And Amy Coney Barrett made a similar argument in one of her cases that got much attention. But it was this idea that, especially for nonviolent felons, right? Like, tax fraud, so you can never have a gun again. Like that doesn't logically follow. It's like putting an intoxilizer requirement on someone while they're on probation for a crime that didn't involve alcohol. Like, what the hell?
And you can't actually keep them from getting a gun anyway. I mean, bad guys buy guns out of car trunks. So if he wants a gun, he's going to get a gun. And so it doesn't serve any practical purpose. You're not actually keeping violent felons from obtaining guns.
And
so
to give another,
if he's that dangerous, that you have to assume if he's out of prison, he can get a gun. If he's too dangerous to be allowed to have a gun, you need to keep him in prison.
Right. And another illustration of this is what they did in the Violence Against Women Act and Orders of Protection. So when I was starting out as a lawyer, representing a lot of victims of domestic violence, they required that if you got an order of protection issued against you, you forfeited your gun rights. Well, what happened? Rural judges in Tennessee wouldn't issue orders of protection because they didn't want to get into the Second Amendment issues. And so instead they would issue joint temporary restraining orders, things that were a disaster, did not work nearly as effective, led to more. So it was another case of, some would say unintended, some would say intended, but the net effect of including a gun ban on people who had orders of protection issued against them was not to diminish the number of people who had guns. It was to instead diminish the number of people who were protected by orders of protection. And
or frankly, it can also the pendulum can go the other way. So I know in Massachusetts family law, they issue orders of protection like they're candy.
Right, because of that.
And they're not doing it to take people's guns away per se, but they don't care about. Look, if they thought about you having guns, they would take them away. That's just the way they are over that. They're not really thinking about that. They're just thinking, listen, we don't want there to be any question that we failed to protect this woman. So if there's even a slightest muttering of an order of protection, we're going to issue it. But as a consequence, and the cops go to the guy's house and take all his guns.
Yep.
Yeah, it's I find it interesting because the whole the 3D printed or the self-milled gun argument that's been brewing through the country for a while. One, I'm not aware of a single criminal act or certainly not a murder that has involved a printed gun of any kind, because I'm pretty sure that would make national news immediately. It would be the poster child for why we need to ban these dangerous things. But so one, I'm not aware of that happening. Two, at some point, it's going to become impossible to regulate the self-creation of guns. I mean, so you're gonna say that, oh, you can't buy an 80% lower. Okay. You don't need make it a 60% lower, make it a 40% lower. If you have a CNC machine, at some point you just take a block of steel and you can make it into a lower receiver. There's nothing that will ever stop you from doing that. And so this issue it's complicated and frustrating to me because one, it implicates free speech, it implicates the Second Amendment, and all of the arguments against it seem bad. And that's what I can't get around.
The bottom line is there is no practical means to keep guns out of the hands of bad actors. Correct. They don't go through background checks. They don't go to an FFL. They steal their guns. They buy their guns from people who stole their guns. They buy them out of car trucks. Listen, when I was a kid, I worked as a diesel mechanic in Harlem, New York, and we'd have cars pull up every day, pop the trunk open, and there's stereo equipment. There's all kinds of shit in there, and there's guns. You want a gun, you give the guy a couple $100, you got a revolver from 1958 or something. It's not a very nice firearm, but it works. So
you'll shoot once.
So bad guys who want guns we have more guns in this country than we have people, than we have human beings. I mean, the country's awash in guns, and there's no way to get rid of them, even if you wanted to, which I would never want to. So I just think all these gun laws do is make people who are scared of guns feel better on an emotional level, and make it harder for law-abiding people, especially poor law-abiding people, to have firearms for defense of themselves and their families. That's it.
Look at Mexico. Mexico has plenty of laws controlling guns. It's not like Mexico's drug cartels have had any problem getting such guns.
Well, Obama sent them some.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had the joke.
Yeah, no, that was killer. It was killer, and I totally lost my train of thought now. So
I'm sorry.
It was a good one.
That was his real motivation, Joe.
It was a real good one.
It's like, oh God, Joe's gonna go on a tangent here. I gotta shut this down. Obama Joe. No, I think it's interesting because of what you're talking about with everybody having access. Basically, you can get a gun if you want one. But the other portion of this, and this came up between you and Joe, is what about this person getting the thing, and the idea of incompetence, right? Like is brought up. They're mentally incompetent, so they can't have a firearm. Doesn't that subsequently pose a problem for prosecution of the crime? Like if they're deemed mentally unsound to possess a gun, isn't there a possibility that they're deemed mentally unsound for the prosecution of the crime of owning a gun?
Suddenly different standards emerge.
Yeah.
Well, I think what they would do is they would not charge the person with the crime of having a gun. They would just go take all their guns.
Right. Yeah, and that's what red flag laws are for, right?
Yep.
This idea. Well,
Well,
My
they're even
neighbor
worse.
says I'm
I mean,
crazy.
there's effectively zero due process involved in red flag laws. So what I'm talking about is actually a normal court hearing where you would institutionalize somebody. That's what the threshold should be, right? Because listen, if they're crazy enough to be dangerous with a gun, they're just as dangerous with a car or a knife or any other instrument you could
Or
use to
Twitter.
cause death and serious bodily injury. It's the guns don't self-animate, right? I mean, they don't jump up and go shoot people. That takes a human being. It takes a dangerous human being. And if the human being's dangerous, well, then they shouldn't be in public society. They're dangerous. But you should have to prove that with adequate due process in order to come to that conclusion. Red flag laws just mean somebody's ex-girlfriend complains somewhere to a deputy sheriff and the cops come and take all your guns away. And maybe someday you'll have a court hearing where you get to argue it out at your expense and try to get your property back. During the meantime, of course, you're defenseless to defend yourself and your family from predation.
If your property hasn't already been destroyed.
And it often is. They often throw it in basements and cardboard boxes. You get your guns back, they're rusted into, garbage.
Or they're intentionally melted down. I mean, that's some
that can
states
happen
do
too.
that with forfeited firearms, and sometimes that happens even when you would have a valid claim to reclaim the forfeiture. They've already destroyed it, and they're like,
It's
well,
late,
too
it's
bad.
gone.
Yeah.
To the super chat question about can the jury hang on one count and return a verdict on the others? Absolutely.
Yeah.
They can, they can come back with verdicts on 4 of the 5 counts and have a mistrial on 1 of the 5. In that instance, if they acquit on any count they acquitted on, that's done. So the retrial would only be on the count they hung on, not in the others.
Now here's an interesting question. So I brought up the hypothetical earlier that while they have evidence, they didn't bring a brandishing charge against Kyle Rittenhouse, even though they're trying to sneak in the idea that he was brandishing. On retrial, like let's say it's a hung jury, can they bring in a brandishing charge based on this FBI drone, or not the FBI, but the drone evidence? Would that be a possibility on retrial?
I would think so. Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think they'd want to have a predicate unlawful act.
They
on the
need one.
books.
Yeah.
Right. They have to have one. So
that seems like that would be something they would definitely do. I mean, if your argument is going to revolve around this video,
They probably don't want that specific evidence in that way, though. That's the risk. They don't want they want there to be something they can say the magical words provocation to the jury to without being limited to any one charge and without being stuck with disclosure of evidence, particularly about Zeminski's, because there's a lot of stuff they hit in this trial that would. That's another place where good, effective, more robust defense can force out a lot of stuff that they hid either up until trial, into trial, or are still hiding.
Robert, what do you think the chances are that if there is a mistrial and they run this thing back again, that there will be different counsel on round 2?
That'll be up to Kyle and his family recognizing the problem. So, I mean, the hurdle here is you have a kid who's never experienced the system. The irony is this: if Kyle was who Binger tried to make him out to be, Kyle wouldn't be at risk because he would have the best defense, right? The people that are really tough guys that have criminal mindsets, they also have the mindset that I'm going to go out and find the best lawyer. I'm not going to, muck around with the used Pontiac version of a Cadillac lawyer. I'm going to go out and get the Maserati. And so that's why good criminal defendants, that's why people in the criminal industry get good lawyers that have the wherewithal and means to do so. The people that don't are your more naive, idealistic types who don't understand the system, don't understand how it works, and have no way to distinguish one from the other. Now, this case
ironically enough, it's the criminal sector of the population that has a pretty good referral surface for criminal defense lawyers.
Yes. And they know what to look for. They know how to look for it. They know the connections. They know who to talk to, all of that. I had some clients I won't get into it, but that had, unique referral sources, you might say, but it's your innocent people that don't get it. And now here, there's been a wake up call to Kyle and his family. They promised him one thing, something else has already happened. They promised him verdicts and, acquittals in 2 hours. We're now on day 3, deliberations. And it's clear that what they said was going to happen didn't happen. And it's the utility of the court of public opinion. The only way Kyle and his family can have independent access to independent judgment is lots of people in the court of public opinion, not only educating Kyle, but all the other Kyles out there, anyone else out there that's in that similar position, now has access to independent legal information, independent legal advice, to know what to look for, to know how to measure things, to know how to understand things. So, but it's up to Kyle and his mom to proactively take action. And now the hurdle here is you have someone the security guy, David Hancock, has hijacked the defense because he controls the money and the security. He
Well,
needs to be removed from the equation.
What we need to do is we need to rent a billboard across the street from Kyle's house, which just has big block letters. Kyle, we love you. Your lawyers suck. Please find new counsel. And give a phone number for him to call for like better lawyers, because there's no way that it has to be drilled into their heads, because we know the power of persuasion that even a lawyer like Richards will have when he's sitting one-on-one with his clients, as far as justifying why it is that the promises that he made before trial about how he's going to get him a full acquittal didn't come through this time, but they will next time. And to break through that barrier where they have like many lawyers have like a Svengali type of hold on their clients and make them believe that they're the answer, even when they're the problem. It's frightening. And to think that Kyle is in this situation, I mean, look, if Kyle and his mother had capacity to really make this determination on their own, the first question they would be asking is, why are you dismissing all these people who are offering free help and free guidance? So I question, as innocent as
because they can't evaluate, right? I mean, you could have, a lot of bad advice too out there, right? They don't have a way to vet us either. I mean, one of the reasons I wrote my book, and I'm going to plug it again in a minute. This seems like a good time, but was not to make people their own criminal defense attorneys, but to put people in a position where they at least understood the fundamentals of self-defense law, so that when they talk with a criminal defense attorney, they know what kinds of questions to ask and have a sense of what kind of answers to get back. Because if you don't even know that, any criminal defense attorney is going to sound like a genius to someone who knows nothing about the law. So we just want to give them that basic founding so they can begin to be an informed consumer of those legal services. And that book, by the way, Law of Self-Defense, 3rd edition, is available for free at lawofselfdefense.com/free book. Just pay the cost of shipping it to you. The book itself, $25 on Amazon, 0 cost.
This is it. Andrew, seriously. Get Kyle's address, send them a free copy, write an inscription in the cover there saying, you have a phenomenal case. You never should have had a mistrial here. Please find alternate counsel who's willing to use outside help.
I don't know how to make the book more free.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm saying
David
send
Hancock
it to him. Send it to him.
controls the emails, the mails, everything.
I mean, they know who I am.
Communicate.
You know,
I
they've
couldn't
called me.
communicate through Kyle except through David Hancock. That's how bad it was.
So, David Hancock has called me. He knows who I am. It's and it's like, look, I write about this case every day, typically 5,000-6,000 words a day, hour-long videos every day of this trial. And it's all available on the internet for free. I mean, most of our content we lock down for members, but these high-profile public interest cases, we just make it openly available. Frankly, they'd be crazy to pay me a legal consulting fee right now because it's all on there. I'm not holding anything back.
Damn it. Brain just broke. Oh, yes. Sorry. Someone has been repeatedly asking me in the chat to look at the jury instructions because the duty to, or the regaining of whatever on retreat is not in the self-defense instruction. And they are correct. It is not in there. So in the instructions, there is under the provocation instruction, I can bring it up here if that would, I don't know if it matters.
Nick, can I just mention, because I'm seeing a lot of comments that the link doesn't work for the free book. Folks, it doesn't link because you almost certainly crashed my website because there's so many of you. So
guys,
just make a note of it. And unfortunately, my IT person's at a doctor's appointment at the moment, so there's nothing I can do about it. Just make a note of the link, lawofselfdefense.com/free book. Try it again tomorrow or the next day. We'll get it fixed and it'll be working. But it's not a ruse. The book is free. It's just, there's a ton of you, and I'm a small town lawyer, and our website is not built for that kind of traffic.
So here's the provocation instruction. There's no duty to retreat, and it doesn't say. It does say that they may consider whether the defendant had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether the defendant knew of the opportunity to retreat. But that doesn't.
That's what I would call soft stand your ground, right? As I described it.
So then provocation. You should also consider whether the defendant provoked the attack. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack, and who does provoke an attack, is not allowed to use or threaten force in self-defense against that attack. However, if the attack which follows causes a person reasonably to believe that he is in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, he may lawfully act in self-defense. but the person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes he has exhausted every other reasonable means of escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. I actually think this is the better instruction, personally.
Well, the only thing is they don't have the withdrawal and notification. So that somehow defense didn't make sure that ended up in there.
Yeah,
You keep scrolling down, it's not there?
No,
Because it should be there.
The next section is crimes requiring intent, meaning of intent to kill. So they
in the statute, the next paragraph is the withdrawal and communication paragraph to regain innocence, or what I call innocence, regain self-defense.
Yes.
By withdrawal from the fight. I could swear I remember the judge reading that language, though.
Maybe to the jury?
I think he might have read it to the lawyers, but I don't know if he read it to the jury or not, because I think he just went through
I remember
reading.
it being said. It would only have been said by the judge, so...
Yeah, it was certainly said in court, but I think it might have been when they were arguing over instructions. But personally, I think this is a better instruction than that for Kyle. Honestly, because I don't want the jury determining if his retreat was adequate.
Right. I mean, the trouble you run into is, especially in this case, but in most cases, it's withdrawal from the fight and communicating to the other party you don't want to fight anymore. The truth is, almost all the time, that communication is constructive communication. It's not literally verbalized. It's not a notarized letter that you sent the guy. It's just you're clearly fleeing from the fight. That's constructive notice that you don't want to fight anymore, is almost invariably sufficient. But a prosecutor like Binger would argue that, well, he never said the words. He never said the words, I don't want to fight anymore. So there was no communication, and therefore he doesn't meet the conditions of that provision, the withdrawal and communication provision for regaining
I believe when they were
self-defense.
fighting about the instructions, the defense said that communication would have been functionally impossible in the circumstances.
Well,
so
that
I'm
would
not
also
sure.
apply.
They're
Right.
misunderstanding what that's there for. It's a give me 3 steps rule.
I'm
It's
just-
not
I'm
you
just
have to send
remembering
a
the-
fax and a letter by process server.
Right.
That's the defense incompetence is what that
Right.
is.
There can't be a requirement if it's not practically possible to do, right? If it's humanly impossible under the circumstances, it can't be applicable.
I recall them saying that they thought it was constructively impossible in the
Yeah, I did hear them
circumstances.
say that. It was idiotic,
Yep.
but apparently they followed up on that idiocy.
So that instruction isn't in there. I don't know. I might differ from you a little bit on the opinion there, but it depends on how it's presented at close, right? Like that's ultimately the question is, how is this presented at close? Is it presented that, by the way, when he's retreating, that's communication that he's no longer engaged in the fight.
Right.
How would you tell someone who's trying to kill you that you're not engaged in a fight? Would you sit there and talk to them reasonably, or would you run away as fast as possible?
Well, apparently
That's
you're
what
supposed to
Kyle
put your gun on the ground and put your hands up and explain what just happened when you shot that person to the angry
take a
crowd.
beating.
Just take a beating.
Right.
Here's the legal difference. Right now, what they're telling Kyle is, or they've told the jury, is if there's provocation, Kyle only has a right of self-defense if he exhausted escape. Whereas
That's
if you
right.
have the additional provision of notice and withdrawal, he doesn't have to escape, and he
Touche.
recovers it. And in my view, he communicated that 3 different times. I mean, if they'd broken down the video, Rosenbaum comes at him, he tries to step back, and he stopped, and Rosenbaum decides to run. That's one. Took 3 steps. Give me 3 steps. Let me get out of here. Rosenbaum says no. He does it a second time when he turns around and points the gun at Rosenbaum. Please stay back. I'm withdrawing, and runs away. Rosenbaum runs at him again. And in my view, the third time when he stops between the car right away, he's turning and giving him another chance. And what does Rosenbaum do? He yells F you and lunges for the gun. So in my view, there were 3 withdrawals with 3 notifications of it. And Rosenbaum each time decided to escalate.
But he
and that's
slowed
why that
down, which
part was-
he slowed down, which meant not that he was running out of space, but which meant he was intent on murder.
It's so insane. The whole slowdown thing is so insane. Like he couldn't be out of breath. He couldn't. There's like 1,000 reasons he could have slowed
I
down.
mean, in
there.
order
But
to
if you're-
stop, you have to slow down.
If his
also.
intent was to shoot, he turns around and shoots right away. He doesn't wait for a reaction from Rosenbaum. He waits for a reaction from Rosenbaum. He literally waits until Rosenbaum's
sorry.
hands on the barrel.
Fox News just shut down their feed, and so that auto played the next one because you want grifting. By the way, all of these places that run multiple feeds over the day, they shut it down and restart it so that they can either clip it out or refresh their view counts. Very
Keep you on your
very
toes.
but yeah, law and crime is still up and nothing is happening in the courtroom. I mean, it looks like we're going to go to another day.
Doesn't feel like today, does it?
No, it doesn't.
402.
Today has been very quiet. Very, very quiet.
Yeah, it's because there's not much. If they're arguing in there, she's got the evidence. You know, she could say, "Hey, let's look at the jury instructions. Look at more jury instructions. Let's look at this evidence." They've looked at all of it, and if she's not persuading them, there's just arguing in there. And that's all there is to do. Now, what she could ask is maybe a specific question about a specific point she wants to make. But my guess is she probably thought she was going to persuade more people today than she probably did. And that's what the pretrial polling showed. There was a hardcore committed group for Kyle that would also hold out.
Oh, we've got a bald man.
We're going to be,
can you guys hear?
At the request of the jury, we're going to be breaking for the night.
Oh, early day.
Okay.
And
that means there.
Before I bring them down.
How long are they going to let this go on before they just declare a hung jury? Like
the problem is the forewoman is going to keep dragging it on. She's the one who says we're irreconcilable and that we can't reach a verdict.
Well, certainly if they're calling it at 4 o'clock, they don't think they're close. I don't think. Right?
That means they're irreconcilable. They're so mad at each other they want to go home.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, it smells like there's like actual enmity there among them. That's why it's like I don't want to be around them the rest of the day. I need to like sleep and cool off.
I've had enough.
Have a further conversation with this whatever.
Bing was just thinking I'm gonna run out of lapel pins.
When do you think the judge asks for a little alacrity here?
Hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, I would think
tonight.
Tomorrow afternoon. I would expect if there's
all the way Friday afternoon. You think? Okay.
Yeah. No, I would expect if it's going to be a holdout by Friday afternoon, the foreman may admit it's a mistrial.
I mean, a week of a business week of deliberations is a bit strong. Like going over the weekend and into the next week.
Yeah.
Well, and Thanksgiving's coming up. No way they go past next Wednesday. That's the latest I could possibly see the judge letting him go.
I don't know if I will be able to stream on Monday. It seems unlikely, but I can't fully disclose why, but I will as soon as I can and get confirmation. But
if you need someone to pick it up, I'm okay with hosting on my channel. I'll try to.
He'll take one for the team, Joe.
I'll take one. Yeah, I don't want to miss out. So
I know it's gonna happen. Like if I'm not able to stream on Monday, that's when they're gonna have a verdict, and it'll be like the craziest thing in history.
You just have to pick favorites, Nick. Just hand over the stream to somebody.
Yeah. Pretty much what you gotta do there.
So, Average Iowa Guy live stream says, "Thank you for the informative discussion. Hogue is a hedgehog who is angry but will fight for you. Barnes is Chad lawyer. Law of self-defense looks like an angry possum. Good Logic thinks very little of the Midwest and should wank to New Jersey."
Why would anyone think that
I'll accept hedgehog. I'm a big Sonic fan.
Are you a Sonichu fan?
I barely understand half the things you say, Nick.
Just Google Chris Chan when we're done.
I'm not sure I should, based on all the context I've been given.
I saw someone ask if the jury foreman's the problem. Can the jury elect a different foreman? I don't think that would solve the problem.
Yeah, because
they're still there.
Her heels dug
the
in.
Foreman is the problem. Yeah, they're still on the jury.
They'd have to ask the foreman if they can elect a new foreman.
They could ask if they can get the AR and a 30-round mag in evidence.
Oh, look, I got hedgehog emotes now.
And if she gets demoted, she'll just be angrier and that much more intransigent.
Is there a knife or duct tape in evidence that we could see? Anything like that?
Good evening, everyone. You've certainly put in a full day, and
no, they haven't.
I've asked to retire for the evening, which is fine. And I'm going to ask that is 9 o'clock okay again tomorrow? Okay. Any questions? Anybody? Now, does it pertain to your deliberations at all? As opposed to mechanics about whether or not
I could take the jury instructions home.
Can you take the jury instructions home?
Probably not.
No.
What in the world is happening?
She wants to do more work at home by herself?
Yeah.
Yes.
The law says what I
He's saying yes?
Yes, but
you
obviously can't talk to anybody about that.
Yeah.
She doesn't need
it. Perfect.
Just we do so. And
We've been looking at him for 7 hours today
any,
alone.
Question?
I'm
Okay.
a little concerned we haven't nailed down
same
the
rules.
instructions on the end of day 3.
Any count of the trial, and don't discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the evening.
I mean, legality aside, that's a terrible decision because if anything, you want the jury to come back, get some rest tonight, come back with hopefully something like a fresh mind tomorrow, not spend another 3 or 4 hours at home by themselves mulling over the jury instructions. That's crazy.
Because otherwise, what's the point in sending them home early? Right? Like, why not keep them another hour so they have another hour with the jury instructions?
Well, it's that one who wants the instructions is got to be crazy.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's the holdout.
I think it's the poor person because
holdout.
she volunteers questions right away, thinks she runs the show. And what is she wants to go back and educate the jury. She studied the instructions last night, and here's what it means. It doesn't mean what you think it means.
Yep, I'm with Robert.
Chances she looks at the internet to help interpret those instructions?
1,000%.
Yep. Someone like her, absolutely.
Right.
Judge should have just said, "Look, you're already going to go home and Google them, so just pull up the PDF." It's like at this point, this is way too long of a deliberation on this.
The records clerk sent you.
I'm really worried. I'm really worried about a haggling type of situation here where they end up giving him an aggravated assault. That's what's really scaring me.
Reckless endangerment.
Reckless. Yeah, that would be it. 2nd degree.
Though I can
still,
say that
still good for 10 years, plus 5 for the gun. So still 15-year sentence.
We're going to break for the day, and I'm going to ask you to return tomorrow at 9. Is that going to be okay? And I know we're over our time that I talked about initially.
You should talk about that with the jurors, not the alternates.
Please adhere to the same rules. Don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And don't discuss the case with anyone, not even with your fellow jurors. Any question? Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.
I'm having a hard time imagining a total acquittal.
Yeah.
Yeah. The question is, how long do they let it go before they just declare a hung jury?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think you could get acquittals on some and hung on the other.
Defense.
That's true.
The problem is that Carringer doesn't want to give him any acquittal.
Defense. So I know it is reading matters. But now the record will reflect that it's probably a bad habit to ask the jury any questions. You can do that. You get away with that a lot, and then all of a sudden you learn your lesson. Although I don't think there's any harm to it. But I typically do that, as you know, throughout the trial, and I don't usually have this situation. But anyway, and then I did it a second time. But anyway, the record will reflect that when I asked, when the juror inquired if she could take the instructions home, which also means can they take the instructions home, I didn't see reactions from the state side. I did see a wag of the head by Mr. Richards urging me to say no, but I did it anyway. So did you want to make a record on it?
I'm afraid it's going to be the old dictionary game, and they start defining words and things like that, the outsider research.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, because they could do that at home without having the paperwork, and instead they have the
They're not going to memorize 36
concise
pages to go
jury
define.
Instructions. I have to say, I don't know about you guys, but I watch a little TV in the morning and in the evening, and some of the greatest legal minds in the country, I'm delighted to say, agree with us that the instructions are very confusing. But
I'm assuming he's watching our stream now, Nick.
Obviously.
There you go.
I know
Totally.
he's got to be.
We finally got
This
this
has to be an
judge.
endorsement of our live stream, obviously.
Who the hell else is he watching?
No, you're right.
Sponsored by Judge Schrader.
That's correct. So no notes to go home, but they may take their instructions. If
Just
they
sort of
Put it
vote.
on the
election later.
thumbnail.
Man
Greatest
up,
legal minds in the
mistrial.
country. Judge Schrader.
Amendment.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. See you in the morning.
Can we just go ahead and follow up on
Thank
those
you.
motions that we have outstanding, Judge? If we want to
Yeah.
just
Could we?
anything
decide
you want to
about the
address
video?
on that?
Can we do anything productive today at all?
Good Lord.
Bueller.
Jay says legal bites on Monday. Salt. Well, I hope there's not a Monday stream, but
I like the one
I
that-
say,
I
yeah,
like the one
let's
that
leave it to the
recommended
chat to vote where to go.
I like the one that recommended a bingo tumbler for you, Nick. You pick out who gets the stream.
Yeah.
Nick, I had the pleasure of leaving y'all and going to tell the client that he was interrupting my appearance on your show.
Oh, there you
So
go.
he goes, "Oh wow, cool," and the wife goes, "Who?"
I got to tell you, Nick, I've had a strange number of my clients actually contact me and say, "Oh my God, you're on Nick's show? I can't believe you're my lawyer." I'm like, what the hell is the
good way or bad way?
Yeah, well, that's the concern, right? You're gonna get an email and you're like, "Wait, why are you on that guy's show?" No, it's like I couldn't believe that my lawyer was on that broadcast. It was like,
I was
great.
certain at some point my friendship with Nick would pay dividends.
Yeah.
Not sure what kind of dividends, but
how'd you get on Nick's show?
I can tell you all day long when I'm on this show, I'm getting texts and emails from some people I know really well, some people I haven't heard from in 7 or 8 years, with links to this and videos and arguments. And
yes,
it's impossible to do both things simultaneously, folks. So don't take offense if I'm not integrating your feedback into the day. It's
right. It's been that kind of week. I've got about
Yep.
100 variations of drone videos in my work email now.
Right.
Oh my! I cleared out a big section of my email because it filled up, and then by the end of the stream now it's back to being full, and I'm like, oh my God.
I think it's good that there are a lot of interested people, but
Yeah.
certainly on the fly while we do this, we can't take every bit of argument or commentary under advisement.
But it shows
Yeah,
the
and I try to
power.
at least respond to most of them, but I in the beginning it was so much easier, but it's gotten so much harder as we've
We
gone on
love you
because more and
all.
more people have
We're
gotten
getting your
interested.
emails.
Yes.
I want to point out here, it shows the power, though, of the internet and individual choices that are made by people. And that's why, I want to take this moment to point out that I myself, as well as each of my peers here, aside from a certain person, in the corner
Oh, is it commercial time
there,
with Joe? Oh, okay.
we're doing this because we enjoy doing it, but it's also our compensation is that we have an expectation. We're going to be in front of a large audience. They'll appreciate the content we're putting out there, and that they will actually, subscribe to our YouTube channels. Pretty much everyone here has their own YouTube channel and stuff like that. If you just take a couple of minutes, it's not that just, that's our only form of compensation. But what I want to point out to you is this: the larger we grow, the more influence we have. We know that Mark Richards and his team are watching us. We know possibly from what we just saw now, Judge Schroeder's even watching us. That only happens if we actually have a sufficient voice. And so what I would say to you is, if you're on the fence, just go ahead, please subscribe to each of our YouTube channels or any other thing, Law of Self-Defense. Go check him out, because that is the only form of compensation we have. And by raising our voice, you're raising your own voice, because we're expressing ideas that you believe in. And so you're raising your own voice, and hopefully maybe it even helps Kyle Rittenhouse. So at the very least, do it for Kyle. Do it for Kyle.
Yes, for Kyle. Do it. Do it. No, everybody's.
I was
real
just
quick.
gonna say.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Everybody's channel links are in the description. You just have to click on their name. It'll take you right there. And that's the easiest thing in the world.
Punchy. It's day
This
4 of
interwebs
the
thing
week.
is so cool.
I was gonna say, Joe, the way that you always go about that, it always reminds me of like a PBS broadcast where like they have a whole like
a
production,
telethon?
and then halfway through they've got like the
Tote
calling
bags.
centers, and they're like, actually every
These
dime
poor
costs
crippled
$5
lawyers,
a day.
they need your help. We have to find a cure for all this
I'm just
lawyer.
saying.
Sarah McLaughlin plays intensely in the
Joe
background.
does a great job, but it's always
Viewers
amazing.
like
You can
you
tell when he puts on the
Make
commercial
this
voice.
possible.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll leave it to each of you guys. Tomorrow you guys cover it.
Look, I think it's fantastic. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a lot of fun here. We like to have these conversations. As I said when I first joined this stream, I think it's incredibly important that you have something that is essentially just the broadcast. You can ignore all of us. You can hate all of us, but you're getting commentary from at least a few individuals that have an opinion, and you're getting it direct. And you're not relying on headlines that describe whatever happened with following juries in the specific way that they say it. And you're not getting the headlines about how that prosecutorial cross went. You're getting to see the actual thing. And I think that's fantastic, whether it's Nick's stream or another stream that you like. I just think it's important to get the actual view out there without gate posts.
Yes.
Right.
And
None of us
I've
have been bought, which is a good thing.
right. And
We're all
I've said
I
from
can't
the
speak for anyone else on this stream, Legal Bites. I'm sorry. I know I haven't been bought. I have questions about
Fair.
others.
For
I mean,
sale.
Law of Self-Defense keeps pitching a book I'm not sure about.
I'm for sale.
Where do you get that book? Where do you get that again? Was it
Yeah,
lawofselfdefense.com/free book? Was that it?
See, I love it.
And my Robert Barnes imitation is vivabarneslaw.locals.com.
but
That's a good one.
it's it's great, and I do hope people are here for the commentary, because absolutely, if you don't like the commentary, please just go watch the vanilla feed. But I think what we're doing here is providing a different level of access, and you cannot find it anywhere else. You can you're going to get some random California law professor like they got on MSNBC the other day, random California law professor to give his take on what's happening in Wisconsin. No one challenging him. You don't know if he's been following the trial. You don't know if he's watched any of the testimony. And he comes out and frankly gave an absolutely ludicrous opinion. When I watched it on my Twitch stream, and it was like, this is an embarrassing opinion from a criminal defense professor at a major law school. And
Which law school was it?
I don't remember, but it was completely detached from the facts of the case. Sure. And that's the risk. And so when that happens, if you've been watching the trial, you can listen to that guy and you can go, wait a minute, that's not in the case. That's not at issue here. I know that, whether you get that from us or whether you're just watching the vanilla feed. So I more access and transparency in the legal system is what our founders imagined. I think it was Robert, didn't you say the other day, originally this didn't happen in a courthouse. It just happened outside because there wasn't a courthouse yet. That was so that the public could come watch. And now we have an unprecedented opportunity to watch. And we have to show that this is valuable, and we have to show more courts, and more importantly, more news stations, that there is something that people want to see here, because the raw feed is what we depend on. I can't get a camera in any courtroom, but NBC can. Court TV can.
It's also why federal courts should should open their courtrooms to video camera trials. Trials.
Yes.
Yeah. I will caution folks that I would never claim that I'm the only lawyer in the country who understands self-defense law. That would be insane. But I can tell you, I see a lot of experts on news stations spouting off about use of force law, and they are wrong. They do not know what they're talking about. So be very careful about any kind of appeals to authority or something like that. Just because someone's a law professor at a fancy school doesn't mean he actually knows what the hell he's talking about.
To quote my con law professor in law school said, if you want to know about the practice of law, there's 1,000 lawyers out there who aren't in a classroom and are much better than any of us. And
I will
there's
say,
something to
I
it.
found that overall in law school, the professors that I found to be the most effective tended to be practicing lawyers, adjunct professors. Yeah.
One of the best I had was a criminal tax fraud professor. He was a practitioner, and I agree, he was really good.
His name was Robert Barnes.
Well, the OJ verdict came down on the day of his class, and so we spent the class hashing that, and he's just really, it was really a sharp guy. So
my best was my advanced trial advocacy adjunct professor, an attorney by the name of Ron Fischetti, who's actually a fairly famous individual. He represented some of the police officers in the Abner Louima case. And he walked on day one, he was advertising. He goes, I finished in the top third of the bottom 10% of my class at St. John's.
Right.
And he was exceptional. So all the trimmings and hullabaloo about this university or that university, it really doesn't tell you anything about the individual who's talking to you.
No, that's
in that
true.
part of the class that made the top half possible.
The foundation, the very foundation of the top 50% of the class.
They rode on our shoulders.
Well,
all right, to the panel, to the chat, I think we're going to wrap up for the day then. Take an early one.
Can we do it again tomorrow? Nick?
I will be back tomorrow.
Okay.
And anyone who wants to join is welcome. And
send
I
out a
hope.
link.
Well, those of us that don't have to
Yes.
beg our way onto your show,
Well, I'll okay. Look, guys who are out there doing this stuff, I tend to not bother them. But if you want to come on, you're welcome to. I'll send you a link preemptively this time, and I will try and make sure everybody has a link.
Ominous threat in
tonight.
that.
I just want to know how many people wind up backstage when they say that there's a verdict one way or the other. That's what I want to know, Nick.
Just a
How many
bunch
lawyers
of
do you have? How many
do have a
lawyers do you have on
question.
your screen waiting to get in?
We'll screen share it. I'll show you.
So the judge is going to let them take the instructions home?
Sounds
Yes.
like.
Yes.
Yeah.
At least one person. It might just be one person.
Well, he said she asked, which means they get it. So I would assume that they were going to make sure it was even.
Now we're going to
across the
let
jury.
their families and their friends, and
Sure,
of
a
course
few
it'll
comments.
get leaked to the. Are the jury instructions public? Do we?
They
Yes,
are.
they're
Yeah.
out
All
there.
right, so at least
Yeah.
that's not.
But
But they'll
Richard,
be leaked
Richards
in the
is
juror's identity.
Richards is right. She's the person's going to go home. There's 36 pages of jury instructions, which have specific terms of art in them that the jurors are not supposed to typically have access to that information. They're supposed to go on what's presented in court and make their decisions that way. Now, I'm not going to research the Rittenhouse case, but I'm going to look into what
They're
is a
gonna
duty
Google
to
is what they're
retreat
gonna do.
or
He's going to come back
whatever.
tomorrow with a general, not legal definition of provocation.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Very probably. Well, what do we feel about Richards apparently visibly shaking his head no to a jury request made like in his presence
In front of the jury.
I mean, like that's the defense saying no, we don't want you to have that.
Oh,
thing.
the jury was there.
Yeah, that was sitting there
Oh,
asking for the
dude.
instructions, and then
Dude.
Richards was apparently, as the judge described it, shaking his head no to what was a jury ask.
But
Dude,
the interesting thing about that is
why was
that's
the jury present for that?
They were
Why
being
would the judge
dismissed.
do that?
Because the judge was dismissing them, and he has a habit of saying any questions.
Oh,
To which it sounded like the forewoman had the question to ask for the instructions, and apparently Richards couldn't hold steady and shook his head directly.
But
That
they're
was
there.
bad.
They're there to object. I mean, that's the reason that the lawyers are in the room when the jury comes
You
back.
should have
to
dismissed them
yeah,
and
I
asked
kinda-
the lawyers
yeah.
outside their presence. What
Or
in the hell?
if you're Richards, maybe stand up and say, Your Honor, maybe we discuss this outside of the
Yeah.
presence of the jury
Yep.
before before any kind of an indication of yes or no.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
well,
ask
the
for
judge.
a sidebar. So this judge never does sidebars. I mean,
And-
for folks out there watching, normally the protocol is you don't have to go through the whole process of sending the jury out and doing. The lawyers just come up to the bench,
And
have
whisper.
a discussion outside of earshot of the jury, and go back.
They throw
That would
on
have been
old
the
white noise
appropriate
machine.
protocol.
Yeah.
The judge should have never asked the question anyway.
Every
Should've just
time
said
I
Also
see-
true.
Every time I see the antics that happen in this unique courthouse, I just hear in my voice, "Mrrr." Like that's what's roaming through the courtyard. It's just another day at the barn. We're just gonna ignore all typical court rules and just, you hear the chickens clucking in the background. And okay, let's have the jury sit here analyzing how the lawyers here feel about their request. That's not going to be prejudicial to either side at all. How could that possibly be a problem?
Yeah, it's
You
crazy
also,
talk,
to give you an
really.
idea that this juror is the kind of one we're describing, you heard the judge say I think he said he's never had that. And it was that he's unaccustomed to jurors actually
nobody asks
asking
questions.
substantive questions in response to him or
Yeah.
giving feedback like that. That's because you have an unusually authoritative juror in that jury room.
And I want to be clear, this is not anti-Midwest sentiment. I love
Sure,
the
Joe.
Midwest.
Sure,
it's
Joe.
I've heard it
it's
before,
anti this
Joe.
court sentiment. Okay,
Mhm.
it's here we go. Everyone just pile on,
Equivocate.
do your
I mean,
thing.
you could equivocate harder if you
Who
can
do
manage
who
it.
do
I don't know.
I spend 10 hours a day on a Midwestern guy's stream. Okay.
Some of my best friends are from the Midwest.
Oh, here we go. There we go.
Sorry, Joe.
All right, yeah.
I love you, Joe, but
I just have a bullseye on my
Toss it up
face
there.
there. And it's like,
Okay, well, we will be back. Normal. I'll be starting at 8:45 a.m. Tomorrow, and panelists will be able to join me whenever they are available throughout the day. And we can hope that this thing is resolved sometime soon.
Well,
because
either acquittals or I'd prefer a mistrial.
yes.
Personally.
Well, yes. Acquittals or mistrial would be the resolution. Acquittal preferable, of course.
Oh,